Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Game of Thrones Song of a Northern Sorcerer Revelations. The morning after healing the young lady Shireen, Nox woke just before the sun rose above the horizon as he was accustomed to doing. Getting up from the bed, Nox went through his morning routine of stretching and meditating as he tried to work out the kinks that the mattress he'd slept on had put in his back. Honestly, how much of a penny pincher is Stannis? I think my bed on the fucking sea wolf is more comfortable. Force only knows what kind of condition Talisa's and John's rooms are in if this is what he gave me to use, he thought as he pulled himself out of his meditation just in time for a servant to knock on his door. Excess me, my lord sorcerer, a tentative female voice came from outside his room. The head cook wasn't sure what you would like to have to break your fast, my lord. So, come in and leave whatever you have brought on the desk, Nox called out with his back towards the door as he took a breath to ready himself to enter another trance. Then leave. He could hear the door open slightly, followed by the quick shuffling of feet towards his desk. The sound of a heavy tray hitting the wood later, and the servant was all but running out of his room, stuttering apologies and thanks one after another. Honestly, Nox thought with a tired sigh. One would think I'm either a god or a devil given how some of these people see me. Taking another steadying breath, Nox let himself fall into the darkness of his mind as he dived headfirst into the Force. At first, he could only sense the keep of Dragonstone and the surrounding lands, and there honestly wasn't much there of note. Expanding his senses, he reached across the bay towards King's Landing. But as was always the case, the largest city of Westeros was a muddled mess. Though given what he was used to, calling a settlement of 500,000 souls could hardly even count as a city. But without ever having been there and with no real shining Force sensitives in the city, it was difficult to truly differentiate one presence from the next. Leaving King's Landing behind, he let his senses wander throughout the southern kingdoms in search of any potential Force-sensitive individuals. But, just like every other time he'd searched, his efforts were in vain. Sure, there were a few Force-sensitives in the rest of Westeros, some that might even warrant his attention. But in terms of sheer power level, none of them could even come close to comparing to the Stark children. Hells, he doubted any of them would even last a full day in Korriban before they ended up being food for Korslugs. Abandoning the south, he moved his attention north. But as he did, he could feel his physical body frown. He could still easily locate Robb, Arya, Bran, Ned, and to a lesser extent Sansa and Rickon. He could even sense Nyra despite her lacking a significant Force sensitivity, though that was seemingly changing for some reason. But, no, what truly had him frowning was the fact that it was almost like a fog had settled in over the north. A fog that, while not completely obscuring his vision, it was making it harder to see anything. And the further north he went, the thicker the fog became. Was it possible that this fog had always been there? And the fact that he was in the north was the reason it was so easy to penetrate in the past? No, that couldn't be it. If it was, then the Force vision he'd received on his first night in Winterfell wouldn't have been as clear as it was. And that was saying something, seeing as how he was still trying to decipher just what he'd seen even years later. Just as he was about to pull back into himself, he felt it. A secondary presence. One he'd never encountered before. One that was unique. But just as he was about to try and confront the presence, it was gone. Disappearing into the fog that covered the north. A fog which intensified as the presence passed through. Interesting. Now I know that this fog on my vision is not a natural occurrence, but rather done at the will of someone or something. And now that I know that for certain, I can combat it. Pulling back into his physical form, Nox rolled his neck and got to his feet just in time as he felt his apprentice just about to knock on his door. "Come in, John," he called out, using the Force to open the door while walking over to the desk and picking up the piece of freshly cooked bread and a thick chunk of cheese. Stepping in, his apprentice lowered his head. "Master." Taking a bite, he motioned towards his apprentice. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, master," John nodded. "Good. And where is Talisa this morning?" "She's checking on Lady Shireen right now, master." "Excellent." Nox nodded, finishing off the bread and cheese and downing the cup of water in a single go. I trust that you managed to sense it from Shireen last night while we were healing her. There wasn't any need for Nox to elaborate further as Jon nodded. Yes, Master. Lady Shireen, she's strong in the Force. And she was the one that sent that disturbance that we felt out at sea. She was and she is. Grabbing his overcoat that was on the back of the chair in the room, he swung it over his shoulders and motioned for Jon to follow him. We will be testing Shireen to gauge her potential after Talisa is done examining her. However, even if she shows true promise, she will not be beginning her training just yet due to her father's wishes to have her remain here on Dragonstone until she recovers. And we have idled far too long and must return north. I want you to watch the test carefully, Jon. For you'll more than likely be performing this in the future as we discover more Force-sensitive individuals in the realm. My master, his apprentice nodded, falling into step behind him as the two made their way out of his room and towards the upper levels of the keep where the Lord's family were housed. Arriving on the topmost level, Nox didn't even hesitate as he bypassed the few guards that were standing in the hall and entered Shireen's room. The change in the young girl from the previous night was as clear as night from day. Not only did she physically look healthy, but her presence in the Force was far stronger than the night prior. And just as Jon had said, Talisa had beat the two of them in and was currently running a finger along the young girl's jawline. But she wasn't alone. There were three others in the room along with her. The Maester and Stannis he recognized, but the middle-aged woman he did not. Though given her manner of dress and the fact that she was standing beside Stannis, he could only assume that she was the man's wife. Force, Ice Queen doesn't even begin to describe that woman. Important that you rest, Talisa explained to the young lady. You went through quite the ordeal and your body needs to recover even if it may not look or even feel like it right now. And it is very important that you take 1 spoonful of this medicine twice a day. Once when you wake up and once just before you go to sleep. He could sense the young girl was paying as close as attention as she could to her elder, but the moment the two of them walked fully into the room her attention was broken as she all but lunged off the bed and sprinted towards the two of them. Nox barely had a moment to brace himself before his legs were enveloped by the arms of the small girl and her head was buried into his chest. You came. I called for you and I didn't know if you would come, but you came. Her ramblings would have made Nox blink had he still the ability to do so. Interesting. She purposefully called out to me. Or perhaps not. Maybe she could have merely wanted me to be here to try and heal her. Shireen, enough. Mind your manners, young lady. Feeling a spike of fear and remorse, the young girl slowly removed her arms from around his legs. Yes, mother. Shooting the girl's mother a harsh glance to silence her, Nox squatted down so that the two could be face to face. Tell me, young one. How did you know to call out to me? He could feel her anxiety build, which led her to hesitate. Not wanting to waste any more time than they already had, Nox laid a hand on her shoulder and used the Force to calm and relax the girl. The moment he did, he was surprised once more as he felt her stiffen and fight back for a moment. But she was still young, and he had decades of harsh experience on her, so it was little more than a trifle matter to soothe her defenses and calm the girl down. You don't have anything to fear from me or anyone else, young Shireen. You don't have to hide who you are anymore. Shakily nodding, Shireen launched into her tale as best she could for her age. Father told me stories about you. About how you defeated the Greyjoys so easily when I was born. I dreamed I could be like you. And Patches told me such wonderful stories of magic. It was so wonderful. So, one day, I couldn't reach my dolly and I really wanted it. And then I had it in my hands. Then Father told me how you could, see people without seeing. So, I wondered if I could see you without seeing you. Then I got sick and I wanted your help. I cried out for you for days. And then you were here. Does that mean I have magic too? Please, do I have magic like you? I want to be special too. You are special, young one, Nox smiled, rubbing the top of her hair. As for whether or not you're special like myself or Jon here, well, let's test that. Guiding her back to her bed, Nox purposefully sat her so that her back was facing towards her parents, Jon and Talisa. Ideally, none of them save Jon would be in the room while this was happening. But as Stannis could potentially be a future ally, despite his distasteful near Jedi-like temperament, Nox did not want to alienate him. At least, not yet. Once she was seated, Nox pulled a stool over and sat down in front of her. Now, Shireen, I want you to see without seeing. To hear without hearing. To know without knowing. Focus on me and only on me. Take in everything you can see, hear, smell, and feel. Know everything there is to know about me, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Can you do that? The young girl frowned in concentration. Yes. Good. Focusing on a single thought, he sent out a powerful projection in his mind. Now, I'm thinking of something and holding it out for you to see. What is it? Biting down on her lower lip, Shireen stared hard at him. It was faint, but he could feel a slight touching on his mind. A ship. Very good, he nodded, putting the ship away before pulling another thought to the forefront of his mind while weakening the projection slightly. Now, what am I thinking about? It's round and a shield. A shield with a stag. Nodding his approval, Nox dismissed the shield, brought forth another thought, and further weakened the projection. For the next 10 minutes, this process continued with Shireen frowning harder and harder as they went while he weakened the projection with each correct answer she gave. Very good, Nox said after she had correctly guessed the 10th straight object he'd thought of. Holding out his hand, Nox summoned a small wooden ball the size of his hand from across the room and kept it suspended in the air between the two of them. Now, put aside your notions of what is and what is not possible, he lectured, floating the ball towards her. It is but a ball, and you have the force to command. Use it. Do not try. Do. Push the ball back towards me. Nodding, Shireen held out her hand, palm out towards the ball floating between the two of them. He could feel the ball twitch in his grasp, and then it was only because of his reflexes through the force that he was able to duck in time to dodge the ball as it shot towards him as if it had been shot out of a Gauss cannon, stopping only when it struck the stone wall and shattered into 100 pieces. Well, he chuckled, shaking his head at the awestruck look on Shireen's face, as well as the bewildered thoughts and emotions coming from her parents. I believe that settles it. You are quite strong in the force, young one. Shireen, who'd been a world away as she stared at the ruined ball on the floor, snapped her attention back to him. You can teach me to be like you. That I can, youngling, Nox nodded, leaning back and enjoying the girl's eagerness, as well as the not-so-subtle discomfort that was emanating from both of her parents. But not yet. I cannot unfortunately afford to stay here in order to train you as I am needed back north. And my apprentice is nowhere near ready to start taking on students of his own yet. I can give you a few little exercises to prepare yourself with, but your formal training will have to wait until your father believes you are ready to head north. The girl's excitement died almost immediately as she seemed to shrink in on herself. Apparently, she was of the mindset that she would not be coming north anytime soon. Not that he was about to let that happen. Even if he had to persuade the Lord of Dragonstone with the slightest nudges from the Force, Shireen would be coming north within a year or two at the most. It would a crime against his very nature as a Sith to let such a potentially powerful acolyte rot away into nothingness. The Sorcerer and I have already discussed your training, daughter, Stannis intoned, stepping across the room so that he was standing beside her. It is not proper for one as young as you to foster. But in a year or two you will be of proper age. And should I find your behavior acceptable then, I will agree to your fostering in Winterfell should Lord Stark allow it. Shireen beamed up at her father, her aura radiating happiness as she eagerly bobbed her head. Yes, father, I promise I'll be good. Excellent, Nox commented, drawing her attention back to himself. Now then, let us give you a few exercises to hold you over until you head north to begin your formal training. The rest of the morning and the better part of the midday hours were spent with Nox giving a very abridged lesson to Shireen. He had her write down both of the Force codes and gave a very quick overview of both, along with meditation techniques and what it meant to use the light and dark sides of the Force. Given her house words, despite her father's temperament, he had a feeling that once she was able to tap into her fury, that she would indeed be a force to be reckoned with. The lesson was nowhere near what he would have wanted, but, amazingly enough, the girl seemed to be a quick study, just like Arya and Jon had been when they had both first started their training under him. After feeling he'd done all that he could with the limited time that he had available to him, Nox bid his future acolyte and her parents farewell and made his way back down to the docks with Jon, as Talisa had already left during his lessons since she wanted time to speak with the maester about the finer points of Shireen's recovery process. And just before he and Jon were to head back to the Sea Wolf, he was stopped by Garyon Lannister and Davos Seaworth. "Gentlemen," he greeted the two of them. "What can I do for you both?" The two men shared a brief look. "I wanted to thank you, Sorcerer," Davos began. "I have children of my own, a whole brew of them. But that girl, I love her like she is my own daughter. So, I wanted to take the chance to thank ya before you went on your way." "It was no trouble, Davos," Nox replied. "But your thanks is appreciated. And, as for myself, Nox, well, this is where we part ways," the Lannister said, holding out his hand. "Stannis is sending Sir Davos here back to King's Landing with a message for King Robert, and I'll be going with him. Figure it'd be a lot shorter of a trip back to the Westerlands from King's Landing than it would be from White Harbor. And I just wanted to say thank you, Nox. You saved me in more ways than one, and you've given me quite a few things to think about as well. Even if my brother is too much of an ass to formally recognize it, House Lannister and myself owe you a debt, Sorcerer. And a Lannister always pays his debts." Taking the offered hand, Nox gave the man a sly grin. "A word to the wise, Lannister. Never say you are indebted to a Sith. We have a habit of abusing every advantage given to us." "I'll keep that in mind, Sorcerer," Garyon laughed good-naturedly as he let go of his hand. "I was of the mind that you would be leaving us here, Garyon, and was going to ask a favor. But as you've brought up the matter of debts, well, I believe I have a task for you that will allow you to start paying off what is owed." Garyon didn't even hesitate. "Name it. As long as it doesn't hurt myself or my house, I will see that it is done." "Wonderful," Nox smiled, patting the man on the shoulder. "I have something for you to deliver to the king. I have no doubt that once word spreads of our success in Valyria, a few opportunistic fools will attempt to claim that which is not theirs by saying that I have not paid proper tribute. I want to head this off before they can become an annoyance." "Smart," Garyon nodded. "Show me what it is you want delivered, and I will deliver it into the hands of the king personally." Idly tapping his foot beneath the heavy ornate table within the small council chambers, King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Roiner, and the First Men, Demon of the Trident, and more titles that he honestly didn't give a shit about, could do little more than groan tiredly as he wondered for the 10th, or perhaps 20th, time that morning how his hand and all but adoptive father Jon Arryn managed to hoodwink him into actually attending a meeting of the small council. Honestly, this entire meeting was nothing more than counting coppers. The only interesting piece of news was weeks old, and that was that while Stannis was on Dragonstone to inspect the state of the royal fleet, his daughter had contracted greyscale. But since then, nothing. There'd been no word of the sorcerer for months. Varys's little birds could not find any clue as to the lost Targaryens' location in Essos. And there were no wars going on in the Seven Kingdoms despite the few minor land disputes. "I'd much rather be back in my chambers, buried balls deep in one of Baelish's new whores while downing a pitcher of wine. But, no, I must be here listening to my little shite of a brother drone on and on about some minor dispute in the Stormlands while Baelish keeps going over his books and pulling gold coins from his ass. Hee hee. With the rate Baelish is going, he's going to steal Tywin's reputation for shitting gold. Ha! Ended up breaking 3 bones in the man's body and left him a bleeding pulp on the ground. Now, House Wagstaff has demanded retribution in the form of gold for the insult dealt to Sir Humphrey. By his intended, Bree, oh, for fuck's sake, Renly, Robert growled, slamming his fist on the table and ending his brother's drabble. If that poor excuse for a fucking knight can't even beat a woman in single combat, then he doesn't fucking deserve to pay to fuck a woman, let alone get paid to fuck a woman. Shifting in his seat, Renly pulled at the collar of his shirt to fan himself. Yes, well, House Wagstaff might be only a minor house. But Sir Humphrey is the Castellan of Grandview under House Grandison. And Lord Grandison fought and died for you during the Battle of the Trident. We do not wish to alienate those who have served us so well in the past by simply, the issue is with House Wagstaff, not Grandison, Robert growled, his annoyance only growing. There will be no payment to House Wagstaff for injuries sustained just because Humphrey couldn't best a woman. The fucker deserved it for all we know. If they can't accept that, then you will go down to Grandview and explain that in person. Am I understood, Renly? The problem with Renly, one of the many that is, was that the fool was constantly trying to please everyone. Someone is insulted by someone else, side with those who have aided you in the past and then make amends with the ones you sided against. If a fool tripped over his own feet walking up the stairs, he'd stop a whole procession to make sure the fool didn't break a nail. If a whore stains her dress, he'd buy her a new one. It was getting to the point of being idiotic. Yes, brother, Renly mumbled, his eyes downcast. I'll write the Raven today. And if I don't hear from them soon, my squire and I will head out to Grandview to oversee the issue personally. For a moment, Robert was fighting the urge to simply bash his brother's head against the table. But he was saved from further rambling as Esser Aris Oakheart opened the door to the small chambers and made his way inside. The man was young but fine with a blade, though he was still just a green boy who had yet to see any real battle outside of a tourney or hunting down the odd bandit roaming around the Crownlands. Your Grace, please forgive the intrusion. But Esser Davos Seaworth and Lord Garyon Lannister are requesting to meet with yourself and the small council. That got Robert's attention. He'd come to know Davos quite well over the years. But the fact that his brother's personal ass-kisser was in King's Landing without his ever-dour brother present was odd. And if that wasn't odd enough, then there was also Garyon Lannister, a man that the entire realm had written off as dead after he disappeared off on some half-cocked idea about raiding Valyria years ago. Let them in, Robert ordered, sitting up straighter at the prospect of having something interesting happen during one of these damned meetings. Then, go find the fucking Kingslayer and Cersei, and tell them to get their asses to the small council chambers immediately. Yes, Your Grace, Oakheart bowed before backpedaling out of the chamber quickly and allowing two men to enter in his place. The two men couldn't have been more different if one tried. Davos could only be described as old and ordinary with graying brown hair and brown eyes while wearing a simple wool mantle. The other man, however, was a Lannister if Robert had ever seen one. Golden hair, even if it was thin and slightly unkempt, and green eyes on a face that was far too pretty to be on a man. Fucking Lannister golden-haired green-eyed shits. Not even my own fucking children are free from their look. Grace. Davos greeted them with a deep bow. My lords. Your Grace, my lords, the Lannister followed, bowing as well but not quite as deep as Davos. Leaning back in his seat, Robert fixed the supposed Lannister with a gaze that had once made lesser men shit themselves. So, you're Garyon Lannister. Heard you died in Valyria. Either word is wrong, or you're looking mighty healthy for a dead man. Well, I believe we'll have to go with the word being wrong, Your Grace, because I am fairly certain I'm not dead. Though, not for a lack of trying on my part, Garyon answered, his head held high but with a strange tone to his voice. Before Robert could ask him anything further, the doors to the small council chambers were thrown open, revealing his loving queen and her brother, the Kingslayer. Both of whom stopped dead in their tracks as they saw the man claiming to their long-lost uncle standing before them. The Kingslayer seemed to the first to overcome his surprise as he took a step forward, noticeably placing himself between the supposed Lannister and Cersei. Uncle Garyon. What? You expect a fucking ghost or something, kid? The Lannister chuckled, though neither his queen nor her brother seemed to find his jest in good taste. Fine. Proof then. When you two were 10, you took up the habit of jumping from one of the mining tunnels into the Sunset Sea despite your father's explicit orders not to do so. And when he found out, he tanned your hide red Jaime and locked Cersei in her room for nearly a full moon. Of course, that didn't stop either of you as the next night I caught the two of you sneaking back to your rooms just before sunrise after doing the exact same thing. Any doubts as to his identity were put to rest as Jaime's usual cocky grin returned and he held out a hand. Good to see you again, uncle. I can't say how glad I am to know that the rumors of your death were just that. I as well, Garyon nodded, taking the offered hand. Beloved niece, you are even more radiant now than when I saw you last. Queendom and motherhood have indeed been kind to you. Jutting out her chin, Cersei held her head high as she regarded her uncle like he was a piece of cheap meat rather than a long-lost relative. Indeed, they have, uncle. I am still more than your niece, I am your queen and, oh, for fuck's sake, Come off it, Cersei, and sit your ass down if you want to stay, Robert growled, cutting his wife off. Gods, what did he ever do to be cursed with such a cold-hearted bitch? It was nothing short of a miracle that his cock didn't freeze off in her the few times they coupled to produce their children. Cersei of course was none too pleased with him interrupting her posturing, but he was past the point of giving a shit about her wants by this point and she knew it. With nary a word, she took the empty seat usually reserved for his brother while the Kingslayer took up position behind her. So, Robert began once more, picking up his nearby wine glass. You were just about to tell us how you managed to survive Valyria. Get to it. Not much to tell, honestly, Garyon sighed. My crew set off to find a way into the Valyrian freehold and after more time than I care to admit, we finally found a viable option in the form of a river that we believed would lead us directly to the heart of Valyria. The only problem was, we were obviously not the first to try this as there were dozens, if not hundreds, of half-sunken or completely sunken ships in the river. One of which caught our underbelly and beached us. After that, things became a bit of a blur as it's next to impossible to tell the passing of time in that land, but I was forced to watch and listen as the men I brought with me were either torn to pieces and feasted upon by the hell-spawn creatures that call that shithole home. Or I was forced to watch as battle-hardened men went to sleep fine only to wake up the next morning with the mind of a child. Eventually, I was the only one left alive, gods only know why. But, in the end, I was saved by none other than the Sorcerer Nox and his expedition he'd organized from the north. Now he really had Robert's attention, as well as the attention of everyone else in the room. So, you got shipwrecked, stranded, lost all your men, and then the sorcerer came around and saved your ass. Is that what you're telling us? In short, yes, Garyon sighed. Then the sorcerer was also not successful in finding Valyria then. Cersei cut in, her tone just as scathing as he'd come to expect from her. He was successful, all right. The sorcerer, with the help of his apprentice and those he brought with him, succeeded where everyone else has failed for hundreds of years. They not only reached the heart of Valyria, but they were able to plunder one of the vaults and make off with several skiff loads of a mixture of Valyrian steel, gold, books, artifacts, jewels and jewelry. Garyon explained, shocking everyone in the room. Though the cost was heavy. Over half of those that came with him died. And the only reason that number wasn't higher was because the sorcerer and his apprentice pushed themselves to the point of collapse in order to ensure that those who survived made it back alive. Resting his elbows on the table, Robert didn't hide the grin that came upon him. The fact that the sorcerer went in and fucked the ghosts of Valyria up the ass and ran off with their valuables was just too good. The only thing that would have made it better would have been if Robert had been there with him to see him fuck over those dragon cunts. You keep mentioning this, apprentice, Jon stated, breaking Robert out of his thoughts of what could have been. What apprentice? And why does the title apparently hold significance to the sorcerer enough to bestow it upon an individual? His apprentice is Lord Stark's bastard son, Jon Snow, Garyon answered, drawing another bark of laughter from Robert. From what I understand of his terminology, an apprentice would be akin to a squire training to become a full-fledged knight of the realm. Though, from what I've seen of the boy, he's already above and beyond almost any knight in the realm. HMPH, a likely tale, his queen snorted, shaking her head. The man must have no standards to raise a mere bastard to such an honorable position. Growling, he fixed his wife with a look promising retribution. Have a care how you speak, woman. That bastard is the son of the most honorable man in the Seven Kingdoms. And he'd already proven himself a man well before Nox raised him up to be his apprentice. Cersei's eyes hardened as she glared pure hatred at him, but he honestly didn't care by this point. He'd seen that look from her often enough now to simply ignore it. Believe me, Your Grace, the returned Lannister interjected softly. Nox did not lower his standards at all when he appointed the bastard as his apprentice. While I didn't see the act for myself, I verified the story with the daughter of Lady Mormont, the son and heir of Lord Jon Umber, the son of Lord Roderick Karstark, and Prince Baron Martell that the boy killed a dragon easily the size of Balerion the Black Dread. On foot. If that isn't a deed worthy of an uplifting of station, then I'm afraid, dear niece, that you have impossible standards. Whatever response his wife had was lost as the wine that Robert had been drinking flew from his mouth and covered her. What the fuck? He cursed, wiping at his mouth even as the Kingslayer started trying to dry his sister off. What the fuck did you just say? The boy killed a dragon, Garion repeated, his face and tone completely serious. On foot. Impossible. Pycelle stuttered, rising from his seat partially before collapsing and coughing. Such an act is impossible. Even if there were dragons still around. Which there are not. The Citadel confirmed that all the dragons died out decades ago and the Citadel is the end-all be-all of truth in the realm and the greater world, correct? Garion scoffed. Pycelle, just like everyone in this room, save for good old Davos here, I've been educated by the maesters since I was but a boy. I even spent a few months in the Citadel studying in preparation for my voyage to Valyria. But do you know what my time in Valyria and with Nox has taught me, Pycelle? It's that you maesters are either holding back on us, or you lot truly don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Pycelle's face turned an impressive shade of red, but any argument was cut off as Varys spoke up for the first time. You said that you have the word of several heirs and a second son as well as the word of the Prince of Dorne, did you not? I must ask, how is it that Prince Oberyn came to be part of a northern expedition to a long-lost land? The last song my little bird sung to me of the wayward prince was that he was making his way through the free cities with his paramour and eldest bastard daughter. As much as it stung to admit, the spider had a point. What was even more galling was that Robert had completely overlooked the fact that Prince fucking Oberyn fucking Martell was with the Sorcerer. Sure, relations between the North and Dorne had improved to the point where the two kingdoms were cordial with one another. But, surely, they had not progressed to the point where they could so easily gain the services of the Red Viper. Not much to tell, honestly, Garion shrugged. Apparently, Prince Oberyn was in Volantis at the same time as the Sorcerer and was asking questions about him, trying to figure out his past if I had to guess. Nox found out and confronted the man. And the next day the Red Viper, his paramour, and his daughter were all officially welcomed into the expedition. And by the time they were left in Dorne, I would dare say that the Sorcerer and Prince Oberyn had become friends with one another. Frowning, Robert scratched at his beard. In hindsight, he could agree that the killing of Elia was a mistake. Not the dragon spawn, though. Those bastards deserved to die just for having dragon's blood in their veins. But Elia, had the battle lust and elation of revenge not been coursing through him and clouding his mind, he might have acted differently. Hell, the punch from Ned had almost knocked a lick of sense back into him. But what sense the blow brought him was quickly destroyed when Ned turned his back on him and walked away. That was perhaps the best and worst day of his life. The only day that was even worse was when Ned returned with his bastard boy and his dead sister. And while he trusted Ned to keep an eye on the Sorcerer, the fact that he was getting friendly with perhaps the most outspoken of those who still refused to acknowledge his right as king was slightly troubling. And just how deep is their friendship, Lord Lannister? Jon Arryn asked, giving Robert a pointed look, which said that he knew exactly where Robert's mind currently was. After all, the fate of Elia Martell was a frequent point of contention between the two of them. The tastes of the Prince of Dorne, as well as his frequent traveling partner, Lady Ellaria Sand, are well known. Do you believe they might have been successful in swaying him? Garion didn't even hesitate. Not even in the slightest. Though, not for a lack of trying. We did stay a few days in Sunspear while the Sea Wolf was being repaired after encountering a large group of pirates along the Stepstones. And I know that the Sorcerer and the Northerners were invited to a feast hosted by the Martells. But, given our recent history, I decided that I would not tempt fate and decided to stay on board during our stay. I didn't feel like testing the patience of the Martells by expecting them to accept a Lannister in their midst and not do something about it. Robert could accept the logic, but just as he was about to comment further, his mind caught up with the more interesting aspect of what the Lannister had just said. Pirates. How many? 2 galleons and 4 longboats, the lost Lannister replied. Their plan was a decent one, but between the sheer power of the Sea Wolf, and the combined might of the Sorcerer, his apprentice, and the Lady Osha Greyjoy, they didn't stand a chance. Hell, those 3 took out the 2 galleons on their own with only a slight bit of help from a few archers on the Sea Wolf. Now he had Robert's full attention. Sit the fuck down, Lannister, and tell me everything. Taking one of the empty seats, The lost Lannister proceeded to tell Robert and the rest of the small council everything he'd seen during the brief skirmish against the pirates. Hearing about how the sorcerer had picked up a galleon and flipped it over had unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Sure, he saw the sorcerer breach the walls of the pike with relative ease. But still, it seemed like every time he heard about the man, he had to keep adjusting just how powerful he thought he was. Then there were the actions of Ned's bastard boy and the Greyjoy lass. Hearing that the two had pretty much handled an entire galleon on their own seemed a bit of a stretch, and he could tell that Garyon was leaving something out, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out just what it might be. Then there were the actions taken by Nox with the prisoners. Wait, Robert called out, raising his hand to stop the man's tale. You mean to tell me that the sorcerer beheaded nearly 50 men with a single swipe of his sword? And not only that, but he managed to complete such a feat before the first man could even hit the fucking deck. Scratching the back of his neck, the lost Lannister visibly grimaced at seeming to recall what had happened. Well, to be fair, he did throw his weapon, but yes. And then he had all the heads loaded up onto one of the surviving longboats and tasked the 5 pirates he'd pulled out from those to be executed to deliver the heads to wherever their hideaway was located. Slapping his hand down on the table, Robert threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha. The more I hear of this sorcerer, the more and more I start to like him despite his unfortunate look. Those around the table each wore different expressions, but the one that caught his eye the most was the almost calculating look in his queen's eyes. A look that he'd come to realize meant that she was trying to plot something idiotic. And what of the plunder of Valyria, uncle? His queen asked. What will be done with it? Surely, it will not all be heading to the north without appropriate tribute being given to the crown. A distinctive snort came from the edge of the room, drawing everyone's attention to the man it came from. Pardon, Grace, Davos murmured, his eyes low. But I believe the sorcerer has more than paid his tribute with the Helen of the young lady Shireen from her fight against Greyscale. Robert focused in on his brother's right-hand man. His brother had returned to Dragonstone some time ago to deal with some dispute or other, but his return had been delayed once his daughter had contracted Greyscale. Robert had figured the girl was done for. But if anyone could cure an incurable disease, it would be him. The sorcerer cured her Greyscale. Grace, Davos nodded. He and a foreign woman, name of Lady Talisa Mager, they came up with a way to heal Greyscale during the voyage. Lady Shireen is the, I believe, 5th person they've cured so far. And all 5 were fully cured within a moon's turn. Chuckling, Robert turned his attention towards Pycelle, who was starting to turn a most interesting shade of red. As was usual, whenever they got word that the sorcerer had unveiled some sort of new invention of his, or whatever the hell he called it. So, Pycelle, in the decade that the sorcerer has been in service to Ned, he has managed to do the following: develop a type of glass to rival Myrish glass, create a larger, more efficient bloomery, establish new trade routes throughout the north and into Essos, led an expedition into Valyria discovering gods only knows how much lost knowledge, and now he's gone and created a cure for a disease you maesters have deemed incurable. Tell me, what have you maesters done in the past decade? And then tell me why the fuck the crown should continue providing coin to the fucking Citadel and not the Winterfell College. Not bothering to give the old man a chance to stammer out a response, Robert turned back to Davos. If Shireen is cured, then where the fuck is my brother? He should be back here. Not still on Dragonstone. Davos shifted in place as he reached into his nearly worn-out doublet and pulled out a small scroll. Forgive me, Grace, but Lord Stannis wished to remain with his daughter until she made a full recovery as suggested by the sorcerer. But he gave me this note to give to you, Grace. Motioning for Jon to take the scroll, his hand unrolled the missive from this brother and read it over. It is as Sir Davos says. Jon nodded, rolling up the scroll. Despite there being no outward appearance of her previous affliction, the young lady Shireen is still on medicine and bed rest under isolation until she has shown no return symptoms for a set period of time. And Stannis wishes to remain with her until that time has come to pass. And until then, he has appointed Sir Davos to act as master of ships in his stead until he returns. Baelish's quill skittered across his parchment and his beloved queen looked like she'd just eaten a whole bushel of lemons. But the best look was the one on Davos, who suddenly looked like he wanted to flee as fast as he could. Ha ha. My brother didn't tell you that part, did he, Davos? Didn't think the cold bastard had it in him to play such a joke on anyone. Ha! Robert laughed as he slapped his thigh. If all small council meetings were as interesting as this one was shaping up to be, then perhaps he would have to start attending them more often in the future. This was by far the most fun he'd had since the Greyjoy Rebellion. Sit your ass down, Davos. If I must be here, then so do you. Grace, Davos muttered, awkwardly taking his seat and looking thoroughly out of place. With Davos seated, conversation returned with Baelish returning them to where they had been. While a cure for greyscale is indeed a great boon, it is not coin. And if they were as successful as Lord Lannister says, they were. And more. Then perhaps I will have to alter the expected Northern Kingdom's tax contributions for this year to account for their unexpected increase in wealth. Most of his good mood leaving him, Robert leaned forward and fixed the little weasel with a look that could melt stone. Careful with your words, Baelish. Ned and the North have always paid their due. But the Sorcerer is not of the North. At least not originally. Cersei cut in, making Robert wonder just why he hadn't kicked the woman out of the council chambers yet. How can we know that he won't keep the gold for himself and try to fool Lord Stark? Because he's not that type of man. At least from what I've seen. Hells, he's already planned out appropriate compensation and tribute, Your Grace. Gerion Lannister spoke up once more. The highborn lords and ladies that dared to venture into Valyria with him were all given their pick from Valyrian steel they took. And the small folk were all paid accordingly with gold or jewels. And what were you given, uncle? Cersei all but demanded, making Robert groan. Given the fact that he saved my life and I was unable to offer anything to the expedition, nothing, Gerion answered, before quickly following it up. However, he did let me keep that which I had already found. Standing, Gerion made a move towards the sword on his hip. A move which of course prompted the Kingsguard in the room to reach for their own hilts before Robert waved them off. Pulling the sword from its sheath, Robert could see the distinctive Valyrian steel markings on the blade in Gerion's hand. But it wasn't just the blade that had his attention but rather the pommel, which was shaped into a golden lion's head. By the seven, the Kingslayer gasped, his eyes wide like a coming-of-age boy seeing his first set of tits. As that? Brightroar. Yes, it is, nephew. Gerion nodded, putting the sword away. I managed to find King Tommen's lost ship. Unfortunately, there was nothing to recover save for this sword. And its recovery almost makes the hell I went through worth it. Robert might despise just about everything there is or ever was about the Dragon Lords, but even he would readily admit that the sister fucking cunts knew how to make good weapons. And perhaps getting the Lannister ancestral sword back will get Tywin off my fucking back for a few moons at least. I trust that you will be leaving the sword here with Jaime, will you not, uncle? Cersei asked, her eyes staring at the now sheathed sword with undisguised longing. And, in time perhaps, my son the crowned prince will be able to I will not, Gerion replied with no small amount of heat as he took his seat once more. Jaime is no longer a Lannister. He gave that up when he joined the Kingsguard. And as for your son, he is a Baratheon, not a Lannister, dear niece. He has no right to house Lannister's ancestral sword. I will be taking the blade back with me to Castle Rock and presenting it to my brother, your father. It will be for him to determine the succession of the sword and the head of House Lannister. And besides, Jaime doesn't need this sword. Because, despite what some here may think, the sorcerer is very aware of politics and proper etiquette. And while he has continued north after healing Lady Baratheon, he has tasked me with the delivery of his tribute to the royal family. With your leave, your grace. Grinning behind his heavy beard, Robert motioned for Gerion to do whatever the hell he wanted, to which the lost Lannister got up from his seat and left the small council chambers, only to return a moment later leading in two men in Baratheon colors who were carrying a long narrow box as long as a man. Getting up from his seat, Robert was almost giddy with excitement as he watched the two men set the long box down on the table and pry open the top. Peering into the box, Robert felt his grin widen even further as he reached inside and pulled out a claymore that had black gemstones placed across the cross guard. It wasn't the first time he'd held a Valyrian steel sword. Hells, Ned had even let him handle ice on more than one occasion. But even knowing the unique properties of Valyrian steel, he was still caught slightly off guard by the relative lack of weight to the blade. And while he was certainly more at home caving in men's chests with a war hammer, he wasn't above wielding a sword. Especially a Valyrian steel sword. The sorcerer felt that delivering a weapon worthy of a king would be a sufficient tribute. The Lannister went on as Robert drew the claymore out of the sheath to reveal the distinctive Valyrian steel patterns upon the naked steel. But he also wanted to leave no doubt as to whether such a tribute was enough. So, he has also sent 7 other longswords that are to be wielded by the Kingsguard and passed down from one member to the next. After all, the King of Westeros deserves only the best for his protection. His tribute is noted, and no further questions or demands will be made of him regarding his loot from Valyria, Robert declared. Better to make things official and all that horse shit. Well, Lannister, name it. Your Grace. Putting the sword away, he motioned for the 2 Baratheon men to take the box away while he retook his seat, his new sword held firmly in his grasp. You went and fucked the Valyrians in the ass and lived to tell about it, found your family's ancestral sword, and now you've gone and delivered the sorcerer's tribute for him. Name your boon and I'll grant it. Your Grace, well, there is only one thing that I would ask you for. While I was in that hell, I made a promise to myself and to the gods. A promise that I want to fulfill but fear I will only be able to do so with your blessing, Your Grace. Oh, for fuck's sake, Robert growled. Stop kissing my ass like a 2-copper whore and get on with it already. Very well. Garyon sighed before straightening and looking Robert directly in the eye. I wish for my daughter, Joy, to be legitimized in the eyes of the realm and the gods. Of all the things Robert thought the man would ask for, this was perhaps the last. Hells, he wasn't even aware that the Lannister had a daughter, let a bastard child. Done, Robert nodded, rising to his feet. The request was simple enough, even if some members on the council were dead set against him legitimizing bastards. Plus, it had the added benefit of throwing a thorn into Tywin's side, something of which Robert took great delight in as he rarely got the occasion to do so. John, write it up with all the titles and shit, and give it to me to sign. Let's go, Kingslayer, I want to test out this new sword, Dragonsbane. Yes, that's its name. Too bad I didn't have it to cleave that silver-haired fucker's head from his shoulders after I caved in his chest. Revelations Part 2. Sitting at the high table within the Merman's court of Newcastle, Ned Stark broke his fast with his family and Lord Manderley's family as they waited for news of the impending return of Nox and all those who went with him to Valyria. The only members of both family that were absent from the meal were his lady wife and Rickon, both of whom were still in Winterfell, and Wyman's second son Wendell, who had accompanied Nox on the voyage as the captain of the Sea Wolf. Picking at the food on his plate, Ned took a single bite before setting his utensils aside. Honestly, the food in White Harbor was by far some of the best he'd ever had. But it was far too rich and often heavily soaked in butter or salt for his tastes. A sentiment that seemed to be shared by his children as 4 of them only lightly picked at their fast. The only one who didn't seem to mind was Theon, who had already cleaned a single plate completely and was working on putting more on. In truth, while Wyman and his family were wonderful hosts for both himself and his family, Ned was starting to grow restless. The time that had passed from Nox's Raven while he was in Dorne till now had been both the fastest and slowest passage of time Ned could remember since the beginning of Robert's rebellion. And with each passing day, his impatience for their return grew, especially with the news from the Wall that awaited them upon arriving at White Harbor several days ago. Lord Commander Mormont had informed them years ago that a former black brother by the name of Mance Rayder had turned his cloak and joined the Wildlings, but Ned had thought that that would be the end of any word of him. But that had not been the case. Mance had thrived beyond the Wall, and not in a way that was good news for the North. It had taken him years, but the former brother of the Night's Watch had managed to unite almost all of the Wildlings north of the Wall under his banner, making him a king beyond the Wall. Not a pleasant notion, as memories of the last king beyond the Wall, Raymond Redbeard, still lingered in the minds of the people of the North. Especially in the minds of the Starks as, while the king beyond the Wall and his host were eventually killed nearly to the man at Long Lake, he did manage to behead William Stark, Ned's own great-grandfather, before he died. But despite their eventual defeat, the Wildlings had managed to inflict a lot of death and pain upon the people of the North. And the fact that less than a century had passed before a new king beyond the Wall had risen was not a pleasant thought. Will my life forever be cursed to fight one battle after another? Ned thought, his mind trailing back to the 2 wars that had taken him from his home for years and cost him almost his entire family. And while the news of the king beyond the wall was indeed troubling, the second piece of news that came from the Night's Watch was equally as troubling. Apparently, nearly 24 black brothers from the Shadow Tower, all men who chose the black to escape the king's justice, had followed Mance's example and defected. Had they merely gone north of the wall, that would have been one thing. But, no, they had taken it a step further and apparently helped to secret an entire warband of wildlings across the gorge using the Bridge of Skulls and into the north. And since they'd crossed weeks ago, there'd been no word of them by either the Mormonts or the Umbers. The only sign that they were still in the north was the fact that commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Dennis Mallister, had reported that they had not tried to cross back to the far north. It was unusual behavior to say the least. Usually whenever the wildlings raided south, they would go for a settlement or two, and then retreat. But not this warband. No, this group crossed into the north without issue and then seemingly disappeared without a sign. Word had been sent to the Dreadfort and Carhold, but neither Roose nor Rickard had sent back word yet as to whether or not the Wildlings had attempted to raid their lands. Not even the newly formed Rangers could seem to find them. If no word is sent by the time we reach Winterfell, I fear I will have to ask Nox to accompany myself and my men out into the north to hunt them down in person. I don't want to take Nox away again, especially given he will have just returned and will have ample reason to stay behind. But, as much as I hate to admit it, finding and eliminating this warband will be far easier with him at my side rather than at Winterfell. Pushing thoughts of Wildlings and war to the back of his mind, Ned picked up his fork and knife and began to carefully pick at the heavy food laid out before him. Hearing a slight giggling coming from his right, Ned cast a sidelong glance towards his eldest daughter. Sansa was currently sitting with her friend and companion Jane Poole and the eldest granddaughter of Wyman, a beautiful young girl by the name of Winifred. The young woman was of the same age as his sons, Robb and Jon. And judging by the light-hearted looks on the girls' faces and the quick glances Winifred was sending towards Robb, it wasn't difficult to guess what their current topic of conversation involved. It wasn't a bad match. White Harbor was the largest city in the north and House Manderley had proven themselves to be a steadfast ally of House Stark for years. The girl was indeed pretty and would no doubt bloom into an even more beautiful woman in the next few years. But despite the logical part of his mind that said that such a match would without a doubt be the most beneficial, he could not force himself to make it official. The betrothal of his sister to Robert against her wishes was no doubt the primary reason why what happened had happened during the tourney of Harrenhal. And as for him, while he had come to love Cat, it had not started out that way as duty had forced him to take the hand of his brothers intended. In so doing robbed him of the chance of being with the woman he loved. While he had indeed come to love Cat, she would still be second as shameful as it was to admit. And he knew that his marriage was not the norm. Not by far. As strong as he knew his children to be, he did not want them to suffer through the same pain as he and his sister due to being forced to be with someone against their will. Without realizing his actions, Ned's hand shot out and grabbed a piece of food that had been sailing through the air towards its target. Feeling the wet porridge seeping through his fingers, he let out a tired sigh as he turned his sights towards his youngest daughter Arya, who was sitting with the younger granddaughter of Wyman, Willa. The culprit wasn't hard to guess as, while both girls were staring at him with wide eyes, Arya was the one who was holding her spoon like a catapult that had just thrown its load. Though once she saw her father's eyes on her, she quickly tried to pull the spoon down below the edge of the table. Arya, Sansa gasped, figuring out that she had been the intended target while quickly looking over herself to see if any of the porridge had managed to get past Ned and hit her. What? Arya asked, trying to seem innocent. Though the act failed quickly. You're being silly and making funny faces. And it'd be rude to throw something at our hosts. Glad to see you at least remember some of your manners, Arya, he said quickly before Sansa could say anything. But it is still rude to try and embarrass your sister in front of our hosts. Now, apologize. Looking like she'd just eaten a whole bushel of lemons, Arya turned first to her sister and then to Wyman. Sorry, Sansa. Apologies, Lord Manderley. No worries, my dear, Wyman laughed, his chin swaying as he did. I find it quite refreshing to have so many youngsters at my table once more. Why, when I was young, it was not uncommon for myself and my siblings to play jokes on each other at every possible opportunity. Though, if I may say so, young lady, it'd be best for yourself to do so out of the eyes of others. Far less of a chance of being caught that way. Groaning, Ned finished wiping off his hand while his youngest daughter beamed and his eldest pouted. Please don't give my daughter any more ideas, Wyman. Trust me, she needs no encouragement in that particular area. Apologies, Lord Stark, Wyman apologized, though judging by the tone he didn't really mean it. And may I say, Lord Stark, that was an impressive display. Did you by chance see what your daughter was about to do? Or is it perhaps true that this force that the sorcerer talks about is not limited to only your children? Setting his napkin down on the table, Ned frowned while trying to think of the best way to answer. In truth, there was very little he could purposefully do with the power of the Force, despite Nox's many lessons. Jon and Arya were, to use Nox's own words, prodigies and could use the Force in multiple ways without hardly any strain on themselves. And while Robb was not quite at the same level as those two, he was still no slouch and wasn't afraid to use his gifts in the open to help the denizens of Winterfell. Usually by helping to pick up objects that would take several grown men to carry. Before he could answer, a guard wearing the livery of House Manderly rushed into the room. His face red and his breath coming out in short bursts. My Lord Stark, Lord Manderly. Take a breath, Ned said, eyeing the clearly winded guard who looked like a strong gust of wind could knock him over. Either the man had run a great distance, or he had been neglecting his training. More than likely the first, given that he knew Wyman was the first of the Northern Lords to implement Nox's training regime for his guards outside of House Stark. Apologies, my lord, the guard gasped, taking a moment to compose himself. But the watch towers have sighted the sea wolf entering the White Knife. They will be passing by the Seal Rock soon. All conversation ceased as the guard's words reached them. They were back. Finally. After over 7 months, Nox and his expedition had returned to the north. Send out the ferries, Wyman ordered. Have them guide the sea wolf to the inner harbor immediately. Yes, my Lord Stark, the guardsman replied, bowing to both before quickly retreating from the room. They're back, Arya exclaimed, jumping up from her seat. We need to. Patience, Arya, Ned warned, giving his daughter a look that stopped her from running out of Newcastle and down to the harbor, which she was no doubt about to do. It will still be some time before they are in the harbor. There is no rush to head down right now. Finish your food, all of you, and then we will head down to welcome them home. Arya clearly wasn't happy, but she sat down and started to quickly scarf down her food. Though she wasn't the only one. Now knowing that the expedition force was almost home, the excitement in the room had grown greatly and everyone seemed to be in a hurry to finish their food so that they could head down to welcome them home. While Ned would be lying to say that he wasn't in a similar state, his excitement was tempered by a task that had been looming over his head since before Nox had set out. It's past time that Jon and I had a long talk, he thought, picking at his food once more. And I can only pray to the gods that he will understand once all is said and done. Standing upon the bow of the sea wolf and holding onto one of the rigging lines, Nox took in a deep breath as he enjoyed the sensation of the cool northern air filling his lungs. He'd always been more inclined towards the cold, not hot cold, though he doubted anyone truly cared for that bucket of ice, and perhaps that had been why he'd felt so inclined to make his new home in the north. Home. Such a simple word. Such a simple prospect. But in all of his years, no matter his advancements, he'd never had a place he called home. Sure, he had properties on Dromund Cass and Nar Shaddaa as well as his own personal chambers on Korriban, but those were just places he'd rest his head. The only place he could truly consider home was his personal shuttle, the Fury. Unfortunately for him, he never truly understood just why that small ship was more a home than anywhere else to him until it was too late. It was a home because it was perhaps the one place where he and Ashara could simply be together without the binds of the Sith or the Jedi or the war between the Republic and the Empire. And when she died, he lost his home. And he never thought that he'd find a new home. But that had all changed when he'd met the new woman that had claimed a spot in his heart next to Ashara. Nyra, the woman who he helped raise from a mere servant to one of the most influential women in the North. She was his home now. He only regretted that it took him leaving her for months to truly realize that. Letting go of the rigging line, Nox let his senses roll outwards as the city of White Harbor grew larger and larger while the excitement of the crew grew in equal proportions. He wasn't the only one anxious to return home, it seemed. I can sense her, he thought with a smile as he sensed the woman who had turned this land into a new home for himself. But as he focused in on her, he felt something different about her. Strange. What is this presence about her? I sense the force within her, but how? Now more anxious than ever to get off the ship, Nox waited near where the gangplank would be lowered while impatiently tapping his foot. Master. Jon asked tentatively as he stepped up next to him. Are you all right? Fine. Nox bit back, just shy of snapping at his apprentice. It would not do for him to lose himself just because he couldn't make heads or tails of what he was sensing from Nyra. Just ready to get off this ship. Jon didn't say anything further as the sea wolf pulled up near the docks to the sounds of a near-deafening cheer coming from both the people on the ship and those on shore. Not even waiting for the ship to be fully tied off, Nox slid the gangplank off the ship and down to the dock with but a flick of the force and started to descend the moment it touched down, leaving Jon to nearly run to try and catch up. By the time the two of them set foot down onto the stone dock, the ropes had just been thrown down from the ship and deckhands were busy trying to tie the massive ship off. Setting a brisk pace, Nox completely ignored the crowd around him as he focused solely on the small gathering near the base of the pier. It seemed Ned had brought his entire family save for his youngest and his wife to greet them. A touch overkill, but nonetheless the gesture was appreciated. He could even sense that Robb and Arya had grown slightly, both physically and in the force, since he'd left. Obviously, they'd taken his training regime to heart and had not been idle while he was away. Sansa was the same as always, a powerful force user in her own right who was purposefully stifling her powers. And Bran was still the same somewhat blank page to him. As his attention shifted towards the one whom he'd been looking for the most, his steps slowed until his feet no longer seemed to be recognizing his brain commanding them to move. Nyra was, perhaps, even more radiant than when he'd left. And, oddly enough, she'd even developed a slight attunement to the Force. But neither was the reason why he'd slowed nor why he could sense something from her, even as far away as Dorne. No. The reason he stopped was the second Force presence emanating from her. A presence focused under the noticeable swell of her midsection. By the Force. A child. My child. Mercifully, Stark did not seem interested in interacting with him once Nox was able to reaffirm control of his body to move towards Nyra. Or, even if he did, Nox didn't hear him as everything faded to nothingness, leaving only himself, Nyra, and their child growing in her womb. A child. The one thing he always wanted but never achieved. My lord. Alim. Force. Even her voice sounded sweeter to him now that he was before her. He could sense her desperation for his approval in both her voice and presence. But for the life of him, he couldn't find the strength to respond. Raising his hand, he lightly pressed it against her wool dress that was stretched tight over the swelling life within her. Now with direct contact, he could truly sense the life within her. The life that was nearly fully formed and ready to enter the world. My lord, are you pleased? Beyond words, Nyra, my love. Beyond words. It was unbelievably corny, but it was the only thing he could think of to say. Thankfully, though, it appeared to be just the right thing as Nyra's back straightened, and her sense of joy shined like the sun. Thank the gods, Alim, I know you were unsure that was about as far as she got as Nox pulled her into his arms and proceeded to kiss her with everything he had. The crowd around them erupted into cheers and whistles, but he didn't care. He was reunited with the woman who'd claimed a spot in his heart where there had only been darkness for the longest time. And now she was about to bring a child, his child, into the world. Breaking the kiss, Nox let his forehead rest against hers as he took a moment to simply enjoy the sensation of just holding her once more in his arms. Well, I doubt that anyone will be able to outdo that return, my friend. Pulling back, Nox turned his attention to Ned and his children. His friend was at the point where he was just shy of laughing while his children were all in similar yet dissimilar states. Robb was beaming like a fool with Jon right next to him. Sansa was sighing as hope, want, and the smallest amount of jealousy seeped from her. Arya had turned completely red and was pointedly looking elsewhere while muttering, not in 1,000 years. And young Bran, who still a touch too young to fully comprehend just what was going on, was merely smiling and cheering with the crowd. Clearing his throat, Nox pulled back from Nyra just enough to keep one arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders. Lord Stark. Forgive the breach of etiquette, but nothing to forgive, Nox, Ned laughed. I completely understand. And going from experience, I doubt you'll be able to focus on anything else for the time being. So, why don't you and your lovely lady retreat back to the rooms Lord Manderley has prepared for you two in Newcastle? We can meet up in the Merman's Court once you have regained enough of your WI. That was about as much as Nox was willing to listen to as he turned and swept Nyra up into a bridal carry. Letting out several light-hearted protests, Nox proceeded to run as fast as his force-empowered legs could carry him through the crowd as the Northerners cheered and laughed while he passed them by in a blur of motion. His only thought being that he had been away from Nyra for far too long. Never again, he swore as he listened to Nyra as she gave him directions to their rooms the moment he entered Newcastle. From here on out, wherever I go, she goes with me. I won't lose her like I lost Ashara. Time lost all meaning to Nox as he took his fill of Nyra, which she more than readily reciprocated with a vigor and hunger that frankly surprised even himself. Apparently, pregnancy had made his lover quite randy, which suited him just fine as he had months of lust to sat. In the end, it was physical exhaustion on Nyra's part that drove the two of them to take a break in their activities. Which was why Nox found himself laying beside Nyra, without a stitch of clothing between them, with his hand resting on the child growing within her. Have you thought of names, Nyra? His lover said as she rested her hand over his own. I thought of some, but I wanted to wait until you returned home before going too far. If a boy, well, I was thinking of Edric, after my brother who died in the rebellion. And after Lord Stark as well. Edric is a good name, Nox agreed, feeling the life within her turn as something pressed against his hand. It is. Do you have a boy's name? Frowning, Nox thought for a moment. Honestly, the idea of a child had never truly registered in his mind, so to say that Nyra had managed to catch him completely off balance was an understatement. He didn't remember his father and he had no siblings. But there were a few men that he remembered fondly. Andronikos and Darth Mar near the top. But there was only one name at the top of his list. The name of his first true friend, even if their relationship didn't start out that way. Kem. The pressure on his hand increased slightly. After Kem Val, your former servant and friend. Nox nodded. Despite our more than slightly rocky beginning, Kem Val was a true friend in the end. So, either Edric or Kem for a boy's name. For a girl, perhaps. Ashara. The name stunned Nox to the point where he jumped slightly. What? There is no other option, Aleem. Nyra said, her voice soft and full of warmth. I know that I can never replace her in your heart, and I don't want to. She did something that I don't think I ever could. She pulled you out of the darkness enough to teach you how to love. And I don't want you to ever lose the thought of her. Feeling a genuine smile come over him, he moved up the bed so that he could rest his head against her shoulder while still leaving his hand resting on her belly. What she'd just said had laid to rest an argument he'd been having within himself for months. He'd missed his chance with Ashara. And by the force he would not miss his chance with Nyra. Nyra, I know I haven't said it often enough, but I do love you. You are my light, my warmth. Ashara may have opened my heart, but you pulled me out of my darkness and are now my source of return should I ever fade again. And I love you, Aleem, my sorcerer. Tightening his hold, he felt a bundle of nerves within him swell. This is ridiculous. After everything I've faced without flinching, I can't say the fucking words. Pushing his nerves down as best her could, he took the plunge. Nyra, I was going to ask you this the moment we returned and, oh fuck it. Nyra, will you join me, as my wife? From now until we are reunited within the Force. Her reaction was, well, unexpected. Pure unadulterated bliss erupted from her with the force of a supernova as his very pregnant lover defied all senses of reality as she tackled him onto his back, straddling his hips with her own as she leaned over, pressing her swelling belly against his own, and started assaulting him with kisses across his face and neck. By the gods, Aleem. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Holding her gently, he righted her face and pressed his lips to her own. If this If this is what the light truly feels like, then, Force. Why do so many of the Sith deny this? He thought as he felt a power within him bloom to life. A power born of desire to protect not only Nyra, but now also the youngling growing within her. Their youngling. But while Nox was content with the light kiss, his lover apparently had other ideas as her kiss grew in hunger as she shifted her hips expertly to ready both himself and her for another round. Don't think we are done just yet, Nyra chuckled before letting out a moan as she slid down onto him. Lord Stark said to take our time, and we have quite a lot of lost time to make up for, Aleem. Twisting in his saddle in an attempt to relieve some of the ache, Jon Snow took a moment to gaze at the column of men, horses, and carriages that were following behind himself and those that were in the lead. The reunion in White Harbor had been everything that he'd hoped for and more. Arya had nearly tackled him in a hug the moment he stepped off the boat as Robb had knuckled his shoulder while Bran unleashed a seemingly never-ending barrage of questions about anything and everything that had happened since he'd left. Even Sansa seemed happy to see him as his sister, while able to keep her face passive, was unable to hide the excitement and joy within her. The best greeting though had come from Lord Stark. His father had calmly helped him back to his feet and embraced him before telling him that it was good to see him again and that he was glad his son had returned. The acknowledgement had warmed Jon better than any fire ever could, and he'd nearly broken down there on the docks. Of course, while Jon's reunion with his siblings was apparently entertaining, it paled in comparison to the welcome home that was awaiting his master. For as long as he lived, he would never forget the completely shocked expression on his master's face the moment he noticed that his lover was pregnant with his child, and that she would more than likely be giving birth soon after they returned to Winterfell. Hells, Jon never thought anything could ever surprise his master. But, apparently, he'd been wrong. After his master's rather abrupt, and understandable, departure from the docks, his father and Lord Manderly had taken to overseeing to the return of the rest of the nobles that had accompanied them and the unloading of all the valuables that they'd taken from Valyria. While most of the reunions were simplistic enough, there were two that stood out most of all in Jon's mind, though for completely opposite reasons. The introduction of Lady Talisa Maegor, courtesy of Sir Wendell in Lord Nox's absence, had gone over surprisingly well. All his life, Jon had known that northern folk were slow to accept outsiders. But ever since Lord Nox's arrival and with everything he'd done for them, that attitude had shifted slightly. And the fact that Sir Wendell had included the fact that she was an outstanding healer in training and had already helped Master Nox in creating a cure for Greyscale had done much to prove that she would not be a burden during her time in the north. However long that might be. His siblings' reactions to Talisa had been amusing as well. Bran couldn't help but stare at her in confusion before bluntly asking her why her skin was darker than theirs. A question that had brought a sharp remand from Lord Stark, but thankfully Talisa didn't take offense and merely explained that due to her homeland and the constant sun and heat, her skin darkened to better protect herself. Sansa appeared to be just as curious as Bran was, though not of her skin, but rather of her home and of the fact that she was a recognized lady from a foreign land. Jon had no doubt that the moment Sansa managed to corner her, his sister would ask her every question ranging from traditions to fashion. Arya had been the most subdued for some strange reason and, even stranger still when she latched onto Jon's arm while greeting Talisa. Robb's reaction had been one that Jon was already waiting to use in the future. His half-brother had gone completely tongue-tied and red-faced when he'd tried to greet the slightly older girl. It would be good material to jibe and blackmail his brother with sometime in the future. He just hoped that no one told him about Jon's own attempt at talking to Princess Arianne for the first time. But despite the rather heartwarming and amusing welcome homes, there had been one return that had been filled with heartache. Seeing Daisy, perhaps one of, if not the, strongest woman he'd ever met nearly collapse and break down after hearing about the poor fortunes of her family, mercifully in a private setting, had been devastating. She'd even gone as far as offering up her mace or her life in penance for her uncle's actions. But his father had proven himself a lord to be admired and followed. He denied both of her offers, stating that Jon just couldn't think of him as a lord or a knight anymore. Actions were his own and that Daisy held no need to make up for his mistakes. The rest of that first day and night had been spent in celebration of their return, as well as a fair share of ogling at some of their loot and his lightsaber that had been bestowed upon him by Lord Nox. Small Jon, Eddard Karstark, and Daisy all showed off their new Valyrian steel weapons with pride. And despite not having accompanied them to Valyria, Esser Wendell Manderly had also been gifted a Valyrian steel sword in recognition of his service. A sword which he promptly presented to his father, who proceeded to name it Mermaid's Pride. Predictably enough, all of Jon's siblings had wanted to hold the blade. Hells, even Sansa wanted a chance to hold it. Even though she quickly gave it back after taking only a single experimental swing, Jon could see the slight longing in her eyes when she beheld the weapon. His master and Lady Nyra hadn't made an appearance during the return feast, which under normal circumstances might seem like a slight, but given the sheer nature of the sorcerer and what he could do, no one wanted to take the matter up with him. But the next morning when the two did arrive during the breaking of their fast, Jon's father made a proclamation that brought a round of cheers and banging of cups. Upon their return to Winterfell and the night before Robb's name day celebration at the end of the Inventor's Fair, Lord Stark would join Lord Nox and Lady Nyra as husband and wife before the weirwood tree within the Godswood of Winterfell. Sansa had of course nearly swooned out of her seat as she started rambling about how romantic their story was. A sorcerer who comes to a foreign land and makes a name for himself while uplifting a mere serving girl to a position near enough to a highborn lady of the land. And speaking of the fair, that had been something that had surprised not only Jon but Lord Nox as well, amazingly enough. Robb clearly hadn't been idle while Jon had been away. While he was still not as good as Jon was with a blade, especially now that Jon wielded a lightsaber, Robb was certainly shaping up to be a lord that could rival their father. All the lords and ladies of the north would be in attendance, as well as a few lords from the Vale. The fair would last for a week, and during that time the few students from the Winterfell College would present the lords and ladies with their discoveries and inventions, hoping to garner interest in their findings. And it wasn't only the students from the Winterfell College that would be participating. There was an open invitation to all those of low birth as well to come and present anything that might better the north. And should whatever they present be worthwhile, they would be gifted with coin, boons, or even titles if it was warranted. It was quite ingenious, and even Lord Nox had praised the heir of Winterfell for coming up with the idea and organizing it. After the meal was completed, they then set about the slow process of sorting everything that had been taken from Valyria. Even after knowing about everything they'd taken, Jon was still amazed at the sheer amount of loot. It took nearly until sundown to fully unload all the valuables from the Sea Wolf and the galleon Osha had commandeered from the pirates. The presumably stolen loot on the galleon, while not nearly close in value to what was on the Sea Wolf, was certainly no small sum. And speaking of the galleon, Osha had petitioned Lord Stark for her to keep ownership of the ship, claiming she had fought for it and defeated the previous captain in single combat. While he hadn't denied her request, he had granted it either, stating that he would make his decision after Robb's name day celebration that would be taking place after they returned to Winterfell. Upon the completion of which, Osha will have reached the age upon which King Robert had declared that she would be returned to the Iron Islands. After a long day of unloading, loading, and sorting of the valuables, his Lord Father declared that they would rest one more day before heading out the next morning for Winterfell. That had been nearly a week ago, and at the pace they were going, it would still be at least another week or more until they reached the ancient seat of House Stark. The wagons that carried the valuables, not to mention the carriages that were housing Jon's sisters, Lady Nyra, and the granddaughters of Lord Manderly, playing a significant role in why it was taking so long for them to return. Not that Jon was necessarily complaining. While a not so small part of him was anxious to return to his home, another part didn't necessarily want to. Out here he was the apprentice to the Northern Sorcerer, a near man who had won the favor of the Princess of Dorne, if even only for a short time. But once they reached Winterfell, he would once again become the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark. A fact that Theon had unfortunately reminded him of several times, though whether he was doing it purposefully or not Jon wasn't sure. Are you telling me that even after visiting Braavos and Volantis, as well as actually entering a brothel in Volantis to meet the Red Viper, that you never once partook of a nice wet cunt, Snow? Theon jibbed while he, Robb, and Jon rode ahead of the convoy by at least a quarter mile along with Daisy, Small Jon, Osha, and Eddard Karstark. What's the matter, Snow? Afraid to spread your seed around? Or is it that you prefer the sight of men instead of women? Ha, Snow. Interested in men over women? Not a chance. Small John Umber laughed, coming to Jon's defense, which Jon was grateful for. If anything, we inferior men need to be taking lessons from Snow here and the Sorcerer. Hells, both had women throwing themselves at them. Theon gave the heir to Last Hearth a look of disbelief. Women were throwing themselves at Snow here. Pull the other one, Umber. He's not lying, little brother. Osha laughed as well. There was more than one woman after our pretty Snow's maidenhood, that's for sure. Name one. Theon demanded flatly. Obara Sand, daughter of Prince Aberon Martell for one, Daisy replied calmly, completely ignoring the imploring look Jon was trying to give her to go no further. He saved her life in Valyria and she rewarded him by trying to suck his tongue out. And then, lest we forget the most important one. Our not-so-little Snow here won the favor of Princess Arianne Martell herself and pretty much spent every waking moment in her company while we were in Dorne. Wait, the Princess of Dorne? Robb gasped, turning in his saddle to look at him. How in the name of the gods old and new did you manage to get her attention, Jon? Oh, your brother here is quite the romantic, Robb, Daisy laughed before Jon could answer. Some twit noble insulted the princess while Jon was training in the yard and our noble Snow here just couldn't let that stand. So, he delivered a thrashing upon the man who was not only twice his age, but also a knight as well. Then the idiot went and pulled live steel on him, and Jon just about killed him. Probably would have if not for the sorcerer arriving and shooting that lightning trick of his into the idiot that tried to attack Jon. Really? Robb asked, raising a brow at Jon. Well, isn't that interesting? I'm sure that Sansa would just love to hear about how you heroically defended a prink. Hey Robb, what's your thoughts on Talisa? Jon countered quickly, saying the first thing that came to his head to shut his brother up without telling him to. And Daisy, was there a raven waiting for you in White Harbor from a baron's squire? Demon was it? You two were pretty much inseparable at the feast and for the rest of the night. His deflection worked as Robb started stuttering and Daisy glared at him with a look that promised a long and painful retribution soon to be heading his way. But before any more could be said, Jon abruptly pulled on the reins of his horse, making the beast neigh beneath him as he wheeled him about, his eyes scanning the tree line to their east. Jon? Robb asked uncertainly. I felt it too. Jon nodded, his eyes moving rapidly along the line of trees. What? Small Jon asked, any humor gone from his eyes as his hand now rested on the hilt of his Valyrian great sword. This some sorcery horse shit, you two. What's going on? A second disturbance from the force, one screaming of imminent danger, brought Jon's eyes skywards. Look out, he yelled, thrusting his hand skywards and sending a pulse of force energy outwards. The dozen or so arrows that had been coming straight for them all shattered as if they'd struck true against a stone wall yet failed to find purchase as the broken shafts fell uselessly to the ground a few dozen paces from Jon and the others. Shit, Eddard yelled, pulling his sword free from its sheath. Bandits. No, Jon replied, shaking his head as he watched dozens of fur-cloaked men and women rush out from the heavy tree line and make for the carriages and wagons. Wildlings. Wildings. Theon near shouted in disbelief. Wildings don't venture this far south. Apparently now they do, Robb stated, sitting up as tall as he could in his saddle while drawing forth his own sword. We have to get back to the column and help with the defense. Palming his lightsaber, Jon eyed the soon-to-be battlefield. The men of House Stark and Manderley had formed a crude line of shields and men between the wagons and the quickly approaching wildlings while the noncombatants were doing everything they could to try and help by picking up bows or crossbows and letting loose at their attackers, though with little accuracy. When the wildlings managed to cross half the distance between the tree line and the column, a flash of light came from near the wagons as lightning streaked out across the field, killing several wildlings in a single pass but doing little to slow their momentum. Fuck this waiting around shit, Umber growled, jerking his horse around. We're standing here with our dicks in our hands. Let's go kill these fuckers and then raise a fucking horn over their corpses. Jon could feel the nerves rolling off his brother, as accented by the slight shaking of Robb's hand as he held onto his sword. Though as quick as spark from flint, the shaking disappeared as Robb went completely calm and turned towards Jon. Are you with me, brother? Flipping his lightsaber hilt into his hand, Jon drew forth the blade with the sound of quenched steel, revealing the white blade for all to see. Aye, brother. From here to the hells and back. Licking his lips, Robb turned his horse around so that he was facing towards the column and the small group of wildlings that were running towards them. For the north, Robb shouted, holding his blade high and kicking his heels into his horse's side. For the north, Jon and the others shouted, even Osha and Theon, much to his amazement. It didn't take long for their horses to go from a trot to a full run as the seven charged headlong towards the wildlings in a wedge formation with slight space between each rider. The wildlings proved just how unused they were to fighting men on horseback, as the small group of a dozen or so didn't try to set up a wall of spears or shields, instead they just kept running straight at them. Just before the two small groups clashed, a few wildlings showed some sense as they tried to pull out of their path after realizing they weren't stopping. But the rest just kept on running. And when they inevitably clashed, the result was predictable. The heavy northern warhorses ran over the wildlings like they were blades of grass. And the few that didn't get bashed aside or crushed under the hooves of their horses were cut down by the quick swings of swords from the riders. Not slowing their momentum after breaking through the small group that had come to intercept them, Jon urged his horse to keep pace with Robb as the seven of them raced for the skirmish at the wagons. As they drew closer, Jon could start picking out aspects of the fight. Lord Stark was atop his warhorse in front of the makeshift shield wall, ice held in one hand and the reins of his horse held in the other as the Warden of the North cut down one wildling after another that got within his reach. And standing a slight distance down the row of shields was Lord Nox. His lightsaber out and cutting down wildlings like a scythe through wheat. While one or two wildlings managed to evade his blade, they were not able to evade Lord Nox's lightning. Just as they were about to reach the line of battle, Jon watched in awed horror as his master unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck a wildling in the back just before said wildling could reach the wagons. The man, or woman he wasn't sure, could only give off a single strangled cry of agony before his entire body turned to ash and disappeared on the wind. Coming into the fray, Jon eyed a wildling who just stood up and held his hand up high. Jon's gut lurched as he realized the wildling was holding a man's head. A man that Jon recognized as one that he'd just broken his fast with this very morning. Letting his anger run through him and not caring that his target had his back turned towards him, Jon brought his lightsaber down upon the back of the wildling's neck and separated the man's head and upraised arm clean from his shoulders. Not bothering to look where the body fell, Jon pulled roughly on the reins of his horse to wheel him around towards his next target. Swinging his lightsaber downwards, he cut through a bronze sword, though he used the term loosely, and the wildling's chest that was wielding the weapon. Robb. Jon. Lord Stark bellowed, making Jon glance out of the corner of his eye to see his father cutting a path towards them. Get back to the wagons. Now. Revelations Part 3. Seeing a man nearly the size of Hodor run up towards Robb with the clear intention of unhorsing him, Jon went to intercept him. But his intervention was unnecessary as Robb seemed to know he was coming and expertly moved his horse around in a tight circle to avoid the charging man before slashing into the back the man's head. Unfortunately, the strike didn't go clean through, and while the man was undoubtedly dead, Robb's sword was pulled free from his grasp as dead man fell. His brother didn't hesitate, however. Instead of trying to scramble to get his sword, he pulled his horse around to dodge a thrust from a spear, only to grab the shaft of the weapon and pull it free from the one wielding it. The now weaponless wildling, a woman he thought, though it was hard to tell, didn't seem fazed about losing her weapon as she pulled a dagger from her belt and lunged at Robb. Only to receive an arrow right through her eye courtesy of Theon, who was already notching another arrow to let loose. Pulling his feet out of the stirrup of his saddle, Jon effortlessly swung his leg over his horse's neck and slid down to his feet. While fighting atop horseback gave one a distinct advantage, Jon wasn't nearly half the rider that his brother was. And one of his strengths was his mobility, which was severely hampered atop a horse. Digging his feet into the ground, Jon rushed towards the nearest wildling he could see while holding his lightsaber in a low guard. The wildling, either not expecting Jon's speed or any challenge, didn't even get his weapon in time to block as Jon cut clean through his chest with a single swipe of his lightsaber. Breathing deep, he let himself be immersed in the forces around him. Men and women fought and died. Ducking in time to let an axe pass over his head, Jon twisted and thrust his lightsaber through his would-be attacker's heart, killing him instantly before using a kick to knock his corpse away. Using the momentum of his kick, Jon pivoted on his supporting foot while leaning down to avoid another clumsy thrust of a spear point. Coming out of the pivot, Jon buried his lightsaber into the Wildling's throat nearly up to the hilt. This brought him face to face with the Wildling, a woman with blood-covered yellow teeth who could only stare at him in disbelief as he twisted his wrist to turn the lightsaber in order to completely remove her head. Breathing deep, Jon turned to find his next opponent, only to find the battle to be winding down. Only a few Wildlings were still standing, but they weren't standing for long as they were being ruthlessly and effectively cut down by the men of House Stark and Manderley. All save for one Wildling who was larger than even the one who tried to dehorse Robb early in the battle. The man was wielding a club with a large stone embedded into one end, and in his other hand he was wielding a very crude curved sword. His face was painted with black markings around his eyes with streaks running down his cheeks. When the beast of a man finally realized he was alone now, he started turning slowly, observing the men surrounding him while the Northman kept just out of reach of his club and sword. Stopping mid-turn, the Wildling pointed his sword directly towards Jon's father. "Stark, I challenge you. Stand and fight me, you spineless coward." Everyone stopped whatever they were doing as Lord Stark nudged his warhorse forward, ice-dripping blood of the Wildlings that he slew. "You know me?" Jon's father asked, staying just outside the ring of men surrounding the Wildling. I do." The Wildling spat. "In the true North, we know all about ye and our family. We used to respect ya, hated ya, but respected ya. The kings of fucking winter. But then your pathetic cockless ancestor threw away his crown instead of fightin' and dying. Now all you fucking Starks are nothing but pathetic kneelers in our eyes. Now stand and fight, ya fucker. Or prove you're a fucking cockless coward just like the rest of our family." Jon didn't need to see his father to know that his eyes had turned color, the eyes of the wolf as they were now known throughout Winterfell and most of the North. Extinguishing his lightsaber, Jon and the rest of the men of the North watched in silence as Lord Stark slid easily from his saddle and onto the ground. The Wildling, either not knowing or not caring about what he'd started, merely grinned as he settled into a wide stance with both weapons held out at his sides. "Finally, a challenge. I'm going to gut you like a fish, Stark. Then I'm going to eat your fucking heart right in front of your whelps." His father didn't say anything as he held ice aloft in a two-handed grip and settled into a stance with his right foot back and his left foot forward. Letting out a bellowing war cry, the Wildling charged at Lord Stark, his steps heavy and his arms held wide as he tried to put as much momentum as possible into his swings. But his father simply sidestepped and used Ice's length to deflect the wild strong strikes with little to no effort. It was obvious, even to Jon's limited experience outside the training yard, that the larger Wildling was used to brute forcing his way through fights and had therefore cared little to learn the finesse of a proper one-on-one fight. The Wildling, in a fit of rage at not being able to even come close to landing a blow, had unleashed a powerful overhead strike with his club, which his father calmly sidestepped. The force of the strike was enough to bury the clubhead into the ground. Before the Wildling could recover, his father used the flat of ice to break the man's exposed elbow before calmly sidestepping and hamstringing the Wildling. Then, without saying a word, the quiet wolf calmly and mercilessly removed the downed Wildling's head from his shoulders without uttering a single word or even grunt of exertion. While his father remained calm and quiet as the last of the Wildlings fell to his blade, the rest of the men did not. The moment the last Wildling lost his head, a great roar of triumph spread quickly through the soldiers and small folk as many began chanting, "Stark," over and over. Feeling more than seeing Robb step up to his side, the two brothers watched as their father quietly took a piece of cloth that had been offered to him by one of the men wearing Stark livery before he started the process of cleaning the blood off of ice. "Start seeing to the wounded and dead," his father intoned, tossing the bloodied cloth on top of the dead Wildling before sheathing ice. "I want a count of both. And send out runners to see if any Wildlings fled the field before the battle ended." The chance of victory quickly ended as the men quickly began to disperse and begin the task of sorting through the dead and injured. As much as Jon wanted to go with them and lend a hand, he found that he couldn't move as he found himself locked in his father's eyes. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one as Robb also seemed to be immobilized right next to him as their father approached them both, his yellow eyes not fading in the slightest despite the battle having passed. "You two rode into battle," their Lord Father stated, staring hard at the two of them. "I am disappointed in the both of you that you would so readily place yourselves in harm's way. Yet, I am proud of the men you two are becoming. Neither of you hesitated to act when faced with sudden adversity. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Jon's back straight with pride as his father placed a hand on both his and Rob's shoulders. Well done, my sons. Well done. As his father let go of the both of them and left, Jon shared a quick glance with his brother, whose grin Jon was sure was mirrored on his own face. And as one, the two all but ran after their father to catch up with him as he made his way through the aftermath of the battle towards the column. Unsurprisingly to Jon, his father made directly for one of the lead carriages that he knew contained his sisters, Lady Nyra, and Lord Manderly's granddaughters. Moving around the shuttered carriage to the side opposite of where the battle had occurred, Lord Stark knocked gently against the door before opening it. Sansa, Arya, are you all Alry? Father. A red streak shouted as Sansa lunged out of the carriage and grasped desperately onto their father's shoulders. What happened? A battle, of course, Arya deadpanned, though Jon could sense the fear and excitement coursing through her. Father. Can we? No. You cannot come out. Nor can you open the shutters of the carriage. Lord Stark ordered as he carefully removed Sansa from around his shoulders and set her back into the carriage. But, Arya sputtered, but Robb and Jon are both older than you. Lord Stark finished for her in a tone that brokered no argument. You will all stay in this carriage and you will keep the shutters closed until you hear otherwise. Nyra, please keep an eye on my daughters and Lord Manderly's granddaughters. Of course, my lord. Lady Nyra answered immediately, placing her hands upon Sansa's shoulders and guiding her back into the carriage. Please, Lady Sansa, a battlefield, especially the aftermath, is no place for one as young as you. Lady Arya, listen to your father and leave it be. There was no shortage of grumbling from his youngest sister about life not being fair, but mercifully enough she didn't protest further as their father shut the carriage door and turned to march back towards the battlefield with Robb and Jon almost racing to keep up with him. Once they passed by the carriages and wagons, his father immediately made for a small group composing of Lord Nox, Lord Manderly, and Ser Jorah. As they approached, all three men stopped talking to one another and turned towards them. What's the damage? His father asked without preamble. More than a dozen dead and more than twice that injured, Lord Nox answered immediately. 3 horses are dead and 2 more are now lame and will need to be put down. And one of the wagons snapped an axle. But it could have been far worse. It was bad enough as it was. Nox, Lord Stark replied without any real heat in his voice, but more like he was just stating a fact. What of the Wildlings? We're not entirely sure, my lord, Ser Jorah answered. Those that stayed on the field are dead to man and woman. However, there are a good number that fled into the woods. How many? At least a dozen or more, my lord, Ser Jorah winced as he stated the number. And that's not all, Lord Stark. Lady Mormont, she recognized these Wildlings as belonging to the Ice River clans. And, well, they have a reputation for being cannibals. Lord Stark finished for his captain, making Jon flinch at the mere thought of the disgusting trait. And now there are still over a dozen still roaming our lands free. So, when are we leaving? Lord Nox asked pointedly, drawing looks from the 2 lords and captain. What? You all were not seriously considering staying here with our thumbs up our asses while cannibals raid your lands even more so than they already have, were you? No, Lord Stark stated immediately. Lord Manderly, I'm leaving you in charge. Load up our dead and wounded into the wagons and head a few hours west towards the King's Road before making camp. Ser Jorah, Nox, my sons, and a dozen volunteers will come with me into the forest to rout out the Wildling survivors. If we don't meet up with you by dawn 2 days from now, continue north to Winterfell. It will be done, my lord, Lord Manderly responded almost immediately, clasping a closed fist to his chest. As the large lord waddled back towards the column, Jon's father turned back towards him and his brother. I don't suppose it would do much good to tell the 2 of you to stay with the column and your sisters. Robb and Jon shared a look with one another before turning back towards their father. You said it yourself, father, Robb stated, it is the duty of a lord and his heirs to ensure the safety of their people. What kind of son of yours, of the north, would I be if I didn't see to the threat of Wildlings loose on our lands personally? And you'll need my force tracking, Lord Stark, Jon added. I'll be able to find them far faster than any other tracker we might have with us. Keeping his head up, Jon didn't let any of the nerves he was feeling show as he stood tall before his father. I often wondered what my father felt like when dealing with your uncles and aunt and I when we were younger. Now I know, their father said with a sad shake of his head. Ready your horses, my sons. We leave immediately. Jon and Robb didn't need telling twice as they took off immediately to find their horses. Quickly enough, they found them since they were being held by some of the small folk and met up with Theon, who insisted on coming along with them. In the end, the group that were heading out after the Wildlings consisted of Jon, Robb, their father, Lord Nox, Osha, Theon, Small Jon, Dacey and a few other Stark men at arms. Within no time at all, the group was riding into the trees and Jon was searching through the force for any trace of the Wildlings that attacked them. It wasn't very hard if he was being honest. The Wildlings that fled the battle did little to hide their movements and it was mere child's play for Jon to pick up their trail and begin hunting them down. As dusk began to settle in on them, Jon brought a halt to the tracking party as he sensed a sudden increase in the trail they'd been following. Hopping off his horse, Jon knelt and placed his hand against a footprint that had been left in a soft dirt pile and closed his eyes. "They're close," he said, leaving his hand on the footprint and letting the force guide his other hand to point in the direction he felt the Wildlings had gone. "Their presence is stronger here. They passed through here just a short time ago. We go on foot from here," his father ordered, sliding off his horse. "You two, stay with the horses. The rest of you with me." Getting up from the ground, Jon kept his focus on the trail, which led them towards a small ridge. "Don't think we need your magic anymore, Snow," Theon grunted, lifting his chin in the air. "I can smell the bastards from here." "Quiet," Lord Stark ordered, crouching low to the point where he was almost laying on the ground and edging closer towards the edge of the ridge. Following suit, Jon and the rest who'd come with them all lowered themselves to the ground and peered over the edge of the ridge. Sure enough, just a short distance from where they were hiding was the remnants of a large camp. There were dozens of tents, shoddy wagons, and even a few mules for pulling the wagons. But instead of the camp being heavily populated, there were only perhaps about 24 men and women that Jon could see frantically running back and forth between the tents as they scavenged the camp for anything of value. "Smell that," Small Jon mumbled, sniffing at the air. "Smells like they're cooking meat, so some kind. Figure after we kill these fucks, they won't mind us taking their meal off their hands." "Wouldn't trust any of the meat you see in the camp, Umber," Dacey hissed back. "These fucks belong to the Ice River clans. Fucking cannibals. I can guarantee any meat you find down there didn't come from any animal." For not the first time, Jon felt a wave of bile rising in his throat, which became almost impossible to keep down as he spotted a spite with still bleeding meat skewered on it over one of the low burning fires. "Vile fiends," Robb cursed. "Have they no respect for the dead? They're wildlings, young wolf," Small Jon shrugged. "They don't know the meaning of respect." "Quiet," Lord Stark shushed, holding a finger towards his lips. "Nox." Looking over his shoulder, Jon found his master laying on his back with his sightless covered eyes facing skywards. "Jon and I will get their attention by approaching from the east," Nox stated. "Everyone else head west towards the wagons near the back of the camp while they're distracted in order to cut off their best route of escape. Once they start running, you can cut them down." "And how do you expect to get their attention, Sorcerer?" Theon asked, shooting a quick glance towards Lord Nox. "And how do you know they'll flee?" "Simple," Nox shrugged, rolling over onto his front. "Jon and I will just start killing them until we get their attention. Once enough of them are dead, those still alive will turn tail and run. These aren't exactly the bravest of fighters we're dealing with here. If they were, they would have kept to the field instead of running at the first sign things weren't going well for them." Turning away from his master, Jon found his father staring directly at him. No words passed between them, but Jon could tell just by the look in his father's eye that he was asking Jon if he was ready. Palming his lightsaber, Jon gave but a single nod to his father before backing away from the edge of the ridge towards his master. "Lord Nox is right," Jon said quietly. "We can create a distraction enough for everyone else to get behind them and pincer them between us. Then that is what we'll do," Lord Stark stated, pulling himself back from the ridge and standing up. "Be careful, son. And stay close to Lord Nox when the fighting begins." "Aye, father," Jon replied after a moment's hesitation. Giving Robb and even Theon a nod of encouragement, Jon took off after his master, who was already making his way towards the eastern end of the camp, far enough away from the edge of the ridge to not risk being seen by the wildlings below. Keep your mind focused on the here and now, Jon, Lord Nox ordered him as the two turned back towards the ridge and stared their descent on the far eastern side of the camp. You want to protect your brother and father. Then make sure none of these bastards are alive to pose a threat to them. Letting out a breath, Jon closed his eyes and drew on the force just as he always did before a spar or the few true fights he'd been in. As they descended the ridge towards the camp, Jon felt a familiar surge of excitement, his hands practically shaking in rage and excitement as they drew closer and closer to the Wildling encampment. He fingered the ignition button of his lightsaber eagerly and restlessly. Do not draw your blade just yet, his master commanded as they approached the camp. Do not give away your advantage until your opponent overcommits themselves. Only then show them their folly as they lay on their deathbed. Finally noticing their approach, one of the remaining wildlings gave off a cry of alarm before grabbing a spear and running towards Jon and Nox. The cry went through the camp quickly, and by the time the man was almost upon them, the rest of the wildlings had grabbed whatever weapons they could and were heading towards the two of them. Idiots, his master sighed, holding up his hand. The first wildling that had been rushing towards them stopped cold as Nox gripped the man tightly with the force. And then with a simple twitch of his wrist, the man's neck snapped as his head turned completely around. Seeing their fellow die so quickly and in such a manner brought the other wildlings skidding across the ground less than a few paces away as realization dawned in their eyes. Fuck. A woman with rotten teeth screamed. It be the fucking sorcerer. Run. Twin hisses sounded through the camp as Jon and his master both drew forth their lightsabers simultaneously and charged after the fleeing wildlings. A few of the wildlings turned to make a stand, but they didn't last long as Jon lost himself in the force and cut a path through the few that tried to make a stand against them. But as quick as Jon was, Nox was even quicker and far more ruthless. As dangerous as he knew these wildlings to be, something about cutting a man down while he was running brought a pause to Jon. His master, however, didn't have such hesitation as he cut down both those who were fleeing and those who tried to stand and fight in equal measure. As they passed by the low burning fires, Jon saw something that caught his eye and made him hesitate. Next to the fire, there was a woman, a naked woman with a gag in her mouth and her hands bound above her head with a rope that had been slung over a tree branch directly above the fire. He wasn't sure just why the woman was there or what was about to happen to her before they arrived. No, wait. He did have a pretty good idea of that. He just didn't want to think about it. But as he moved to free her, another wildling ran out from behind the tree the woman was tied to with a club held in his hand. Spacing his feet, Jon brought his lightsaber to bear, ready to cut the man down. But he needn't have bothered as the moment the wildling stepped past the woman, she used the rope that was binding her hands to lift herself up off the ground and wrapped her thighs around the man's neck. Then, with a twist of her hips, she threw the wildling onto the fire before her. The wildling screamed as the fires ate at his furs. Though, he was quick to roll out of their grasp and further across the ground trying to put the flames out. Not wanting to give him a chance to recover, Jon was on him in an instant, his lightsaber cutting through the man's neck, severing his head and leaving his body to smolder on the damp leafy ground. Turning to the woman, Jon saw fear in her as her eyes flickered between his lightsaber and him and back. Stepping towards her, Jon slashed at the robe above her head, freeing her, before taking off his cloak and offering it to her, all the while trying to keep his eyes in appropriate places. Stay hidden till it's over, he told her as she slowly took the offered cloak so that she could cover herself until she found new clothes, but his concern for her well-being turned out to be unnecessary. By the time he got back to the fight, his father and brother along with the men with them had sprung their trap and were in the process of ending the last few remaining wildlings that had decided to go down fighting rather than surrender. Sheathing his lightsaber, Jon motioned for the woman to follow him as he made his way over towards his brother and father, all the while keeping a close eye on the downed wildlings just in case one wasn't entirely dead. Well, Snow, Theon called out, his bow in hand and an arrow ready to draw. Quite the find you have there. If he's not enough for you, pretty lady, let me know and you'll see what a real man can do. If she wants a real man, Greyjoy, then she's better off sticking with Snow rather than you. Small John bellowed from nearby, drawing more than a few laughs from the men around them and a scowl from Theon. One who wasn't laughing with the others though was his father, who was finishing cleaning off ice and sheathed the ancestral sword before making his way over to Jon and the woman. His father wasn't the only one who wasn't laughing at the Theon's expense as Daisy was staring at the barely covered woman beside Jon with a suspicious look in her eye. Are you all right, Jon? Jon nodded, feeling more than a little proud of himself for having gotten through the skirmish without a scratch on himself. Good. His father nodded as his attention shifted to the woman who was clutching his cloak around her bare shoulders. And you, lady, are you injured? The woman said simply, her eyes moving across everyone before they landed on Lord Nox, which caused a spike of fear to emanate from her. Why would she fear Lord Nox? We just saved her. Show proper respect, woman, one of the Stark men at arms growled. You are standing before Lord Stark, Warden of the North. And the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Nox. The Sorcerer, the woman breathed. And Benjen Stark's kin. Jon nearly jumped as Daisy was immediately in front of him with her spiked Valyrian mace pointed towards the woman. I knew it, Daisy growled. She recognized Lord Stark as Benjen Stark's kin. She's another fucking Wildling just like the rest of those here. All the attention shifted to the woman, who'd taken a half step back away from Daisy and her mace. I ain't no fucking Ice River clan shit. The woman spat. But I am a free woman, Southerner. Southerner. Small Jon growled, as he too stepped forward. With his sword drawn. We're in the north, you Wildling fuck. Not the south. Impressively, the woman did not back down despite the fact she had Daisy's mace in her face and had the Small Jon closing in on her. We be south of the wall. That makes you all Southerners. Snarling, the Umber heir kept his eyes on the Wildling woman, Ice River clan or not, she's still a fucking Wildling south of the wall. Let me deal with her, Lord Stark. I'll make it quick, more than the likes of her deserves. No, not yet, Jon's father ordered as he moved past Daisy and Small Jon to stand before the Wildling woman who, to her credit, did not back down from his father's gaze. What is your name? The woman's head flickered, mimicking that of a cornered cat looking for a way to escape being caught. Osha. Osha, his father repeated with a nod. How did you get south of the wall? Were there any others with you? And where are the black brothers that helped this group cross the gorge? Licking her lips, the newly named Osha seemed unable to look away from Jon's father. Frowning, Jon concentrated on the two standing nearly toe-to-toe, and felt a strange sensation coming from the force that seemed to be passing between his father and Osha. 2 crows helped me and 2 others of me clan cross gorge long before these ones crossed, Osha stated, her voice gaining a strange almost dream-like sound to it. They be nice enough for crows. Both wanted a tumble with me, but neither was strong enough to claim it. We be hidin' and mackin' our way as far south as south goes, but we didn't get far. These Ice River fucks surprised us in the night. They turned the 2 crows with us into meals. Cooked 'em slow on a low fire while they still be alive. After they ate the crows with them as well, they ate my clansmen as well. They was savin' me for some celebration feast they said this morn. Then almost all left to fight. But only a few came back. And, what did ya do to me, Stark? Impressive, Lord Stark, Lord Nox stated as he stepped up beside Jon's father. Usually, one has to train for years in order to do what you just did on a whim. Either you've been holding out on me or we need to reevaluate your force sensitivity. Sorcerer, Osha whispered fearfully. Relax, woman, Nox said dismissively. If I wanted you dead, you would be dead already. That didn't calm the woman down, though she no longer looked ready to run at the first opportunity. Who cares why she came south? Umber growled once more. She's a fucking Wildling. Let's just end her already. Osha's hair whipped through the air as she looked between Jon's father, Lord Nox, and the Umber heir. Give me my life, my lord, and I'm yours, Osha cried, surprising just about everyone as she dropped to her knees before Jon's father. His father's face remained impassive as he stared down at the Wildling woman prostrating herself before him. Swear it upon the old gods, Lord Stark demanded, surprising everyone as Osha looked up at him, hope welling within her. Osha didn't hesitate. I swear upon the old gods, my lord. I am yours if ye spare me life. And I accept your oath, Osha, formerly of the Wildings and now a subject to House Stark, Lord Stark spoke clearly and loudly for all to hear, making sure that everyone knew that this woman was now under House Stark's protection. Find some clothes. And when we return to Winterfell, I shall find a use for you. Osha nodded quickly before scampering off to scour the camp in order to find proper clothing. You too, his father said, pointing towards 2 Stark guards standing behind him without even looking. Return to where we tied our horses off and collect them. Everyone else, scour the camp for anything that might prove useful and load it up onto the wagons with the mules. We'll be taking what we can back with us to Winterfell and put it to use. Though a few didn't look too terribly pleased with recent events, especially Small John, the words of John's father were absolute in the north. And with nary a word said, the men and Daisy began to search through the camp looking for anything that might be of use. The only ones who didn't were John, Robb, their father, and Lord Nox. Father, Robb said cautiously, his eyes seeking out the Wildling woman who'd managed to find some furs and was currently in the process of changing behind a wagon. Why did you take that woman in? She's a Wildling. She'll betray us at the first opportunity. No, she won't, their father replied, surprising Robb and John. There was no lie in her and she meant her oath. If she does betray the trust of House Stark, she will not only die, but she will be forever cursed by the gods as an oath breaker. Robb seemed to mull that thought over in his head. But why even take the risk, father? She's a Wildling. They're all savages. What have I told you about generalizing a group of people, Robb? Their father asked in a tone that both boys recognized easily. It was the tone of voice he took whenever he was lecturing the two on the art of ruling. Are all Northerners the same? Our people range from those who reside in the mountain clans to the Skago Sea and the people of White Harbor. Are they all the same? Are all Southerners the same? The people in the Riverlands and the Vale are as different from those in Dorne and the Stormlands as night is from day. In the south, there are many that consider us in the north to be little more than barbarian heathens who are only a step above the Wildlings. Are they right? No. I have always told you boys that the sins of the parents are not carried by their children. And the same can be said for a group of people. The many are not beholden to the sins of a few. Revelations Part 4. His words, even though they weren't the first time John had heard him, struck him like one of Lord Nox's punches. He could have sworn that his father was trying to say something to him, personally, without actually saying it. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out just what that was. But that is only part of the reason why I took that woman into our household, his father continued. Recently, the Wildlings have begun raiding the north more and more. But more than that, some are not necessarily raiding but rather are almost fleeing. Then there is the new king beyond the wall that has managed to do what few others have done before by gaining the allegiance of almost every Wildling tribe north of the wall. The Night's Watch can tell us much, but in the end, it is only one side of what is going on. She can probably provide us with more of what is happening from the perspective of the Wildlings. For the briefest of moments, John could have sworn that it was Lord Nox lecturing the two of them and not their father. The lesson was so like one often given by Lord Nox that John was tempted to do a scan of his father with the Force just to make sure his master wasn't pulling a trick of the mind on them both. Leave no stone unturned, John said, repeating the words Nox had often said to both himself and Robb. And do not trust what everyone knows. But rather seek the truth for yourself. Very good, John, his father nodded. Now, both of you get along helping the others. I want to return to Lord Manderley and your sisters before night. A powerful disturbance in the Force rung in John's ears, drowning out whatever his father had said. If he hadn't already experienced the disturbance in the Force with Shireen Baratheon, he was sure that he would have been brought to his knees. But thankfully he was able to push the disturbance back from the pounding sensation in his head to little more than a dull ache. Robb, however, wasn't as fortunate as he found his brother nearly bent in half and dry heaving while Lord Nox and even their father were both staring off in the direction the disturbance came from. Lord Nox, father. We all felt it. John, Lord Nox stated plainly. What was father? John called out as his father began walking off into the woods. John and Robb, who'd only just recovered, both moved to stop him, only to be stopped themselves as Lord Nox held out his arm, blocking their path. What is happening is the will of the Force and needs to happen. Lord Nox explained, lowering his arm. We'll follow Lord Stark, but do nothing to stop him. Knowing better than to question an order given by Lord Nox, Jon and Robb both eagerly nodded their heads, and together the three of them left the Wildling encampment, following their father, who was walking hurriedly into the woods. They only walked for maybe quarter of a mile at best when Jon heard running water in the distance, along with the breaking of branches and the cries of two distinct animals. His father broke into a run, leaving the three of them rushing to catch up as a small stream came into view. The source of the noise stole Jon's breath from his lungs. For standing on the edges of the stream not a stone's throw from where they were was the largest stag Jon had ever seen in his entire life. Even more surprising than the stag was what it was fighting against. A wolf. A wolf that could rival the size of horse. Both animals were covered in blood, cuts, and bite marks as the two circled and lunged at one another time and time again. Not a wolf, he realized, still in a daze. A direwolf. The symbol of House Stark. While Jon could do little more than stare in awe at the near-mythical creature and sigil of his father's house, the stag let out a bellow and lowered its antlers in order to skewer the direwolf through the beast's side as it darted back and forth. Yet before the antlers could so much as ruffle the wolf's fur, the beast's head did a sudden upturn as it twisted in place while its body remained still. Its neck breaking in several places with the sounds of a tree falling in the forest. Jon didn't need to look to know who had killed the stag. He'd seen the same technique several times over the past few years and knew of only one who had the control and the power to perform such a feat. With its adversary suddenly dead, the direwolf immediately lowered itself towards to the ground, its head moving slowly as it looked for what saved it the trouble of killing the beast. When its eyes landed on the four of them, it immediately started to growl, but otherwise stayed still. Deciding to put some more of his training to the test, Jon reached out through the force, trying to feel out the massive direwolf. No, she's afraid. But not of us. But rather, she's guarding something. But what? Hearing a sword leave its sheath, Jon looked at time to see his father stab ice into the soft ground near the stream. The three of you stay here, he ordered in a tone that brokered no argument as he slowly stepped through the stream, cautiously approaching the wolf with his hand outstretched towards the horse-sized direwolf. What's he doing? Robb gasped, moving to follow their father, only to stop as Jon and Lord Nox both held out their arms to stop him. He's following the will of the Force, Lord Nox stated plainly, a light smile playing at the corner of his lips. Now, shut up, stay still, and watch. Staying silent, the three watched as Lord Stark crossed the small stream and made his way down the bank on the opposite side. His eyes never leaving the direwolf's as he drew steadily closer while the wolf held its ground. Easy, girl, his father said gently, his soft voice carrying over the running water as Jon waited with bated breath for whatever was about to happen. Happen. I mean you no harm, girl. Nor do I seek your prey. I mean only to help. If Jon had any doubt as to the supposed intelligence of a direwolf, they were firmly put to rest as the wolf, in response to his father's words, stopped growling and its face relaxed. It kept its eyes firmly on his father, but it looked more relaxed than it had before he spoke. When less than an arm's length separated the two of them, his father went to one knee before the massive wolf with his hand less than a finger width from its snout. The wolf eyed the hand warily and gave it a tentative sniff. And then Jon needed to check if he was dreaming as the wolf leaned its snout into his father's hand. By the gods old and new, Robb breathed as they watched their father do the impossible as he gently caressed the head of the wolf. Easy, girl, he could hear his father mumble lowly as his other hand came up to join the first on the wolf's head. Let's take away that pain of yours. Feeling a rush of the force, Jon blinked as the wolf jumped back from his father, suddenly on guard again. But as the wolf made to snarl, it stopped. Then turned its head towards the several blood spots that covered its fur and gave each a tentative lick as if trying to figure out just why its wounds no longer hurt or bled. Rising from his knee, Lord Stark kept close eye contact with the wolf as he slowly took a few steps back from the carcass of the stag. It's all yours, girl, he said loudly and clearly. Stay safe. Turning his back on the wolf, Lord Stark started trudging back through the stream, making his way towards them. Just as he crossed the stream, a low howl from the wolf brought him back around. The direwolf, now having all of their attention once more, went over to the hindquarters of the stag and, with one powerful twist of its head, ripped off one of the beast's legs and threw it across the stream towards Lord Stark. It then grabbed what was left of the stag and dragged it into the woods away from the stream and disappearing. Fucking hells. Robb breathed as their father bent down and picked up the full leg of the stag. Have you ever seen anything like that before? Seen. Jon mumbled, still not fully believing just what he'd seen. I've never even heard of anything like that. I have, Lord Nox commented, his sightless eyes focused across the bank where the wolf had disappeared to. Just hadn't expected to see it here, and with one untrained with animal bonding through the Force. You Starks, every time I think I have you lot figured out, you just keep finding more and more ways of surprising me. Drumming his fingers against the small table that had been set out in the large tent that had been assembled for Lord Stark's use. Nox sat with Ned, Wyman, Robb, Jon, and the heirs or spares that had gone with them to Valyria and were now accompanying them back to Winterfell where they would meet up with their families once more. The main topic of discussion of course was revolving around the Wildling attack, their subsequent finding of the Wildlings' camp, and the saving of only prisoner left alive. Osha, the former Wildling woman who was now in service to House Stark. On their trek back to the main column, she had told Ned and everyone else everything she knew about Mance Rayder and why there had been such a dramatic increase in Wildling activity south of the Wall as of late. There was unrest north of the Wall, unrest far greater than anything the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch had reported, or perhaps even knew about. Entire clans going missing without any warning. Their settlements seemingly completely abandoned with nary a body to be found. Unnatural cold killing people by the dozens. Her reasoning for what was going on, as well as for how and why Mance Rayder had managed to become king beyond the Wall, had shook many to their core. She's a Wildling, my lord. Jon Umber was near shouting as he stood before Ned, his face one of deep anger. We cannot trust anything she says. We should just kill her and be done with it. We Mormonts have more reason than any to hate the Wildlings, Small John, Daisy chimed in, her voice set with a noticeable edge. And normally I would agree with you on this. But this woman, Osha, she was a prisoner and the next meal for those cannibal fuckers. Plus, she swore an oath of fealty to Lord Stark under the old gods. The Wildlings are many things, but they take the gods very, very seriously. She will not break such an oath easily. Umber was clearly not pleased with her response, as he no doubt expected Daisy to support his view given her home of Bear Island being a frequent target of Wildling raids. But before he could press the matter, Wyman changed the direction away from Osha and rather to the bit of information she was willing to provide to prove herself sincere. Lord Stark has taken the woman into his household, and I for one will abide by his decision. But I am far more concerned with the reasons she gave for the increase in Wildling raids we've seen as of late. The shift in conversation brought about an abrupt shift within the tent as everyone present began to awkwardly shift themselves around. The others, Whites and White Walkers, Eddard Karstark shivered just saying the names. They're legends from a time long since past, nothing more. All legends have to come from somewhere, Robb said, drawing attention to himself. We all know the children are real, despite no one having seen them for centuries. We know the old gods are real. Lord Nox has brought his magic to the north and shown that there are those who can use the same magic as he. With these things that we know, is it really that much of a stretch to believe that the others might too exist? And if the others did not truly exist, then why did Bran the Builder construct the wall in the first place? Jon asked rather pointedly. We of the North do not squander our resources like the soft lords of the South. That got more than a few grunts of affirmation and chuckles. And such a sentiment must have been even more relevant back in the Age of Heroes. If all Bran the Builder was trying to do was keep out the Wildlings, who didn't even exist at the time, then he wouldn't have made the wall as large as he did. No, he constructed the wall with the aid of the first men, the children of the forest, and giants because they were trying to keep something out. Something terrible. Something they managed to drive to the far north but not defeat. What other enemy could it possibly be other than the White Walkers and their whites? Feeling Ned's attention on him, Nox got up from his seat and took his turn addressing those assembled. When I first came to this land, I will admit I had not intended to stay, Nox admitted, drawing surprised looks from everyone save for Ned who knew where Nox was heading. The children of House Stark were a drawing point I will admit as I had never encountered an entire family of Force sensitives like them before. But even that wouldn't have been enough to keep me here. No, what kept me in the north was because of something that happened on my first night within the walls of Winterfell. Pausing to make sure he had everyone's undivided attention, he pressed on with his tale. Before dawn, I felt a pull coming from the Godswood. I made my way through the Godswood to the Weirwood, and when I stood before the ancient tree, I was granted a force vision unlike any I had ever experienced in my entire life. The vision was of the future, but not just one future, but of dozens, perhaps hundreds, of possible futures, each one different than the last. Even years later, I still do not fully understand what I saw or even specific details. But there was one aspect of the future that occurred in every iteration of the future I saw. And that was that a darkness would come from the far north and spread across the land. First, the north would fall. Then the rest of Westeros would fall. And then the rest of the world would fall as other different dark entities from around the world added to its strength. I spent weeks searching for anything that might match the darkness that I saw. In the end, I came to only one possible conclusion for what we will be facing in the future. The others, Robb stated. Nox nodded. It was the only logical conclusion I could come up with. If you've known the others were coming for us, then why the fuck haven't you said anything for years? Umber growled, taking a menacing step towards him. Not backing down, Nox let his aura flare slightly. The effect was immediately apparent. Everyone in the tent, save for Ned, Robb and Jon, all shivered, and the small Jon even seemed to shrink in on himself as he backed down. I had a theory and a vision, not proof. Without proof, my conjectures were meaningless. Even if I had presented my thoughts to the other northern lords or even the king, do you think the reaction would have been any different than yours just a moment ago? Nox let that sink in before pressing onwards. Do not think for a moment that I have been just sitting on my ass doing nothing for years, Umber. I saw in my vision that the best chance we have of surviving what is coming is for there to be a strong north. And that has been my sole purpose for years. To strengthen the north to the point where it could, at the very least, stall what is coming in time to get help from the other kingdoms. And Nox has not been acting alone in this, Ned spoke up, coming to his defense. While Nox has not given voice to his visions in the past, he has spoken about them to me along with his theories. And he has had my full support these past 7 years. And as Nox has always been honest with me and has given me no reason to doubt his word, I will continue to give him my full support. As will all of you. The ultimatum, for that was exactly what it was met with silence. I do not doubt what you believe you saw in this vision of yours, Sorcerer. Wyman started slowly as if he were carefully choosing each word before saying them. You have done nothing but better the North since you arrived. I dare say you have done more for the North since the Starks unified it as a single kingdom. If for some reason this vision of yours does not come to pass, then the North will be in a far better place than it was in. And if, gods forbid, your dark vision does come to pass, then I will give thanks to the gods old and new that you have done all that you have and that you are on our side. And you and your children and your children's children will always have a place of honor in White Harbor for your actions. Well, I can't speak for my UNC, I mean, my mother, Daisy added, catching herself as a spike of anger coursed through her. But Bear Island will only follow the Starks. And if Lord Stark says to keep trusting you, then that is exactly what we'll do. Same with House Karstark, Eddard added. All eyes turned to Small Jon, who was not looking pleased at being the last one to speak. I still think this is all horse shit, Small Jon muttered. But I suppose you've earned your place and the benefit of the doubt, Sorcerer. My father respects you, and that isn't something that many can say, Sorcerer. Just don't expect me to sit down and share a horn of ale with those Wildling cunts. Your words and actions are appreciated, Ned said as Umber took his seat once more. At the end of the fair, after my son Robb's name day celebration, I will bring up this topic once more to your fathers and mothers. And our course will be set from there. For now, get some rest, but Lord Manderley, Lord Nox. I would like you two to stay behind. I would have more words with the both of you. Having been dismissed, all the occupants of the tent save for Wyman and Nox quickly moved to leave. Though Robb and Jon both tried to stay, they were both quickly dismissed and fled the tent after but a single look from Ned. Now alone, Ned let out the heavy sigh that he'd obviously been holding in and sank down into a stool as the events of the day finally caught up with him. This was a good start, Nox began, retaking his own stool and pushing a cup of ale towards Ned and Wyman. But this was the easy part. Ned nodded, taking the cup and draining it. You were right, Nox. The others, by the gods, I can't even wrap my mind around it. Neither can I, Lord Stark. Wyman added, holding his own cup but not drinking it. And I doubt that anyone south of the neck will even give the thought the time of day either. Grumpkins and snarks, they'll say. A problem for the far north, they'll say. If they even admit that they exist in the first place. We'll need proof, Ned sighed. Proof that will not be easy to come by, Nox added. For thousands of years, these creatures have bided their time, waiting until they have faded into obscurity and the minds of men have long since dismissed their threat. Unless we can unite the realm behind the idea that they are a problem, they will overrun the north. And once they have turned every man, woman, child and beast into one of their drones, they will work their way through the south. And once they do, there will be no stopping them. And providing proof to the south isn't the only thing we have to worry about. The Wildlings have to be kept in mind as well. Wyman nodded. If the king beyond the wall manages to breach the wall, then it could provide a means for the others to cross through. That is one concern, Nox acquiesced. But I was thinking more along the lines of them all being turned into whites, thralls for the others. That is something that we cannot allow to have happen. Wyman caught on quickly enough as his head went back and forth between Ned and Nox. You mean to have the Wildlings cross the wall? My lord, you know that I will always stand behind House Stark. But you're asking for the North to test their loyalty to you and your house against their hatred for the Wildlings. This is not a decision that I am making lightly, Wyman. Ned countered. And it is not something that will happen immediately. Not without proof. Even then, it will only occur when we are left with no other choice. But Nox is right, as he usually is. I would much rather have 100,000 battle-hardened Wildlings fighting on our side rather than on the side of the others should they ever show themselves again. And you are right, Wyman. I am asking our lords to test their loyalty to House Stark against their hatred for our longtime enemy. And I will need your help and support in this endeavor. Wyman didn't even hesitate before he got up from his chair and went down to one knee. It was impressive just how spry the nearly morbidly obese man was. House Stark saved my house long ago, Lord Stark. Your ancestors gave mine a home when we had nowhere to turn. You have my loyalty, my lord. From now until the end of time. It was dramatic, but Nox had grown used to dramatic oaths of fealty during his time as a Dark Council member. Of course, the difference between then and now was that Wyman meant his oath. In the Empire, such an oath would last only for as long as the one who swore the oath was weak. The moment they gained even the slightest advantage, they would forsake their oath and take power for themselves. It was a rather refreshing change of pace if he was to be honest. Though he wasn't naive enough to believe that all the lords of the North would be as quick to accept Ned's reasoning as Wyman had been. After all, hate is a difficult obstacle to overcome. We may have to place this discussion on hold for a time, Ned, Wyman, Nox said as he felt two very familiar presences coming back towards them with a third in tow. It appears Talisa has something she wishes to speak to us about and has convinced Robb and Jon to accompany her. Waving his hand, Nox parted the curtains of the tent with the force just as Robb was leaning forwards to announce their arrival. Boys, Lady Talisa, Ned greeted the three, motioning for them to come inside, which they immediately did before Nox let the heavy canvas fall closed. Father, Jon and Robb chorused with Talisa adding, Lord Stark. Talisa had certainly made her mark on Ned and Wyman, as Nox knew that she would. The moment the battle had concluded, she had set to work seeing to any and all that were injured during the fight without even needing to be asked to do so. According to Wyman, her actions had ensured that at least a few could keep their limbs that had been wounded and even saved the life of another two. Her quickness to act and her dedication, not to mention her bluntness, had earned her respect in the eyes of both Lord Stark and Lord Manderley. It is getting late, Ned noted while motioning for Lady Talisa, who was obviously the reason why the three of them were there, to take a seat. I am curious as to what is so urgent that it could not wait until morning. I apologize for the hour, Lord Stark, Talisa began, taking the offered seat and offering Ned a thick book that he could tell just from the lingering aura around it is one of the ones that had been recovered from Valyria. But I have been translating some of the tomes and scrolls that Lord Nox recovered from Valyria and I believe I have found something that concerns the North specifically. I've marked that pages that I believe you will be most interested in. Taking the offered book, Ned flipped through the pages until he reached whatever it was that Talisa had found. And it wasn't difficult to tell when he had. Ned's entire body froze up as confusion and fear warred within him. This, the warden began as he took in whatever was on the page before him. This is a detailed map of the North. An incredibly detailed map of the North. Getting up from his seat, Nox stepped up beside Ned enough to glance at the page through the force just as Wyman came up to his other side to do the same. The map encompassed 2 whole pages within the book and was without a doubt the most detail-oriented map of the northern region of Westeros that he had ever seen. And that included the maps that were housed within Winterfell's library as well. The only unusual markings on the map were several areas that were marked with red coloring. The largest of which seemed to belong within a small mountain range less than a day's ride from Winterfell. It's a survey map, Nox realized with a start. He'd seen quite a few during his time, so it was easy to recognize it for what it was. The only question that remained was what exactly the Valyrians were surveying. Once I saw the map, I began translating as much of the passages relating to it as I could, Talisa continued as the 3 men continued to stare at the map. The Valyrians used some form of magic I believe called blood scrying to locate a specific type of metal ore. Metal ore? Ned questioned, looking up from the map. I recognize this mountain range. My ancestors have sent many crews to it to try and find anything of value, but they've always returned empty-handed. Perhaps they just didn't know what they were looking for, my lord. Talisa countered. But regardless, according to the notes in the book, the Valyrians believed that the regions noted on the map contained a type of metal ore that, once smelted and properly formed, could rival their Valyrian steel. A metal that could rival Valyrian steel? Wyman near shouted. Is such a thing even possible? While Nox kept his opinion to himself, his mind was racing. There were a few metals throughout the galaxy that could be considered on par with Valyrian steel. But if one were to narrow those down to a true rival, then that considerably shortened the list. In fact, there was only one type of metal that he could think of off the top of his head that could be considered a rival to the steel the Valyrians had created. Beskar. If a vein of Beskar truly exists on this planet, then its value in the eyes of the Empire and the Republic would be such that both sides would organize to claim the world regardless of its current technological level. And that isn't to mention what the Mandalorian clans would do to get their hands on an untapped vein of Beskar. That is if it even is Beskar and not some other metal alloy. Which is possible. But even still, the chance to have pure Beskar just sitting within reach, I'll need to work on a way to increase the potential of the blast furnaces. In its current condition, it wouldn't even be able to warm the Beskar, let alone reach a temperature to properly form it. What do you make of this, Nox? Ned asked. Scratching at his short-trimmed beard, Nox frowned as he mulled his response over in his head. I am no expert on the Valyrians. But if there is one thing that I have learned about them, it is that they were not necessarily a people to exaggerate about a potential advantage or threat. And that their magic was far more potent than I had originally theorized. They had a keen interest in the Starks and the North as a whole. The blood of the first men and their potential magic was the primary reason for their interest, and we've confirmed that already. Perhaps this was a more material reason why they were interested in the North. At the very least, I believe that it is worth checking out. I agree, my lord, Wyman added. If there is even the slightest chance that these writings could prove true, I believe that we should look into it. Nodding, Ned closed the book and handed it back to Talisa. Thank you for this, Lady Talisa, the Warden of the North said. If it is not a bother, I would ask that you continue your work translating this book and help us in any way you can. In return, I will grant you any boon that you ask of me. I owe you that much already for what you have done for my men today. I am merely paying off my debt owed to both Lord Nox and your family, Lord Stark, Talisa replied, taking the book back from Ned. But as for a boon, if I may be so bold, the only thing I would ask of you would be to be given a chance to learn at this new college you and the Sorcerer created and perhaps even teach. Done, Ned agreed almost immediately, drawing a light smile from the young woman who curtsied before leaving the tent. She's fitting in nicely with the Northmen, Nox thought as he took note of the approving sensations coming from Ned and Wyman as they watched the woman leave. As well as the less than pure thoughts that were coming from Robb. There is potential there. From what I can tell, the Starks have almost exclusively married into northern families for force only knows how long. It's amazing they haven't become as inbred as the Targaryens after all these years. Ned marrying Catelyn was good in terms of introducing a bit of diversity into their line. Robb's thoughts are already becoming centered around her. And Talisa at least finds him cute, bordering on handsome despite being a few years older than him. Perhaps a little push, but nothing invasive. Arranging circumstances so that the two of them work near each other shouldn't be too hard if she stays in Winterfell. I'll just have to keep her academically stimulated enough so that she doesn't want to leave. And then, I'll merely step back and let nature take its course. The main trick will be in helping Talisa prove her worth to the Lords of the North so that they don't throw a bitch fit over another foreign lady Stark. Do you think there really is a metal out there? I mean, here in the North that could rival Valyrian steel? Robb asked, the excitement in his voice planned for all to hear. Possibly, Nox shrugged. But just finding the ore will be half the battle. The other half will be trying to figure out how to smelt and form it into something usable. What do you mean? Jon asked, his head titled slightly to the side. Shouldn't we just be able to use the blast furnace to melt the metal down and the ooh-woo? The howl cut off Jon and froze all conversation as the 5 occupants of the tent all looked as one towards the tent flap. That was a wolf's howl. Wyman commented, his face set in a heavy frown. But wolves never come this close to such a large group. Ooh wwwhoo. Reaching out through the force, Nox was nearly knocked back a step at what he found. That is no ordinary wolf, Ned stated, throwing open the tent flap and marching out into the night. Following Ned out of the tent with Robb and Jon quickly behind him and Wyman lumbering to keep up, Nox followed the Warden of the North as he made his way through the camp towards its edge. The howling had not gone unnoticed by the rest of the camp, many of whom, still anxious after the fight with the Wildlings earlier that day, were holding whatever weapons or clubs they could get their hands on and looking around wildly trying to find the source of the howling. As they reached the edge of the camp line, they were met with Ser Jory and a handful of Stark men at arms. Lord Stark, Jory said, his eyes scanning out over the dark landscape. Jory, Ned replied, holding his hand out to stop everyone from following him. Everyone put your weapons down. Now, no one make any sudden or unnecessary movements. Many of the Northmen looked quizzically at one another, but their loyalty to their warden won through their confusion and they slowly lowered or sheathed their weapons. Once satisfied, Ned marched out several paces from the camp before kneeling on the ground. Nox wasn't sure which part of what happened next shocked him more. The fact that he could sense Ned reaching out through the force for something or someone, or the fact that whatever he'd been reaching out for responded in a gentle probe of its own. By the old gods! Jory gasped while the men of the North involuntarily took a step back as the creature that was making the noise stepped out of the darkness and into the light of the camp. Is that a direwolf? Nox answered the unfinished question before reaching up and slapping down the crossbow of the Stark man that had come up next to him. Your lord said to lower your weapons. Try that again, and I'll shove it so far up your ass that you'll be able to lose that bolt out of your mouth. Out in the field, Ned remained perfectly still as the pony-sized direwolf cautiously approached the line of humans. That's the same wolf from near the Wildling camp, Robb said excitedly, moving to join his father only to be stopped as Nox held out a hand in his path. Now is not the time to interfere, Nox stated calmly, keeping Robb and Jon back as the direwolf came within a single pace of Ned before stopping. No one in the camp said a word or even seemed to breathe as they all watched the Warden of the North hold out his hand towards the head of the direwolf. A head that was easily as large as a man's chest. The wolf inched its snot to within an inch of out of the outstretched palm and then licked his hand. You Starks just keep managing to surprise me over and over again, Nox said quietly to himself as he felt the feather-light touch of a bond forming between the patriarch of the Stark family and the near horse-sized wolf standing before him. And then, as if that wasn't odd enough, a light yipping noise came from behind the wolf as 6 small wolf pups pranced out from around their mother to greet whoever she'd led them to. Well, That certainly isn't something that you see every day. Revelations 2. Enjoying the sensation of the somewhat warmed winds of the northern spring air warm her body, Lady Catelyn Stark stood tall in the courtyard before the main keep of Winterfell as she waited for her children and her husband to return from their voyage to White Harbor, while beside her, her youngest son Rickon bounced excitedly from foot to foot as he waited with all the patience a boy his age could muster. And while she was most anxious to see the return of her children and her husband, the same could not necessarily be said of the return of the sorcerer and the boy. Her feelings on the sorcerer were still mixed, to say the least. The practical side of her, which had become more and more prevalent with each passing year she spent in the north, recognized the benefit the sorcerer had brought to the land and the continued benefit he brought with just his mere presence. However, that practical part of her heart was at constant war with her faith, the core of who she was. The faith of the Seven did not have a favorable view on magic. It was unnatural. Such power belonged with the gods and the gods alone. After all, it was magic that destroyed the greatest civilization ever known. In fact, it was said that it was magic that was the cause of the long night during the Age of Heroes, if one were to believe such things. Yet, she had trouble finding these words to be true. Her children, even Sansa despite not being an active participant, all had this magic the sorcerer could wield. Even her youngest son by her side. If magic were indeed evil as was known in the faith of the Seven, then why were her children cursed with it? For years, this question plagued her mind and kept her awake many a night as she knelt before the statues of the Seven in her small sept, praying for guidance. But as the years wore on and the Seven refused to answer her questions, she began to have doubts. Watching her children practice this unnatural ability at first set her teeth on edge. But now she was starting to see the benefits. And none of her children were falling to darkness that was said to curse all those who used magic. After more than one infuriating conversation with the sorcerer, she swore that man could sway even the wisest man alive with but a few words. She came to a startling revelation. Magic, or this force as he insisted on calling it, was not inherently good nor evil. But rather, it was the actions that were taken with it that made it good or evil. Much the same as a sword. It was simply a tool. One that could be used for great evil or one that could be used for good. It all depended on the wielder. And with that mindset, Kat had stopped trying to prevent her children from learning magic, which was a futile task to begin with. Rather, she tried to guide her children to only do good. And she felt that, with the absence of the sorcerer, that she had been able to make some ground with her children and her teachings. But now with his return, the gods only knew what would happen, as his apparent hold over her husband and children were quite strong. Her dear friend Petter had suggested that she get Ned to grant the sorcerer a tower or keep outside of Winterfell to keep his influence from growing more than it already was. And she had brought the idea up to her husband, leaving aside the want to wane his steadily growing influence over her children. The idea seemed to take on even more merit when she brought up the former serving girl Nyra's pregnancy. If the sorcerer had even a shred of honor, which she knew he did, especially now that they had received a raven a week past announcing that the sorcerer and Nyra would be wed beneath the weirwood in Winterfell upon the conclusion of her son's fair, then the sorcerer would be honor-bound to marry the girl and raise her to the ranks of nobility. They would then start their own house, which had technically already been started when the king had declared Lord Nox as a lord. And they would need a place of their own to start their family. There were many abandoned towers and keeps around the north. Hells, even Moat Caelian was a valuable option. But in the end, her idea was dismissed by Ned. At first she had been irritated by the dismissal, but then Ned had explained to her that Nox was still very much needed in Winterfell, as the college he had founded was still in its infancy and their children needed a teacher to guide them through the usage of their magic. In the end, she had conceded the point and had resigned herself to making sure that the sorcerer's grip on her husband and children did not grow any more than it already had. The boy, however, John, her feelings on him were perhaps even more mixed than they were on the sorcerer. After her foolish display in the Godswood years ago, when she foolishly admitted her promise to the old gods, she had tried, Seven help her, she had tried, to not hate the boy at the very least. But it was hard. So very hard. He was the living embodiment of her husband's dishonoring of her. Just the mere sight of him was enough send a wave of anger and fear through her. He looked more like a Stark than her own trueborn children. Every day she feared that he would awaken to his bastard nature and covet that which was not his by right. How long until he turned against her sons? How long until he tried to forcibly take her daughters? These thoughts plagued her for years. Yet as the years wore on, she found herself more and more conflicted. Jon, he simply did not act as she was taught that all bastards did. He genuinely seemed to care for her children, his trueborn siblings. He never held his accomplishments above their heads. Instead, if he managed to succeed where her children failed, he tried to help them overcome what had set them apart. It wasn't right. He wasn't like a bastard. He wasn't acting as her tutors in the faith, and her family had always claimed bastards acted like. She'd said as much to Petter, and he advised caution. The boy might be only putting on an act, waiting until the right moment to strike when her husband and her children would least expect it. She tried to find the deceit in him just like Petter advised, but it was always for naught. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was one of the rare few exceptions to the nature of a bastard. But even if that were the case, she would not truly feel safe for herself and her children's future until he was well away from Winterfell. Either in a keep of his own or at the wall, she didn't care. She just needed him gone. Relax, Cat. You'll wear the soles out of those boots of yours if you keep shifting your weight like that. Smiling, Cat turned her head slightly. Standing just beside her in the armor and livery representative of their house was her uncle, Esser Brynden Tully, the Knight of the Gate for House Arryn. His arrival with the lords that it had come representing the Vale had been a surprise, but a very pleasant surprise. In some instances, her uncle was almost more of a father to Lisa, Edmure and herself than their own father. He always took the time to listen to them or to help them whenever he could. And she had dearly missed his supportive presence ever since she wed Ned and became Lady Stark. Looking down the line, she spied the other knights of the Vale that had accompanied her uncle on the journey north. And she couldn't wait to see the look on her daughter Sansa's face when she beheld true examples of southern knighthood. Beside her uncle stood the impressive form of Lord Yohn Royce, the Bronze Yohn, along with his 3 sons, Andar, Rabar and Waymar. The youngest of whom would be continuing north after the fair to take the Black and become a member of the Night's Watch. Beside the Yohns stood yet another example of true knighthood in the form of Esser Lyn Corbray, whose battle prowess was proven during the rebellion when he managed to cut down a member of the Kingsguard during the Battle of the Trident. And beside the famed knight was his squire Michael Redfort from House Redfort. And standing next to the young squire was a young man with pale skin and even paler eyes. Demeric Bolton, the son of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort and current squire to Lord Redfort of the Vale. If there was one house which truly managed to set her nerves on edge in the north, it would be the Boltons. The family that was once heralded as the Red Kings of the North were infamous across Westeros, and their bloody history with the Starks was equally as well known. She could only pray that the young man's time in the Vale had weeded out the less savory aspects of his family lineage. Standing next to the visiting lords of the Vale were some of the northern houses that had arrived for her son's fair and name day while he and her husband went to White Harbor to welcome back the Sorcerer and his expedition. Of those present, the ones of most note were House Serwyn, House Glover, House Forrester and House Whitehill. The latter of the 2 houses had to be separated by House Glover as there was a blood feud between the 2 houses almost on the same level as the one between House Blackwood and House Bracken. A feud which had only escalated as of late as one of the sons of House Forrester had been caught in a dalliance with the only daughter of House Whitehill and had been forced into exile. Almost every other house of noble standing in the north, with a few notable exceptions like the Reeds, would be arriving at some time during the week leading up to her son's name day, but so far those were the only families to have successfully made the voyage. "I haven't done that in years, uncle," Kat replied fondly as she tried to calm her aching heart, waiting for her children and husband to return to her. "They haven't been gone long, not even a full moon, yet it has been the longest time in my life." "It's because you love them, Kat," her uncle responded with a light smile. "And I must say, the North has done wonders for you, my dear niece. Motherhood and your position as a high lady have suited you like a well-tailored glove." Smiling at the compliment, she was about to respond when one of the bells near the east gate rang loudly, signaling the arrival of visitors. "They're back," she smiled, feeling her heart race with joy as she placed a hand on Rickon's shoulder to calm the boy down. "Calm, Rickon, your father, brothers and sisters will be here soon." Looking up at her youngest boy gave her a grin that nearly split his face in two as he obviously fought a steadily losing battle to stay where he was. Keeping her eyes trained on the far side of the courtyard, her heart nearly beat out of its chest as she started to make out the first of the riders emerging into the inner keep with her husband in the lead. It was all she could do to keep herself in place as she watched her husband, his head held high and his back straight, lead the column into Winterfell with Robb and the Sorcerer by his side. She wanted to run to him, to take him in her arms and taste his lips once more. To hold her sons and kiss her daughters and, by the gods old and new. What is that? Blinking, her eyes flickered to her uncle, noting his wide-eyed expression and the fact that his hand had fallen to the hilt of his sword before turning back to her husband. And when she did, she saw what had put her uncle, and indeed almost every other soul in Winterfell, on such guard. For walking beside her husband was a beast nearly as tall as the warhorse her husband rode upon with gray-white fur and yellow eyes. A wolf, she thought, her heart steadily racing as she tried to come to terms with just what she was seeing before her. No, not a wolf. A direwolf. The very sigil of House Stark made flesh. And it's walking beside Ned as if it belongs there. What is going on? The only thing that kept her from shouting at the top of her lungs for the men of Winterfell to cut the beast down where it stood was the fact that Ned didn't seem even slightly perturbed by its presence. In fact, none of the men with her husband seemed to be even giving the wolf a second glance. How could they just ignore such a dangerous creature standing so close to her husband? To her children, she couldn't understand it. Watching her husband with bated breath, Ned calmly got down off of his charger when they were but a few dozen paces away and calmly patted the wolf atop its head like it was just a common dog before making his way towards her. Lord husband, Cat said, just barely managing to keep her voice steady as the various lords and ladies of the Vale and the North bowed in greeting of the Warden of the North. Welcome home. The wolf had not stayed back with the rest, preferring instead to stay by Ned's side as he approached her and stopping only when Ned came within arm's length of her. It's good to be back, Cat, Ned replied, taking her in his arms and giving her a chaste kiss on the cheek as was suitable for public displays. As he pulled back though, he quickly noticed that her attention was not on him, but rather on the wolf that was now sitting back on its haunches and nearly as tall as she. This is Winter, Ned explained, taking her hand in his own and almost pulling her forward so that her hand was near the beast's snout. We found her and her pups on the road being attacked by a stag. Nox killed the stag and I, well bonded with her. She and her pups will be staying with us from here on. Winter, this is my wife, my mate, Catelyn Stark. Treat her as if she were an extension of me. And this is Rickon, my youngest pup. Cat honestly thought that her husband had lost his mind, talking to a wolf as if it were just another one of his vassals. But surprisingly, the wolf almost seemed to bob its head as if it understood her husband perfectly before giving her hand a lick and then proceeded to do the same to Rickon, only this time the wolf caught her young son in the face with her tongue, bringing on more than a few squeals of laughter before bouncing off back towards the carriages and wagons. Blackfish, her husband called out, breaking her out of her stupor as he greeted her uncle with a firm grasping of the arms. It's been many years. It has Lord Stark, her uncle replied, and I must say, that is certainly an entrance to be remembered. Returning with the very sigil of your house. A creature long thought lost or that could only be found north of the wall is extraordinary. Though I'm you, pups, Cat murmured, catching the attention of her uncle and husband as she finally started to regain her wits about her. You said, pups. What pups? Her question was answered as she watched the lead carriage be opened by her eldest with Jon and Nox standing right beside him. The moment the door was open, several little pups jumped out of the carriage and immediately started playing with one another. And then her eldest daughter emerged from the wagon, a small gray wolf held tightly in her arms as if it were a newborn babe. Mother. Sansa laughed, all but running towards her with the young wolf pup cradled in her arms. Isn't she precious? I named her Lady because she's a true lady. Just like me. Cat honestly thought her heart was going to stop as she watched her eldest daughter, her perfect little lady, cuddling a pup that, while small now, would one day grow in size to potentially rival the beast that had walked beside Ned just a moment before. Gods. How will she control such a beast? It will be larger than her in but a few years. And Rickon, Bran, Arya, did Ned give each of them a pup as well? How will they control them? Her question was answered almost as soon as she thought it as she watched Arya and Bran bounce out of the carriage and immediately start playing with the yipping pups that were dancing around the legs of the men-at-arms of House Stark and Manderley. Rickon, unable to hold it in any long, bolted from her side and joined his siblings in playing with the wolves. By the gods, she heard one of the northern lords, Lord Glover she believed, gasp as he came to realization of some sort. There are 6 pups, and 6 children of House Stark. Surely, this is a blessing from the gods of the north. Kat's heart soared at the words of the northern lord. A pup for each of her children. A direwolf pup. The very sigil of House Stark. Could this truly be a sign from the old gods? It had to be. But as quick as her elation came, it went as she fully caught on to what Lord Glover had said. Desperately, she counted the wolves playing around her children. Then she counted them again and then again. But no matter how many times she counted, it always came out the same. Including the pup in Sansa's arms, there were 6 pups playing in the yard with her children. 6. Not 5. For there was one wolf, the smallest with a pure white fur that, while playing with its littermates, stayed mostly along the edges. Right next to the legs of Jon Snow. No, she nearly wailed. Do the gods of the north truly mock me so? Is this their vengeance for not fulfilling my promise to them? Is this a sign of things to come? Why do the gods mock me so? Why does the bastard son carry the Stark likeness and now gain the loyalty of a direwolf? Something that should only belong to those of House Stark. Why have I not started to atone in the eyes of the gods? When will enough be enough? Kat, giving herself a shake, she sent a grateful glance towards her uncle. I'm fine, uncle, she replied, doing her best to hide her anger and disappointment that the bastard would be as honored by the gods as her own trueborn children. Just surprised by, well, them. Her uncle nodded with understanding as he turned his attention back to the column that had just arrived. I don't think the surprises are through just yet, Kat. You might need to have a talk with your son soon. Given the look in his eye. Frowning, Kat turned her attention back to the lead wagon. Nyra had exited the wagon and was currently clutching tightly onto Lord Nox's arm. Her well-rounded belly announcing loudly and clearly to those few who still did not know that she was indeed with child. And given the way she held onto the sorcerer's arm, there was little doubt on just who the father was. But that wasn't what had caught her uncle's eye nor made hers narrow. For there was a second girl that had exited the wagon. One that her son Robb was escorting forward along with Sansa. A girl with darker skin as if she were from Dorne. Immediately, her thoughts went to Ashara Dane and the rumors that she'd heard of late, on how the woman was the supposed mother of Jon Snow. And that thought brought along another wave of jealousy and a slight touch of fear. Had her son fallen to the same vice as his father? Were the men of the north so weak-willed to the loose nature of the Dornish? Gods, she hoped not. Her son was just turning 3 and 10 this week. He could not have done something so stupid yet. Could he have? Mother, Robb greeted her, letting go of the girl's arm. This is Lady Talisa Maegor of Volantis. She came back across the narrow sea aboard the Sea Wolf with Lord Nox and will be staying with us in Winterfell as she studies with Lord Nox and the other students at the college. Volantis, she thought with a start as she felt both relieved and worried. Why is girl from Volantis here in the north? And the way Robb introduced her as a lady, does she have noble blood in her? Is she truly here to study at the college under the Sorcerer? Why, surely, they have schools in Essos the girl could learn at if she so chose. Despite it being quite improper for a high-born lady to pursue such a future. Straightening her posture as much she could, she fixed the young woman with her best, Lady of Winterfell, face. Welcome to Winterfell, Lady Talisa Maegor, Kat greeted the young woman, who couldn't be more than 2 years older than her son. I hope that you find your stay here at Winterfell enlightening. The young woman didn't even bat an eyelash as she curtsied in response to her greeting, completely unfazed at her look. I believe I shall, Lady Stark. And I thank you for allowing me to stay with your family while I am here. Your sons and daughters have been a delight to be around since we left White Harbor. Talisa is absolutely wonderful, Mother. Sansa gushed, looking towards the older girl with shining eyes. She's been telling us all about her home the whole way here. It sounds amazing. Well, despite the slavery thing and, oh, I'm sorry. I meant no offense, Talisa. There was no offense, Sansa. Talisa responded, making Kat's lips twitch as she noted that her daughter and the older girl were not addressing each other properly. Indeed, the slavery of my homeland is the main reason I left in the first place and decided to come to Westeros. I wanted to be free of the vile practice. She could hear many of the lords present mumble in agreement to her words. How could she be winning the lords and ladies over so quickly? Talisa is really smart. And brave too, mother. Sansa continued to gush as Ned left her side and started to work his way down the line of visiting lords and ladies in order to greet them all personally. She helped Lord Nox develop a cure for greyscale. They even cured Lord Baratheon's daughter, Shireen. Yes, they even cured Shireen of greyscale on their way home. And after the Wildlings attacked us on the road, she didn't even hesitate to get out and help with the wounded despite all the blue Wildlings. Kat gasped loudly, drawing the attention of just about everyone in the courtyard with her raised voice as she rounded back towards Ned. What Wildlings? And what attack? Robb visibly winced, as did Sansa, who suddenly seemed to find the ground very interesting. I was supposed to let father tell you about that. It wasn't that big of a deal, mother, Arya replied, almost making Kat jump in shock as she hadn't even been aware of her youngest daughter's approach until she'd spoken from her place than a pace away from her. Just a skirmish against some Wildlings. It was really boring too. I wanted to go out and fight, but Nyra and Talisa kept me in the carriage and only Robb and Jon got to fight them and then chase after them. I'm just as good as the both of them. Why couldn't I fight too? Kat felt her head lighten and the need to sit down, soon. Robb. You fought. Robb, her eldest son and yet not even 3 and 10 nameday, replied with a tone that betrayed his age. The Wildlings attacked our people, my sisters and brother. I was not about to just on the side of the road and do nothing. Not when it is my sworn duty to protect the people of the North. Kat would have swelled with pride at the conviction her son spoke with if not for the overbearing fear of what could have happened during the battle. But whatever she would have said was cut off when her uncle spoke up. You're turning into a true man already. To have such conviction, such a force of will at your age is commendable, nephew. Children, Kat cut in as she noted the confused look on her children's faces. This is my uncle, your great uncle, Esser Brynden Tully, the Knight of the Gate. None of that now, Kat, her uncle waved her off good-naturedly. I'm merely their uncle, nothing more and nothing less. And as for this young man, I can clearly see that he has indeed inherited the best of both his families already. He will make for a fine warden in the North in due time. Robb preened under the praise. Thank you, uncle. But it wasn't just I who fought. The men of House Stark and Manderley deserve most of the credit. As does Lord Nox and my father. They were the ones who rallied the defenses the moment the attack was launched. Do not undersell yourself, lad, Lord Royce cut in as he and his 3 sons joined the conversation. Fighting Wildlings is no small feat. Be proud of what you did. And from what I hear, soon enough you will be the best sword in the North. Perhaps the whole of the 7 kingdoms if anyone ever dares to challenge their arm against yours. Again, Robb preened slightly under the praise of the legendary knight, but surprisingly he shook his head. I'm afraid I will have to disagree with you, Lord Royce. If anyone has a chance of becoming a Sword of the North, it is my brother Jon. He was by far the better swordsman between the 2 of us before he left. And if anything, he has only gotten better, far better, during his brief time away. You say that your bastard brother is the better sword. Esser Lyn Corbray chuckled. A likely tale. No need to make him feel better about himself, young lord. I'm not, Esser, Robb replied, shooting Esser Corbray a cold look that she had seen on his father's face one time too many. Jon is by far the better swordsman. Perhaps the best in all of Winterfell, save for my father and Lord Nox. And he has already proven himself several times over. The most recent of which was when they stopped in Dorne and he handily defeated Esser Gerald Dane in a duel. One that the knight broke the rules of by drawing live steel. Yet despite that, Jon still defeated him with nothing by a tourney blade. That drew several sharp looks from the Knights of the Vale and the other lords who were present. That boy defeated Esser Gerald Dane, the Darkstar. Esser Corbray asked disbelievingly. Well then, perhaps I shall have to test his arm myself and see if the title of Sword of the North truly does deserve to be held by a bastard boy. Kat could see that the words of the man were getting to her son. He wasn't breaking decorum by calling the boy what he was, but she knew that Jon's status was always a sore spot for both the boy and for Robb. "Forgive me, my lords, I have been neglectful in my duties," she said quickly, trying to send a look towards her son to calm him down. "We are all introduced, and the servants are taking care of the carriages. Let us retreat back to the warmth of the great hall and I will have the servants send for some warmed ale." "A fine idea, Kat," her uncle smiled before shooting a look at Ser Corbray that told the younger knight to tighten his lips without saying it. "Let's all get warm, my lords. I don't know about all of you, but these old bones don't quite handle the cold like they used to. And while we do, my nephew here can regale us with tales about his first true battle." Standing with his hands held tightly behind his back, Warden of the West and Lord of Castle Rock Tywin Lannister stood before his mantle as he let the warmth of the fire burning within warm him. To say that the last few days at the Rock would be interesting would be highly understating matters. His youngest brother Garyon had returned at the head of a dozen Lannister honor guards after being pulled out of the ruins of Valyria by none other than the Northern Sorcerer himself. And despite not claiming any of the plunder that had been taken from Valyria for his own, his brother did not return empty-handed. Despite his many failures, he had managed to succeed in one aspect of what he set out to accomplish, in that he managed to return Brightroar back to its proper place. He'd hoped that after hearing that the sorcerer had been successful in his expedition and even managed to rescue his wayward brother, that Garyon would manage to claim some of what had been taken from Valyria. But his brother didn't take anything more than a potential sum of what the sorcerer had claimed. A total sum that Tywin was sure would be a vast underestimation of its true worth. Yet again, he had to hand it to Lord Nox for his excellent play. Instead of sailing to King's Landing himself to offer the expected tribute to the crown, he had instead given the tribute to Tywin's brother with the request that he deliver it. By having the tribute delivered in this manner, the sorcerer ensured that no official inventory of the loot was ever taken by the crown. So Lord Nox could simply report whatever value he wanted to the crown when the tax collectors came. A shrewd move. And one Tywin applauded and cursed the man for. A grand feast had been held to celebrate Garyon's return, as was expected, but personally Tywin found little to celebrate. His brother had returned and with his family's ancestral sword, but that had been it. The pride of the Lannister fleet, a fleet that was still trying to recover from the sacking of Lannisport by the Greyjoys, was lost. As was its crew. While the crew was replaceable, a ship on level with the likes of the Laughing Lion was extremely expensive and time-consuming to construct. And then there was the decree that he returned with as well. A decree of legitimization for his daughter Joy from the oaf Robert himself. Pulling himself away from the hearth, Tywin slowly paced over to his desk as his mind worked over how to salvage several plans that had been in the works and were now thrown off by that one piece of paper. Ever since he'd met Lord Nox on Pike all those years ago, he had been focused on a single task. Bringing the sorcerer's power under the control of House Lannister and solidifying the Lion's place at the top of the hierarchy of Westeros's great houses for years to come. Unfortunately, this task was proving far more difficult than he had ever imagined. The most obvious way to achieve this goal would be to have the sorcerer breed into the Lannister line directly. But that was simply not possible due to unfortunate timing. Tywin only had one daughter, Cersei, and she was now married and Queen of Westeros. There were options outside of Cersei, of course. Namely his nieces by way of his brothers Janae and Joy. But neither was a good option at the present time for the sorcerer. Janae though was still but a babe, barely a year old now. Joy was closer in age, though not by much, but marriages with wider age differences had occurred. His sister Jenna was another option. But she was unfortunately wedded, bedded and mother to 4 children. And while the idea of disposing of her incompetent husband Emmon Frey and replacing him with the sorcerer was indeed tempting, his sister was nearing the end of her child-rearing days and was not the beauty that she had once been. A harsh fact, but one of life. And he knew that if he were to catch the sorcerer in such a manner he would have to do so with the pride and joy of the lionesses of Castle Rock. So, while he wanted the power of the sorcerer bred directly into the Lannister line, he unfortunately had to let go of gaining the sorcerer through a marriage into the direct Lannister line. But then he was gifted a second chance when the eyes and ears Tyrion had arranged to be put in place sent news of the Stark children, including the bastard son, not only having the same power as the sorcerer but also of them being trained directly by the sorcerer to use said powers. While the sorcerer was the true prize, he would settle for a Stark child if they had the same power. And while many would obviously seek out to grab hold of the heir, Robb Stark was the first one of the Stark children he eliminated from his list. As heir, Robb Stark would stay in Winterfell, and whoever married him would become the next Lady Stark, not Lannister. Which defeated the whole purpose of what he was trying to achieve. Luckily, the Tully girl had proved herself quite fertile and had given birth to several options for him to choose from. The eldest girl was an attractive option. Word was that she was already turning into a beauty that could rival her mother and was every inch a lady as any lord could hope to obtain. A betrothal to Jaime would have been preferred, but his foolish son refused to step down from his position as a Kingsguard. His son had held such promise as a boy, but now he was little more than a disappointment as he would prefer life as a glorified bodyguard rather than take up the position his family needed him to. For a time, he considered a marriage between the eldest Stark girl and Tyrion, if only so that the two could produce a child while he was still alive for long enough so he could groom a proper heir. But that idea was dismissed almost immediately as he doubted that anyone would ever willingly enter a betrothal with Tyrion. Not unless Tywin offered terms that were insulting to House Lannister. His nephews were an option as well, and he had plenty to choose from. Kevin had sired 3 sons in Lancel, Martin and William, while his late brother Tyget had managed to sire a single son, Tyreek. But that would require him to name one of them as his official heir, which was something he was hesitant to do as he still held out hope that Jaime would come to his senses. But there was a problem with the eldest girl. While she was apparently the picture of a future lady, word from their spies said that lacked in the one area he wanted. The eldest girl did not join her brothers and sister in their training under the sorcerer. Whether it was because she simply did not have the power or that she was giving in to her mother's ridiculous teachings of the 7, he didn't know. All he knew was that of the Stark children, she was either the weakest or completely powerless. While the eldest girl not being what he wanted was disappointing, there were still options. And this was where the second daughter came into play. Word was that the second daughter had no problems regarding her sorcery. And while the eldest Stark girl might be shaping up into an ideal future lady, the younger Stark girl was said to be Lyanna Stark reborn. An interesting prospect to be sure. But again, trying to arrange a marriage would require him to designate an heir. So as unfortunate as it was, he placed the Stark girls as a secondary option for now. Which brought him to his ideal target, and why Joy's status as a bastard had been so important to his goals. Lord Stark's bastard son was the favored student of the sorcerer, so much so that the sorcerer had recently named Jon Snow as his apprentice. Which, according to his brother, was akin to a knight naming a squire who was sure to become a knight of the realm. Both Jon and Joy were close in age, enough so that no one would even think twice about the two becoming wed. And they were both bastards, which meant that they were malleable to where they would make their home. He'd been planning on offering terms to Lord Stark for a betrothal between the two, which would include petitioning the king for legitimization for the two of them, raising them to the ranks of noble lord and lady and granting them Castamere and the surrounding lands. The castle was still in ruins and flooded, but it would serve as a good test for the boy to see how he would turn the castle around. And to ensure that the power of the sorcerer would enter the Lannister mainline, he would put in the contract that the firstborn girl of their union would be betrothed to the heir of Castle Rock. While this method was not expedient, it would ensure that within the next 2 generations that the line of sorcerers would be bred into House Lannister. And while it was more than likely that he would not be around to see his plan come to fruition, he would lay the groundwork for House Lannister to become the unquestioned power in Westeros. But now that plan was now faltering on a knife's edge. Joy's legitimization made it so that it would no longer be a betrothal between 2 bastards, but rather between a legitimized daughter of House Lannister and a bastard. And while he did not care for the opinions of the sheep, the image of such a union reminded him far too much of what his father, the toothless lion, had done when he married his sister to that foolish Frey. But there was still time to salvage it. All that was needed was for the boy to be legitimized as well. Which, if he were being completely honest, he was surprised had not already happened. The boy was the northern sorcerer's apprentice, had bloodied himself against bandits in the north, had ventured into Valyria and returned to tell the tale, and he had bested an anointed knight in single combat quite easily. And not only that, but apparently the boy now wielded a sword which was like the sorcerer's, if only a different color. With such a reputation at such a young age, the boy had more than earned his legitimization. And Stark was the king's brother in all but blood. So, the question remained. Why did Robert hesitate? He didn't want to throw his word in to get the boy legitimized, as that could truly tip his hand to the realm, but he might have no choice soon. Especially with the tale his brother brought back about their brief stop at Sunspear in Dorne. The Martells, Tywin frowned, sitting down and staring blankly off into the distance as he thought about just what his brother had told him regarding the events at Sunspear. Apparently, Snow had been training in the yard with a Baron Martell's squire when the two caught the eye of Princess Arianne Martell. The two then proceeded to have a friendly competition, which Snow ended up winning. However, word of what was going on got out and soon they had attracted quite the crowd. And after the two had finished, Sir Gerald Dane had proceeded to slander the Martells and the princess. Snow defended her honor and fought the man and beat him soundly, earning him the attention of Princess such that she even danced with him that evening and spent the next several days in his company almost exclusively. This situation was perhaps the most worrying to him. Arianne had but 3 years on the boy and was reputed to have grown into a beauty that men would do anything for just to have her grace them with a look. But most concerning was that she was still unbetrothed even though she was approaching her 6 and 10 name day. And the ruling prince or princess of Dorne taking a bastard as their consort was not without precedence. Was this Doran's plan? Use his daughter to ensnare the sorcerer's prized pupil and gain his power and the potential support of the north. The two kingdoms had already established a very profitable trade in the last few years. Was that how Doran came to learn of the boy's power? If the Martells gained the power of the sorcerer and made a full alliance with the north, then Tywin knew that House Lannister's position would be threatened. If such a situation were to come to pass, he would more than likely have to arrange a situation where Clegane would be unknowingly offered up as a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter to sat the Martells' quest for vengeance, and that was not a situation he wanted to place himself in. He would make sure to cover his tracks well, but if it ever came to light that he sent his best enforcer to die just to please another house, then the reputation of House Lannister would once again fall. And he could not, and would not, let that happen. Which meant that he would have to try and move quickly to secure the boy. He could send a letter directly to Stark offering the betrothal, but he doubted that he would receive a favorable response. Much as a squire was usually not marriageable until they achieved knighthood, he assumed the same was true for anyone that was apprenticed to the sorcerer. Not to mention, Stark's foolish honor would not allow him to see past what happened during Robert's rebellion and what he'd done to ensure Robert's future reign as king was secure. No, the best option would be for the boy to approach his father and request the betrothal. But that was difficult to achieve. He could send Joy north with the hopes that she could catch the boy's eye, but she was still but a girl and wasn't ready physically or mentally ready to seduce even a boy on the cusp of manhood. Which left him in quite the quandary. My lord, Lord Kevin, Lady Jenna, Lord Tyrion and Lord Garyon are here to see you. Send them in, Tywin responded to the guard just outside, not bothering to rise from his seat nor to turn towards the door. In short order, his siblings and his remaining child made their way into his solar before closing the door to ensure that they had privacy. Well, brother, here we are, one big happy family again. Garyon commented dryly as he flopped, not sat, flopped, down into one of the chairs available. Is this where you tell me where I'm such a disappointment again? Only this time for not bringing back more than just our family's sword from Valyria. Or is this when you tell us all your grand scheme to sell my daughter like a two-stag broodmare? Garyon, shut up, Jenna countered, slapping their brother on the back of his head with a firm hand before taking the seat next to him, leaving Tyrion to hop up onto another as Kevin preferred to remain standing for now. I would have thought your ill-thought-out venture to Valyria would have matured you. Oh, it did that, dear sister, and more, Garyon countered back, rubbing the back of his head. It's why I've spent the entirety of the day with my daughter, trying to make up for the shit of a father I've been to her. And that is how I discovered the rather peculiar nature of her education. An education which emphasizes northern houses and traditions. An addition that was apparently ordered by you, dear brother. And given just how well we all know you, it was not difficult to connect the dots and figure out your plan. I can even guess that you were going to offer Castamer as an incentive. Tell me I'm wrong. Tywin had to give his brother credit for figuring it out so quickly. Not that he would say it aloud. Anyone who bore the name Lannister should have been able to figure out his endgame. We all have a duty to our house, including Joy. Tywin responded, looking directly into his brother's eyes. A duty that has become much more apparent with her legitimization. And as you already seem to know what I am planning, then tell me this. Can you name a better candidate for your daughter's hand? If so, then I would hear it now. He knew the argument was over the moment his brother didn't immediately respond. Gods damn you, Tywin. You haven't changed at all, Garyon growled. She's only 8 for God's sake. She will not be wedded until the appropriate time, Tywin countered back. But setting up a betrothal is not outside the norm. And yes, I do intend to offer them Castamer as a test to see how the boy can handle himself. But a bastard marrying a legitimized Lannister, Tyrion chirped, a smile playing on his face. Dear father, how did you put it? How will the sheep react to such a development? The boy will be legitimized soon enough, Tywin shot back. It is a wonder the king hasn't already done so before this. But once word spreads of his actions, then he will gain his legitimization. And it will no longer be 2 bastards marrying, but rather a Stark marrying a Lannister. That is provided that Lord Stark even allows his son to be married to a Lannister, Tyrion pressed further, making Tywin want to grind his teeth. We Lannisters are not thought of all that well in the north. And lest we forget, it was Lord Stark himself who was the first to speak of Jaime's new moniker. A moniker which has stayed with him to this day. Tywin did not need to be reminded of that fact. Joy will play on the boy, and through him we will get to Stark. But first, we must get Joy to Winterfell. The eldest girl, Sansa, is entering the age to obtain handmaidens. We shall send an offer to Stark for Joy to enter her service. The plan was sound enough, but as soon as his intentions were announced he noticed something. A tightening around his brother's eyes. You have another idea, Garyon? Tywin asked, turning to his brother with a look that demanded he speak up. Damn it all, Tywin, Garyon growled. Yes, there is another way we can send Joy to Winterfell. As an acolyte to the Sorcerer. That brought Tywin up short. Explain. Sighing, Garyon scratched at his hair. I wanted to wait longer to see if I can confirm it, but there is a chance that Joy might have the same type of power that Nox has. Joy can use magic? Tyrion asked, sitting up in his seat straighter. If there was one thing that could make Tyrion pay attention to something, it was anything that dealt with the arcane. Or whores. How do you know? She hasn't shown any such powers before. Because, according to Nox, I had the same power as well. Or at least the capability of learning how to use the same power as he. Garyon admitted, though he did not seem enthused by the prospect. He said he had the same power, not that he has. Meaning that this magic power can be lost. You have never shown anything like what we witnessed Nox wielding, Garyon, Tywin stated with narrow eyes, wondering if his foolish brother had managed to pull the wool over his eyes for years. How can you be sure that Lord Nox wasn't just humoring your dreams of glory and honor? 1. Those dreams died the moment I was shipwrecked in Valyria, Garyon shot back immediately, meeting Tywin's hard glare with one of his own. And 2. Nox isn't one to lie, at least not about this. And before you jump down my throat, like usual, I spent a lot of time learning as much as I could from the Sorcerer about his power. Hells, I'm willing to bet that I've learned more about the Sorcerer and his power in the little more than a month I've spent with him than you have in the years you've spent trying to dig up any scrap of information you can. Now, do you want me to tell you what I learned? Or are you just going to continue to berate me for hours on end? Leaning back, Tywin motioned for Garyon to continue. As galling as it was to admit, his brother had a point. He'd spent years and thousands of gold dragons trying to uncover as much information as he could about the Sorcerer. And in the end, he had barely enough to fill a single sheet of paper for all his trouble. Garyon, however, had spent over a month on a single ship with the man. His insight could prove invaluable. For starters, Nox does not call his magic, well, magic. He instead calls it the Force. Think of it like a giant lake and those who can use it being the rivers that are fed from said lake. One cannot simply learn how to use the Force. You are either born with the ability to wield the Force or you are not. And just as all men cannot be as strong as your monster Clegane, not everyone who can wield the Force can do so in equal measure. The measure of an individual's strength is something Nox calls Force sensitivity. The greater an individual's Force sensitivity, the stronger they can become. And it seems to be that those that are trained can tell if an individual has any Force sensitivity just from looking at them, though how I have no idea. And just to let you know, Nox took careful note of both you and Kevin back during the Greyjoy rebellion, and these are his words: you too have the Force sensitivity of a stone. Tywin did not appreciate the thought. The fact that House Stark could be considered superior to House Lannister in anything was an insult of the highest order. Which was why he was so focused on introducing this power into the Lannister line. Yet, you apparently do have this power, Uncle, Tyrion noted, scratching at his chin. How? Revelations 2, Part 2. Garyon shifted his weight as he continued. Sheer luck, and that is the best answer that I can give. If two Force sensitives have a child, then it is almost guaranteed the child will be Force sensitive as well. The same is true if only a single parent is Force sensitive, though Nox did note that if the Force sensitive is on the weaker side, then the odds of any offspring with a non-Force sensitive individual goes down to about a flip of a coin. However, there are rare, and he stressed rare, occurrences where two non-Force sensitive individuals will give birth to a Force sensitive one. So, in all honesty, it was sheer luck that I was apparently born with these powers and the rest of you were not. Yet, like our brother said Garyon, I've never seen you do anything that this sorcerer is rumored to be able to do, Jenna added, bringing the conversation back around. Why is that? Surely, you haven't been hiding this magic, have you? No, I haven't, sister, Garyon replied. Apparently, if an individual who is born with these powers never receives instructions on how to use them, it is probable that they will live their entire life in ignorance of what they can do. And according to Nox, this instruction must occur while the individual is still young. Why, I'm not entirely sure, but Nox said that it has to do with the mind of a youngster being able to adapt more readily to this power. If they too long to learn how to use the Force, then it is possible for the power to go dormant. So they were on a timetable then. So, because you apparently beat the odds and were born with the ability to use this Force, then it is likely that any offspring you have will be able to use the Force, Tywin summed up. Which is why you believe that your daughter might be able to use the Force. Is there a way that you can tell? No, not unless she does something obvious right in front of me, Garyon answered with a sigh. The only one who can tell right now is Nox. And perhaps Jon Snow as well. If Joy does have the ability to use the Force, the only way to find out will be to send her to Winterfell and have the sorcerer test her. And if she passes his tests, then she will need to remain in Winterfell in order to learn how to utilize her powers. The information was quite promising. Sending Joy to Winterfell with the intention of her becoming one of the sorcerer's acolytes was an easy method for getting more Lannister eyes on what was going on in the north and gain an insight into Nox's methods. And sending Joy north to be tested wouldn't be without precedence either. Lords and ladies from across the land had been throwing their sons at the sorcerer for years, hoping that he would take an interest in them. And from the stories he'd told so far, Garyon apparently had a rapport with the sorcerer. Both angles would need to be leveraged to get a Lannister a prolonged stay in Winterfell. And this also provided him with another opportunity as well. But the plan wasn't without risk. It would have to be firmly installed in Joy's mind that no matter what, family came first. She was a Lannister, not a Stark or a Nox. The last thing House Lannister needed was for one of their own to turn their back on them. You will send a raven to the sorcerer in the morning, Garyon, informing him of your intentions on bringing Joy to the north to have her tested to see if she has this Force. Tywin ordered. And you will go with them, Tyrion. Me. Tyrion gaped like a fool. Why? Not that I'm complaining. You've proven yourself to be quite clever over the past few years. Now I am giving you a chance to prove just how clever you are. Tywin cut in, not wanting to listen to Tyrion stutter. The North has grown substantially in wealth over the past few years due to various exports that they have begun crafting in mass. Their glass production is their primary source of coin, but they have also made a significant amount off their new smelting process, their exotic food production, and now this new medicine that can apparently cure greyscale. During your stay in Winterfell while Joy is being tested by the sorcerer, you will do everything in your power to learn what you can of these new processes and bring them back here to Castle Rock so that we can begin duplicating them. Tyrion bit his lip in a nervous tell that he would have to eliminate soon if he was to be of any use in the future. That is quite the task. You're asking me to all but steal the secrets of the Sorcerer. Not steal. House Lannister does not steal. We are merely going to begin our own processes using what the Starks have spent years of effort and coin on to create. Tywin countered. House Lannister must begin seeking ventures outside of our minds if we are to retain our position. It was a piece of information that Tywin did not want to share, as it would project weakness to the other houses. But none of their gold mines had managed to find any new significant veins of gold in years. House Lannister wasn't broke, not by a long shot. But the staple upon which their house had risen to power was no longer as easily to obtain. He'd put a great deal of effort into making sure that this knowledge did not become known, and for years he'd been successful. But it would only be a matter of time before word got out. And once it did, House Lannister needed to be known for something other than their gold mines if they would survive in the long run. Well, Tyrion breathed, slapping the arms of his chair. I suppose I will need to begin crafting quite the story to spin if I'm to slip one past Lord Stark and Lord Nox. Any ideas? I'm sure that you will figure something out. Tywin replied dismissively. Now leave me. I have work to be done and am losing light. Garyon, I want to read over the raven you will be sending to the Sorcerer and Lord Stark when we break our fast in the morning. Used to his dismissals, his siblings and Tyrion all immediately got to their feet and left. But despite what he'd said to them, he did not start working right away. Instead, he allowed a slight grin to appear as he thought of the future. Joy will succeed. That girl has always been different. And now I know why. She will spend a few years learning what she can from the Sorcerer, and after she flowers, I will send her instructions to begin seducing the boy Jon Snow using any means necessary. They will wed, and she will start giving birth to children that will have this power, this force. And then House Lannister will rise higher than ever before. But as pleasant as the thought was, it was still just a single plan. And Tywin was not one to place all his coin on a single plan. He needed a backup plan as well. And a third plan as well. He would not rest until this strange force power resided within House Lannister, where it belonged. Standing upon his balcony in the Sorcerer's Tower of Winterfell, Nox let his senses wander over the bustling courtyard below, trying to take a moment to just relax. The past week since they'd finally returned to Winterfell had been a whirlwind of never-ending exhaustion for both the inhabitants of Winterfell and its visitors. The fair had gone over well, almost unbelievably so. Small folk from all over the north had made the journey to Winterfell, lured in by the prospect of being able to showcase what they could do in front of many different lords and perchance even earn the lords and ladies of the north favor. A feeling that was heightened when Robb announced that the small folk would be able to partake in some of the games that would be held during the week. Which had led to a truly surprising development as a simple woodcutter from the lands of House Glover defeated the Greatjon himself in a log-throwing contest. Instead of being offended though, the Lord of Last Hearth had instead invited the man and his family personally to the Great Hall that night to feast and drink and celebrate the man's victory. Outside of the games though, there was unfortunately little that the small folk offered in terms of advancements. One netmaker woman had crafted a new weave, which increased the tensile strength of the fishing nets, allowing them to garner a greater haul before breaking. And another man from the lands owned by House Karstark had shown his idea for a gravity-fed watering system for smaller farms. Both useful, but hardly groundbreaking. At least to Nox anyway. The one that had really caught his eye, however, was a family from the lands of House Forrester. During the previous winter they had stumbled upon a sweet maple tree and had begun harvesting its sap after they discovered that it was edible. After a few years of experimentation with the aid of House Forrester, the family was able to create a rudimentary simple syrup, which was an immediate hit with the lords and ladies. A sweetener, any sweetener, was a highly sought-after commodity. And therefore, it was expensive. With but a single taste, Ned had offered the family whatever assistance they needed in order to expand their work and begin the process of planting more of the trees that created the sap. While the presentations of the small folk were only mildly interesting at best, the same could not be said of the presentations given by the students of Winterfell's college, led by Samwell Tarly and their newest member Talisa Mager. Talisa's presentation had been easy enough for Nox to predict. The lady from Volantis had presented her and Nox's cure for greyscale, including going into an in-depth explanation of the how and why it worked, which he was sure went over most of the assembled nobles' heads. But while the specifics may have gone over their heads, the implications did not. Greyscale was considered one of the worst, most contagious sicknesses in all the known world. To have a cure readily available was astounding. Samwell, the other students and Maester Luwin had all worked together to present the second display the college put on. Well before he'd left for Valyria, he'd planted an idea into Samwell and Luwin's head about gears and automation. And he was more than pleased to see that the two had taken to the idea like a fish in water. And in less than 7 months, the group had gone from theorizing to creating a basic steam engine in the form of an atmospheric engine. The engine itself stood over 2 grown men tall and required specific timing to work the values in order to introduce the steam and to vent the steam so that piston would move. It was rudimentary, but a huge step forward. At least to Nox, who could understand its worth anyway. The nobles were not all that impressed at first. All they saw was an overcomplicated system to move a pump handle up and down. But then Luwin and Samwell showed how the machine could create a pump system to help clear water out of mines. That had garnered some interest, but it was when Samwell showed off their last invention that the full implications of the steam engine could take hold. Sam had created a bicycle, or rather quad cycle, as he had modified a small one-man wagon for this demonstration. He'd crafted a gear system over the front axle of the wagon, which was connected with a chain to a secondary gear that had a pair of pedals on either side just beneath where the wagon driver would sit. After situating himself in the wagon, and with no small amount of effort, Sam had managed to get the wagon moving forward without a horse, using the power of his legs only by pedaling. After displaying the moving wagon, Luwin then went on to explain how the gear system worked and why it could move without horses. And then presented what they were hoping to achieve in the long run. They were hoping to work on bringing the steam engine down to small scale and then attaching it to a wagon that had the gear system on it. The piston of the engine would then be used to pedal the wagon. And once they could achieve that, they would have the first horseless wagon. Capable of continuously running if there was enough heat and water to keep the piston moving. The idea of a horseless carriage completely floored almost everyone in attendance. And almost as soon as the presentation was finished, the members of Winterfell's college were bombarded with questions from the nobles as they all but demanded to know when the first working unit would be available and how they could go about procuring it for themselves. A definite step in the right direction, he thought as he let his senses wander over the steam engine, which was still garnering a lot of attention from just about everyone even days after it had been displayed. While Nox had planted the original idea for the steam engine in the minds of his students before he left, he honestly couldn't take hardly any credit for its creation. While he knew the basic principles of a steam piston engine, the design was just too simple. He was used to working on the level of technology that involved hyperdrive engines, not simple machines that had been outdated for potentially tens of thousands of years. But now that they had created the very basic of engines, he was ready to offer a few ideas for modifications that would increase efficiency, decrease its size and increase its output. The only problem was, as it was with the original concept of the steam engine, it was still too simple. He would be able to present the ideas, but it would be up to Luwin and the students of the college to truly figure out how to put them into practice. With all the presentations shown and the offers from the various lords and ladies having been made, the fair was steadily winding down. But that didn't mean that people were leaving. Not yet anyway. For there were still 2 more events that the nobles and small folk alike wanted to either attend or even just catch a glimpse of. One of which was Robb Stark's Name Day celebration, which would be happening in 2 nights and would mark the end of the fair. But the other event was the one that would be taking place tonight. Nox's wedding to Nyra. Despite having asked her weeks ago for her hand and with the day now upon them, Nox was still trying to wrap his mind around just how they got to this point. When he'd first met her years ago, he'd found a keen mind just waiting to be unleashed. And the fact that she was just a mere servant was all the better. By taking her under his wing and raising her to the rank of a pseudo-noble, he had instilled a sense of hope into the small folk that if they worked hard that they too could reach her level. And his plan had worked. The small folk all looked up to and admired Nyra for all that she had accomplished over the years. Sure, there were some that still whispered she was nothing more than a noble hunter, but she didn't let those comments get to her. She knew who she was, and she wasn't about to let anyone's thinking change that. It was one of the many qualities that had attracted him to her in the first place. And now, here they were, 7 years after their first meeting, about to officially become husband and wife. The small folk were not the only ones who were excited about the marriage either. Almost every lord and lady that was visiting had taken the time to congratulate them both. Some more enthusiastically than others, as Nox was sure there were more than a few sore ladies that were still holding out hope that he would pick them as his bride. But of all the enthusiastic reactions, none was greater than Sansa's. The eldest daughter of Ned was practically swooning every time the marriage was brought up. No doubt that to her, this seemed like the greatest romantic fable come to life. A sorcerer who comes to a foreign land, makes a name for himself, earns a title, raises a mere serving girl to the rank of a noble lady, and then takes her as his wife. It was fairly cliché and romantic now that he thought about it. Sansa had been having the time of her life this week working with Nyra, and to a lesser extent Lady Stark, to plan out every facet of the wedding celebration. She'd even taken to personally sewing Nyra's maiden's cloak and the cloak that Nox would put on her shoulders at the conclusion of the ceremony. For her cloak, as she did not have a house, the Grey Wolf of House Stark was sewn onto the back, representing Nyra as a vassal to House Stark. And for Nox, his cloak had the black sun with the two triple-peaked mountains laying sideways, an old symbol for the Sith Lords that Nox had always taken a liking to. And outside of Sansa and the small folk, the bards were also having a field day with the wedding. He'd already heard at least 2 or 3 different traveling bards that had come to Winterfell in hopes of coin by working on crafting a song to commemorate their union. Sensing his apprentice crossing the courtyard below with his brother, Nox focused in on the duo as they made their way towards the entrance to the catacombs. No doubt to meet up with their father and Lady Stark, who had entered the catacombs just a few minutes prior to their arrival. It's finally time, he thought, sensing the two descend into the depths of the Starks' final resting place. I suppose that I should get ready for the inevitable fallout then. Force only knows how Jon is going to react to what Ned has to tell him. Standing before the statues of his lost family deep within the crypts of Winterfell, Ned Stark was doing everything he could to try and calm his racing heart. It was no lie to say that he was dreading what was about to happen. In another life, he would have never even considered having this conversation at all to spare himself and others the pain that he knew it would bring about. But that was neither here nor there, and he realized now that his refusal to speak would have been worse than not speaking at all. Father, brother, sister, he thought to himself, staring at the 3 Starks that lost their lives during the fall of the Targaryen reign. Give me strength and guidance to find the words that need to be said this day. And may one day may my family find the strength to forgive my silence. Ned. Swallowing, Ned turned his gaze away from the statues of his family and found his wife of the past 3 and 10 years standing just a short distance away from him. The soft glow of the torches illuminating her face. Gods, she was indeed beautiful. Even after all these years. Cat, he nodded, not sure what further to say as she came up beside him and glanced towards the statues depicting the lost Starks. He knew, just like the gods would, that Cat never truly felt comfortable down in the crypts. Though why, she would not say. And, if he were being honest, this was not necessarily the place he wanted this conversation to take place. But in all of Winterfell, there was no better place for such a discussion to occur. With very few exceptions, no one save for the Starks were allowed into the crypts. And with so many of his bannermen around, this was the safest place to speak freely. I almost considered waiting until they all left before saying what needed to be said, he thought, glancing towards his father. But I know that if I did, then when the time came again, I would simply find another excuse to delay this. No. It is far better for this to happen here and now rather than later. The boys are old enough. They will understand. As will Cat. I hope. Ned, Cat called out softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Ned nodded, trying to draw strength from the simple gesture, fearful that once he'd said his piece that it would be some time before he could feel such comfort from here again. Though for how much longer that will remain true, I do not know. Pulling away from his wife, Ned turned and faced down the path leading towards the surface as he felt, and heard, his 2 sons approaching. Such a strange sensation, he thought as he watched Jon and Robb slowly approach himself and Cat. To be able to feel when someone you know is close without having to see or hear them. Truly, this power Nox has awakened in the North is indeed a gift from the gods. Father, Mother, Robb greeted the two of them with Jon staying just slightly behind him. Is everything all right? Ned nodded, a weight heavier than the wall itself pressing down on his shoulders as he realized he now had nowhere left to turn. It was time to reveal the truth. And may the gods give his sons the strength to understand just why he did what he had. Then, what's going on? Robb pressed. Has something happened? Is the fair not going as well as you'd hoped? No. Your fare is exceeding my expectations, son, Ned replied, trying to reassure Robb. I asked you three to come and speak with me here because what is about to be said between the three of us must remain between us. Is that understood? Both of his sons blinked, clearly startled by the tone of his voice. A tone that he had never used in front of the two of them. Cat wasn't any better as she was clearly trying, and failing, to work out just why he had asked for them specifically. I swear on the old god's father, whatever you have to say will not leave us, Robb swore, with Jon mimicking his oath almost immediately. Turning his head to Cat, he could tell that she wasn't pleased with what was going on, but she nodded her consent despite her obvious reservations. There are truths that you three must know. Truths that have been hidden for a long time. Truths that once spoken, cannot be taken back. And should they leave the four of us, then it could spell disaster for not just us, but our family as well. F.A. Lord Stark, Jon corrected himself with a quick glance towards Cat. Should I be here for this? You should, Jon. For this concerns you most of all, he said cryptically before taking a breath and mentally preparing himself for the plunge he was about to take. I have lied to you three and indeed the realm for 3 and 10 years. At first, it was to protect our family and I swore that one day I would stop the lie. But as the years passed, it became harder and harder to say the words. It is only now, as you two are entering the cusp of manhood that I have once again found the strength to say what needs to be said. Turning away from his sons and wife, he faced the statues of his lost family. Father, bother, sister. Give me strength. Jon, this truth revolves around you. For your entire life, I have claimed you as my bastard son. That was a lie. You have the Stark blood, Jon. But you are not my son. He could feel the air move as Catelyn gasped, her head turning rapidly from the statues of his family to Jon. Jon merely took a step back, unsure of what to say but a look of fear growing on his face. Brandon, Cat stated. He's Brandon's son, isn't he? No, Ned denied, the lump growing in his throat as he could feel the fear, the want of denial rising from Jon. Jon is the son of my sister, Lyanna Stark. The color drained from Cat's face as she quickly made the connection. Robb, still trying to work out the connection, kept looking back and forth between Jon and the statue of Lyanna. And Jon didn't say anything. Instead he backed away from Ned and the others until his back hit the far wall and he slowly slid down until he was on the ground and buried his head in his hands. My father. He was. Ned nodded. Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen. Ned had been expecting several reactions from Jon upon learning of his true parentage. Shouting and anger being the most prevalent among his reactions. But what he had not expected was for Jon to just simply sit there, as if his mind was no longer able to function. Marching up to the front of his sister's resting place, Ned went to one knee and began loosening a hidden panel at the base of her statue. Pulling it open to reveal a small hiding place, he reached inside and pulled out a small box. He knew without even needing to open it what was within. After all, he'd been the one to place everything inside years ago before sealing it away. Opening the box, he glanced at the various papers laying within before pulling out a thin leather-bound journal. His sister's last words to her son. She had left him a similar one as well, one that he had destroyed shortly after reading it for fear of it falling into the wrong hands. Your mother, my sister, Ned began, closing the lid on the box. There would be time for him to go through papers on another day. He could tell that Jon needed to see this first and foremost. She left this for you, Jon. I don't know exactly what is within, but it is her last words to you. Lifting his head from his hands, Tears forming at the corner of his eyes, Jon stared at the small book in his hand. With a shaky hand, Jon slowly reached out and took the book from him, staring at the leather cover as if it were about to spawn two heads and start talking. "Jon," Robb called out tentatively, taking a step towards his brother in all but name. "Jon, are you?" His question went unfinished as Jon shot up from his spot, almost running into Ned as he did so, before turning away from Ned and the others and all but running away from them towards the exit. His departure was so sudden and unexpected that neither Ned, Cat, nor Robb were able to stop him before he could disappear into the darkness of the catacombs. Robb was the first to come back to his senses as he began marching after Jon the moment he went out of sight. "Robb," Cat called out tentatively, bringing his eldest son to a halt. "I'm going after my brother," Robb said with a conviction that Ned had rarely heard from his son. "No matter who his mother or father is, no matter his name or status, Jon is still my brother. And he will always have a place by my side. And I will always stay by his." Seeing that Cat was about to say something further, Ned shot her a look that stilled the words on her tongue as Robb continued to chase his brother out of the catacombs. "That didn't necessarily go as bad as I thought. But it certainly did not go as I would have hoped. Though, from the look on Cat's face, it is far from over." With their son no longer in sight, Cat turned her full attention to him, her eyes and face full of hurt and anguish. "You lied to me, Ned. For 3 and 10 years you have lied. Why? Why did you not tell me? Why? Just, why?" "To protect him, and all of us," Ned answered without hesitation. "To protect him and us," Cat repeated. "From whom?" "Robert, Tywin Lannister and anyone who would seek to use Jon to try and reclaim the Iron Throne for the Targaryens." Cat took a few long moments of silence to gather her thoughts as she visibly tried to work out what he'd said with what she knew. "I can understand wanting to protect him from Tywin and the Loyalists, but why Robert? Surely, he would not have brought harm to Jon. In fact, had you just told the king about the boy, he could have ensured that no harm would come to him while removing him from the line of succession." Ned wanted to smack his head against the stone wall of the catacombs. He loved Cat. She was a wonderful mother and a good lady of Winterfell. But, gods, sometimes he feared that she was far too naive in some matters. "You weren't there, Cat," Ned sighed, running a hand through his hair. "That day in the throne room when Tywin had the bodies of Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys laid out before Robert, covered in blood and wrapped in Lannister red. Robert didn't berate Tywin or even punish those responsible. He merely looked down at the 3 corpses, 2 of which were but babes, and smiled. Then he laughed. He laughed and said that he saw no babies, only dragonspawn. That they deserved to burn in all 7 hells just for the sin of being born. And that any and all born to the Targaryen line deserved the same fate, or worse." Realizing that his voice had been steadily raising, Ned took a moment to compose himself. Gods, over 3 and 10 years later and the memory could still invoke an anger unlike any within him. Robert loved Lyanna, or at least the idea of her. I'd even go so far as to say that he was obsessed with her. To learn that she'd had a child with Rhaegar Targaryen, he would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the babe was killed in the most violent manner possible. And how do you think the Northern Lords would have responded? There was already a growing discontent amongst our bannermen regarding Robert's behavior during the rebellion. Everyone respected Robert's prowess on the battlefield, but off the field. He would continuously say that he was fighting to reclaim his lost love that had been stolen by Rhaegar, but in the next breath he would be bedding every camp follower he could find. And then after the sack of King's Landing, the fate of Elia and her children, coupled with Robert's unwillingness to punish those responsible, that discontent only grew. And Lyanna was beloved by the North, the she-wolf of the North, they called her. If I had revealed Jon's true parentage, they wouldn't have cared for who his father was, though they would want to keep a close eye on him. They would only care that he was a Stark. Robert, on the other hand, he would have demanded that I hand the boy over to be killed. And what do you think my bannermen's reactions to that would be? They would promptly tell Robert where to shove his order and immediately take to arms, and the war would start anew. So yes, I lied. I claimed Jon as my bastard son to protect him from those who would seek to either use him or kill him. And I lied to prevent another war from starting. Biting her lip, Cat went silent as she took in everything he laid out before her. I understand, Ned, She breathed as a weight almost seemed to lift from her shoulder. Yet what I can't understand is why you did not tell me. Even after all this time. Why did you keep this from me? At first, it was because I did not know you, Cat, Ned answered honestly as he held up a hand to stop her retort so he could continue. I had met you only once prior to our marriage at Harrenhal. And over time, I doubted whether I would ever even reveal this secret as it could potentially bring calamity down upon us. And should that happen, I wanted you and our children to be able to deny that you knew anything of my deception to save you. I realize now my folly, my love. And I pray that one day you will be able to forgive me. Cat looked on the verge of tears, though not necessarily from sadness. Then, you did not betray me. No, Ned replied, shaking his head. Ever since we said our vows and I put my cloak around your shoulders, there has been no other. What about her? Now it was his turn to turn away. There was no need to ask just who Cat was speaking about. No more lies, Cat. Ashara and I laid together at Harrenhal and I was going to write to my father once I had returned to the Vale to ask for her hand. But that changed when I married you. And I did not touch her again. And as far as I know, no child came of our time in Harrenhal. He could hear Cat trying, and failing, to stifle her tears behind him. Thank you, Ned. I need time, but I still love you. Turning back, he gently wrapped Cat in his arms. She didn't respond, but that didn't surprise him in the least, all things considered. I understand, Cat, he nodded, stepping back from her. Take what time you need. I will wait for you. Nodding, Cat moved to step past him, only to stop. What if Jon now decides that he no longer wants to remain here in the north? What if he wants the throne? How will you respond? It was a fair question, and one that Ned honestly did not have an answer to. But Ned had faith in his son. Cat, think of Jon, not as a bastard, but as the young boy that has been raised alongside our children his entire life. Think beyond what you have been told as to the nature of a bastard, and think only of the nature that Jon has shown us his whole life. And then answer me this. Do you truly think that Jon would put his siblings' lives in danger just so that he could sit on the Iron Throne? Cat didn't answer. She just stood there beside him looking down the length of the catacombs towards the path leading to the surface. No, he would not, she just barely whispered before marching away from him. And I'll pray to the seven that it remains so. Kneeling in the middle of his private meditation chamber, Nox slipped into a meditative trance as he waited for the inevitable fallout from the conversation he knew that his apprentice was currently having with his father. The moment he felt his senses stretch out, he was almost immediately struck with a slight disturbance in the force. The same type of disturbance that had been plaguing him since they had banished the dark entity from Valyria all those months ago. It was an odd sensation to say the least. Like a bright spot in the corner of one's eye that would disappear the moment one tried to look for it. It had been a persistent ache for him for months. And it had been creeping up with more and more frequency ever since they'd stepped foot back onto northern soil. It has to be whatever controls these others, he theorized. I have a feeling that whatever these creatures are, they have some sort of force sensitivity. They've more than likely sensed my presence the moment I crash landed here years ago. And with the destruction of the dark entity in Valyria, which these others clearly wanted to gain control of based on the vision I had, they now know that I'm a threat. But what is this annoying disturbance that just won't leave? It's a sense of danger but diluted. Unsure. Are they making their move? Perhaps. Which means getting the Wildlings south of the wall before they can be eradicated and added to the ranks of walking dead the others have at their command. His concentration was abruptly shattered and the vision was sent fleeing as the door to the chamber nearly came off its hinges as his clearly unstable apprentice all but ran into the room. Anger, confusion and hurt screaming from every aspect of his being. You knew. I see he didn't take it very well, Nox sighed as he got up to his feet and turned towards his irate apprentice. If you are referring to the fact that Lord Stark is not the man who sired you, then yes. I knew. He could feel Jon's anger practically radiating off him. How long have you been lying to me? Lying? Nox questioned, shaking his head. My apprentice, I have never once lied to you. Have you ever heard me refer to you as Eddard Stark's direct son? No, I haven't. And as for how long I've known, I knew almost immediately that, while you two share a familial connection, you are not directly related. With that established, it took me all of maybe a week or two of reading through this land's recent history to figure out just who your mother and father were. Taking a step back, Jon's anger faltered slightly. You can tell that just from looking at someone. Why haven't you taught any of us that skill? Because it is infinitely more complicated than simply looking at someone. Nox sighed. For starters, both individuals need to be side by side and both have a decent force sensitivity for me to ascertain parentage or not. Then the two force signatures will resonate with one another in a certain fashion. And the only reason I even know what to look for is because in the Sith Empire, one could rise from nothing like myself. Sith ancestry and family was highly coveted. And those who had the skill to sense the force resonances between two individuals were treated almost like kings because they could tell familial connections and even ancestry to a certain degree. Lord Stark, despite his powers being most dormant, is strong in the force. And so are you, apprentice. When you two stood next to one another that first time I met you both, your presences echoed off one another in a familial fashion, but not in a manner that one would accept between a parent and child who were both force sensitive. Leaving breadcrumbs for Jon to learn of a new skill was usually a successful method of dispelling this young apprentice's anger, and it almost worked this time. Almost. You still knew. Jon all but shouted. For years. You knew that I wasn't a Stark. And you never told me. Why? Would it have changed anything had I told you the truth of your parentage? Yes. Jon immediately shouted, to which Nox just merely stared at the boy, making him shift his weight. It would have changed. It would have changed what? Nox pressed, stepping towards Jon, waiting for his apprentice to come up with something. You can't think of anything, can you? Because it would have changed absolutely nothing. It's no different than when you thought you were just a bastard. You are not defined by some name. You are who you choose to be. And you are still the son of Eddard Stark. Jon scoffed and looked away. He's not my father. Nox moved without even realizing it, the back of his hand connecting with the side of Jon's head hard enough to send the boy into a spinning fall. To his credit, Jon tried to retaliate, keyword being tried. With how unstable he was, it was easy enough for Nox to knock aside any physical or force attack Jon sent his way. And in the end, Jon was planted face first into the floor with Nox's boot on his back, keeping him in place. Had enough yet? Nox growled, putting more pressure onto Jon's back. Jon didn't cry out, nor beg. Nox had taught him better than that. A Sith didn't show weakness from pain. Instead, Jon raised his right hand with his index and middle finger extended outwards. A sign of surrender. Removing his boot from Jon's back, Nox squatted down in front of his struggling apprentice. Eddard Stark, is your father Jon? Nox said in a lighter tone, trying to get through to the boy. A father is not denoted by the one who shot his seed into your mother. A father is one who loves you and raises you as if you were his own son. Eddard raised you alongside your cousins and gave you a home. He taught you how to fight. How to lead. He taught you the difference between right and wrong. If anyone, especially Robert, learned that your father was harboring a child of the Targaryens, let alone Rhaegar's child, their past wouldn't have saved him. He could have taken the easy way out. He could have left you in the desert or with some unsuspecting small folk, or even sent you to another keep to be raised. Yet he didn't. Because he loved your mother, his sister. And he loves you as well. Not just as his nephew, but as another son. Never forget that. The sound of sniffling came from Jon, making Nox's cheek twitched. He'd never been good with all this gentle emotion stuff. Never had the chance to even care about the softer emotions. But he was learning. First through Ashara, now through Nyra. He just hoped he wasn't screwing things up further. Am I, Jon sniffed, is this all I'm destined to be? A burden. I never wanted to be. I only ever wanted to be a Stark. 2. To make my father proud. Sitting down fully, Nox let out a breath. He is proud of you, Jon, as am I. Jon's head shot up at that. Not many have what it takes to go through what you did under my tutelage. Yet you did. And you excelled far beyond my expectations. And as for a name, have I told you before how I came to the name Darth Nox? I had another name before that one. But amongst the Sith, once you reach a certain level you cast aside your old name, who you used to be. And you become someone new. The reason we do this is in part to show that our past doesn't matter. All that matters is who we have chosen to become. Holding out his hand, Nox wordlessly summoned the book that Jon had in his hand when he first entered. From your mother, I take it? He asked, to which Jon nodded. Read it, he ordered, forcing the book back into Jon's hands. The past is important, Jon. But only so much so that we may learn from our mistakes. We are not bound by the mistakes or sins of our forebears. Learn from what happened and move past it, Jon. Otherwise you will always be stuck. Standing, Nox purposefully turned his back on his apprentice and made his way out of his meditation chambers. It was a strange sensation, this wanting to help his young apprentice through his emotional troubles. But this was a battle that Jon needed to fight on his own. And he was confident that his young apprentice would come out better for it in the end. Revelations 2, Part 3. The sound of Master Nox closing the door was almost deafening as Jon now sat alone in his master's personal study with nothing more than his mother's journals to keep him company. My mother, he thought sadly, looking down at the seemingly innocent leather book barely larger than his hand. For so long he had only wanted to know one thing about himself. The one thing most could not answer and the few who could refuse to do so. But now he knew. And knowing was almost worse than not knowing. When he didn't know who she was, he still had hope that he would someday meet her. That she would hold him in her arms and tell him how proud of him she was. But now there was no chance of that ever happening. Because she was dead. Dead and buried along with her brother and father down in the crypts of Winterfell. Fighting through the pain of anguish that threatened to overtake him once more, he focused on the small journal on the table before him. It looked just like any other book one could read, but to Jon, this one thing might as well have been the stranger himself in disguise. Would this tell him why she did what she did? Why a rebellion that cost so many lives was started? Did he even want to know? Did she despise him because of who his father was? I won't know anything just sitting here like a lump on a log, he thought, shaking his head and sucking in several deep breaths as he purposefully flipped the book open while the words Master Nox just spoke to him went through his mind. Move forward, Jon. To stay stagnant is to die. Learn from the past, but do not fear it. His resolve faltered as he eyed the seemingly neat yet still sloppy writing on the first page. My mother's hand, he swallowed, his fingers tracing the letters as if they could connect the two of across the barrier of life and death that separated the two of them. Oh, for God's sake, Jon, he cursed himself as he realized he still hadn't read a single word on the page. As Master would say, man up or shut up. Now, read the damn book. My son, Gods, that is odd to say. Even though you are still growing in my womb, I feel that I already know so much about you. Well, I guess that I do. But most, well, probably all would probably think that I'm crazy for just why. After all, I've been locked in this god-forsaken bloody tower for moons now with no one to talk to save for 3 Kingsguard who do rather impressive imitations of trees and, gods, I'm rambling. You see, my son, I've had wolf dreams, just like the Targaryens of old used to have dragon dreams. The Starks frequently had those who could have wolf dreams. And I guess I'm the lucky one that got saddled with this accursed power this time around. But it wasn't all that bad, I guess. I saw you, my son. I saw that you would be born a boy and that you would be raised with your cousins in Winterfell, our home. I saw what a brave and good man you will become. But this knowledge came with a great price. The price to know that I will not survive you coming into this world. And it is a price that I will gladly pay, my son. And no matter what anyone might try to say to you, I will not regret paying this price. Because I love you more than my own life. Because you are my life, my son. Now and forever. Pausing, Jon took a steadying breath. She knew that she wouldn't survive giving birth to me. And she didn't hate me. She didn't even know me and she said she loves me. I suppose that most of this just sounds like the ramblings of a mad woman. And reading what I already wrote, I would be ready to agree with you. But again, I've been locked in this tower for months on end with only my own thoughts to provide any meaningful company. So, I'm sorry if a lot of this won't make sense, but I want you to know. To know the truth behind what happened and the circumstances around your birth. Though, having said that, I don't know where to even begin. I suppose I might as well start when I was still but a little girl in Winterfell. I was always, well, different from the other girls in the keep in Winter Town. I didn't want to do needlework or listen to poetry or any of those other, ladylike, things our accursed southern maester insisted were proper indulgences for a lady. I wanted to be in the yard training with my brothers and the guards. I wanted to go out hunting for deer or boar or whatever struck my fancy. I wanted to ride my horse to the ends of the land and sail beyond the sunset sea just to see what was out there. The last thing I wanted was a cage that so many girls wanted to willingly lock themselves in. But as I grew up, I suppose I came to realize that such fancies were not possible. Not for me at least. Nobility is a gift and a curse. A gift because we have privileges that others do not. A curse, because we have expectations that we have to meet. And it wasn't just that proper, lady activities didn't sound appealing to me that set me apart from the other girls. Around the time I started my moon blood, don't cringe son, it's a natural part of a woman's cycle and something that you will have to deal with in time. All the other girls started gushing about this guard or stable boy or perhaps even a lord's son or two. But I just wasn't interested in them. At least not like the other girls. They all wanted to steal kisses or perhaps more. But I just wanted to beat them into the ground to prove that I was just as good, no better, than them. And my thoughts weren't helped when I overheard two of Winterfell's guards talking about their recent trip to the brothel in Winter Town. By the gods, from the way they spoke they viewed the girls who worked there as little more than holes to be used and discarded. Now that I think about it, that might be a direct quote. And they weren't alone in their feelings. After hearing that, I began to sneak about more often, trying to listen in on more raunchy conversations. I was hoping that those two were the exception and not the norm. But nope, I was wrong. They were pretty much the norm. Even several of the Lord's sons talked about their wives, betrothed or whores in the same manner. So, my opinion towards men got quite colored. Then came the day that I knew was coming but was still dreading with every fiber of my being. The day when my father pulled me into his solar to coldly and calmly informed me that within a few years, once I reached the age of 10 and 6 and could safely carry a child to term, I would wed to Robert Baratheon, the heir of Storm's End and the Lord of the Stormlands. And then I was dismissed. Just like that, Lyanna, you will wed Robert Baratheon, get fucked by him, bear him a son and that is all. Leave. Obviously, that wasn't the real conversation between myself and my father, but that was close. I spent the next 2 months coming to terms with what was to be my future. I had hope that, seeing as how Robert was a brother in all but blood to Ned, that he would be a good man. Even if the idea of being with him, or rather any man, didn't sit well with me, if he was a good man then I could live with it. Then came the tourney of Harrenhal. My father sent myself, Brandon and Benjen down to represent House Stark and we were to meet up with Ned and my future betrothed as well once we were there. When I first saw Robert, I can honestly say that I could somewhat understand why many a maiden seemed to be infatuated with him. He was tall, strong and I'd even go so far as to say that he was ruggedly handsome. Though I still felt no spark or interest in him when Ned introduced us. But he was pleasant enough and courteous. At least for a time. He said that he loved me, even though we'd never even met before this. That sent the bells off in my head. And the more we talked, the more I realized that he loved the idea of me. Not me. I could tell from the way he looked at me, to the way he responded to all my interests that he loved the idea of claiming the she-wolf of Winterfell. Not in marrying Lyanna Stark. And my dislike for him was set in stone that very night when he tried to force himself on me. Well, he didn't push for sex but he was certainly insistent with his hands and mouth. And didn't stop until I firmly slapped him across the face and ran off. I told my brothers what had transpired, and Brandon looked ready to march off and kill the man. But Ned, the ever-patient one of us, managed to talk our brother down. He explained that Robert had probably indulged a little too much with his drink, which didn't settle my thoughts at all. But in the end, I decided to give the oaf another chance and went to his tent to speak with him once more. That was when I found out he was with not one, but 2 whores. Whores that apparently looked a lot like myself judging by the way he kept calling them both Lyanna, and the way his men standing guard winced while I stood there for a time listening to his debauchery. After that, I realized that I was doomed to marriage with a man who was just like all the rest. John's fingers curled around the edges of the book as he read through the passages, his anger spiking as he developed an urge to grab the fastest horse he could find in the stables and make his way down to King's Landing and become the second Kingslayer in less than 2 decades. Somehow, he managed to fight down the urge to gut the king and press on reading his mother's last writings. The next day was the start of the tourney and, despite not announcing that he was even coming, the Mad King apparently decided to come to the tourney. When I first saw the man, I almost asked Brandon why a beggar was masquerading as the king. His hair was long and disheveled, his fingernails almost impossibly long, and he just looked wretched. In comparison, his son, the crowned prince, was exactly what I pictured whenever I thought of the royal family. He was the first man that I considered beautiful. But he paled in comparison to his wife, our future queen, Elia Martell. She was beauty and grace personified. Outside of the king's arrival, nothing else of note really happened till that night when I caught 3 squires beating up one of House Stark's bannermen by the name of Howland Reed. I managed to chase them off with my name and tended to Howland personally. Howland said he didn't care about the beating, but I did. And as my father always said, the wolf's blood is strong in me. So, I did something that, looking back now, was insanely stupid. But also, the greatest thing I'd ever done. I managed to piece together a suit of armor. Then I rode out on a borrowed steed the next day proclaiming myself to be the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and challenged the 3 knights whose squires beat Howland the night before. And I handed all 3 their asses on a platter. But the thrill of beating them was dashed when the king demanded I remove my helmet and present myself. I couldn't let that happen, so I ran. I managed to ditch my horse and was in the process of throwing my armor into the God's Eye when I was found by none other than Prince Rhaegar, Princess Elia, and 2 Kingsguard. I was done for, and I knew it. But then something I never expected to happen happened. Elia wrapped me in her arms and told Rhaegar and the Kingsguard to throw the armor into the lake and to never speak of it. The prince even added that he would take my shield as proof of my fleeing. I was stunned. I didn't understand why they were helping me. But as the Kingsguard, who I later learned was Sir Arthur Dayne and Prince Lewin Martell, threw my armor in the lake, Elia led me into an unused passage that led back into Harrenhal and proceeded to help me clean up and get changed. And that moment was the start of everything, both good and bad. I asked Elia why she was helping me, but she simply smiled and said that she understood what I was going through and that she admired me. Me, the Princess of Dorne and future Queen of Westeros, admired me. And while I thought that after that one meeting, I would never see her again, I was wrong. For the next several days the princess always seemed to be wherever I was, and she kept inviting me to have tea with her, or take a walk, or anything to really spend time with her. We talked. Gods, we talked a lot. And it was through her that I learned more about myself than I ever thought possible. I told her everything, my thoughts on my marriage and on men in general, and she just stood there and took it all in. And in the end, she explained just why I was so different from all the other ladies. I was, to quote Elia, a lady's lady. Or rather, I would prefer to be a man in the company of a woman rather than a woman in the company of a man. I didn't really understand what she was saying, but then she dropped a question that changed everything. She asked me if I had a choice, would I rather kiss and sleep with herself, or Rhaegar? And that was the moment when everything became clear. The reason why I didn't want to be with a man was because I wanted to be with a woman. I'd heard about such things, of course, but, well, such behavior was not acceptable. At least in public. Except for Dorne, of course. And the North was more forgiving of such things. But there were still expectations to be held upon. And then, as if that revelation wasn't strange enough, Elia dropped another one on me as she admitted that she too was a lady's lady, and that her marriage to Rhaegar was more like a brother-sister relationship, though not in the Targaryen manner. Rather in the normal manner. And as I was still trying to recover from that piece of information, Elia leaned forward and kissed me. And right then and there, I was lost. Any doubts I had were gone. Gods, I still don't remember how it happened, but the two of us ended up, well, performing carnal acts right there in the godswood of Harrenhal. All I can say is, thank the gods that trees block out noise and that it was her Uncle Lewin that was guarding her that day. Having read that part, John felt his face flush and he had to readjust his pants. While the thought of his mother doing Well, that wasn't particularly high on his list to think about, that wasn't necessarily where his mind went. Rather, it pictured another Dornish princess locked in a passionate embrace with another woman. Focus, John. He cursed himself, forcing himself to read on. I don't need to take care of that particular problem. After that wonderful night, I knew that no matter what, the future I wanted was to be with her. Whether as her friend, lover, sworn shield or whatever, I didn't care. All I wanted was to be with her. And as if the gods were listening to my pleas, they provided one. After we woke up in each other's arms, Elia explained to me the true reason behind the tourney of Harrenhal. Rhaegar was going to overthrow his father and take his place as king. And the tourney was being held so that Rhaegar could meet with the High Lords of Westeros and garner their support. Though that plan was now on the wayside as the king had somehow caught wind of what might be happening and decided to attend unannounced, ruining Rhaegar's plans. But that was just one of the two primary reasons why the tourney was being held. The second was that Elia and Rhaegar were trying to find a second wife for Rhaegar. Elia, with tears in her eyes, told me a truth that no one else in the entire realm save for a handful knew about. She was barren. Rhaenys was hers. But the child Aegon that was being passed off as her son was not. The true Aegon was a miscarriage. A miscarriage that cost Elia her womb. So, to make sure that Elia did not die on the orders of the king and to buy them time for Rhaegar to take the throne, they were passing off a serving girl's child as the actual crown prince until the truth could safely be revealed. But Rhaegar still needed an heir. A male heir. Which was why he needed a second wife. And, as Elia put it, she would rather his second wife be a woman that she loved, rather than some cold-hearted bitch, and I could have sworn she said some name like Kersey, or the like when she did. Now I wasn't a complete fool. I was instantly crushed as I thought that Elia had only seduced me and used me to become a broodmare for her husband. But, and gods above I don't know how, but she convinced me that everything she said, everything she felt for me, was true. And, I don't know why, but I knew that she wasn't lying to me. She loved me, just as I had come to love her. I still love her, even now after everything. And that will never change. When I had brought up the prospect of me giving birth and my, well, distaste for the thought of being with a man, she comforted me. She said that she would be with me always. And that, well, Rhaegar wasn't exactly like most men. He had needs to be sure. And he was not above seeking out a woman's company and that I shouldn't necessarily say I wouldn't like something until I tried it. But she reassured me that Rhaegar usually found solace in his books, or in the company of other men. Which was a thought I did not need. Not when I was still holding Elia's naked body close to my own. I then brought up my current betrothal, to which Elia merely laughed off. What father would uphold a betrothal to a lord, even a lord of a great house, when he could instead have his daughter become a future queen? In the end, I was convinced. And for the rest of our time in Harrenhal, Elia and I spent almost every spare moment we could together outside of the public eye. This of course was made considerably easier as my dear brother Ned had fallen of the wall in love with Elia's handmaiden Ashara. I can still remember walking out of Elia's room one morning, only to catch Ned walking out of Ashara's at the same time. Gods, I don't know who was more embarrassed. Luckily Ned bought my excuse that I was merely talking to the princess after failing to find him. I love my dear quiet brother, but gods only knew what he would do if he knew that I had spent the night with said princess in the same manner as he'd spent the night with Ashara. But all good dreams must come to an end. And for me, and everyone else for that matter, that end came when Rhaegar won the tourney and, instead of crowning Elia like we had planned, crowned me instead. My brothers, not to mention Robert, were furious and the crowd was stunned. And the king, the mad bastard, just laughed at the mayhem his son had caused with his actions. Our retinue packed up and left that very day, heading to Riverrun where Brandon would be married to Catelyn Tully before we went back north to Winterfell. And after we left, none of the plans that had been put in place worked as they should have. Rhaegar and 2 of the Kingsguard came and spurted me away from Riverrun, though why it had to be this way I still don't understand. But I made sure to leave a note in my room for Brandon explaining what was going on, and I even sent a raven to my father explaining that I was not going to be the future Lady of Storm's End, but rather the future second Queen of Westeros. We stopped on our journey on the edges of the God's Eye and, After the Kingsguard managed to find a septon, I married Rhaegar on the banks of the lake. Though I looked in Rhaegar's eyes and said the words making us husband and wife, in my mind and heart I was saying them to Elia. And I knew that she was doing the same. Then Rhaegar, well, claimed me. Only once, and mercifully it was not nearly as horrible as I had thought it would be. We then made our way south all the way to the northern borders of Dorne to a tower that Rhaegar called the Tower of Joy, though I have truly found nothing but anguish here. It was all part of the plan to keep me safely away from those who would side against Rhaegar until he was king. We were at the tower for only a day before a raven arrived from King's Landing. My brother Brandon had, for some godforsaken reason, marched to King's Landing and demanded my return and for Rhaegar to come forth and explain himself. Apparently, he thought I was taken against my will. In response, the Mad King imprisoned my brother, killed his retinue that came with him, and demanded my father present himself to the court to explain my brother's actions. My father did as was asked of him and was murdered. As was my brother. On the orders of the king. And then, as if that wasn't enough, he called my brother Ned and Robert Baratheon traitors and had sent orders that their heads were to be sent to him. I wanted to head north immediately and explain everything that had happened. Damn the plan. It was ruined anyway. But Rhaegar wouldn't listen to me. He kept insisting that he couldn't just depose his father now. And then the next raven came, and with it any fantasy one had of Rhaegar being a good man was destroyed. My brother Ned, Robert and Jon Arryn had all risen in rebellion against the crown. Now I was frantic to get back and fix the mess that we'd caused. But Rhaegar, he wouldn't budge. Instead, he said that because my brother, Robert, and Jon Arryn had declared open rebellion against the crown, they were traitors and would be dealt with as such. And that he would have to head north to deal with them, but promised that, out of respect for the future mother of his children, that he would leave Benjen as the next Lord of Winterfell. And that should Ned survive, that he would allow him to live out the remainder of his life at the Wall. He then followed that statement up by saying that, before he left, he had to make sure that his line was secure. That I needed to be pregnant. I told him that, if he was insistent on killing my brother after what his father did, that I would bite his cock off if it got even close to me. He then, gods, the look in his eyes. He told me that if I did not submit willingly, that he would have his Kingsguard hold me down so he could impregnate me and then he would end House Stark for good. But if I complied and provided him with his heir, then and only then, would he grant mercy to my brother Benjen. He said all of it so calmly, as if we were talking about the fucking weather. I had no choice and I didn't fight back as he took me over and over again. 2 weeks later I missed my moon blood and a week later Rhaegar went off to war, leaving the newly arrived Lord Commander of the Kingsguard along with Arthur and Oswell behind to protect me. Feeling sick to his stomach once more, Jon pushed the journal away from him. Thinking he was just a bastard born from a moment of weakness was one thing. Knowing that he was born from rape was, gods, that was infinitely worse. Even if he was technically trueborn. The thought of just how he came to be sickened him and made him wish that his father would come back from beyond the grave just so that he could send him back to whatever hell he was currently in. Despite how you came into being my son, I hold nothing but love for you. I fell in love with you the moment it was confirmed that you were growing within me. The sins of your father are not yours, my son. After the man who sired you left, I refused to call him your father, my son. My life became duller than dull. The only people I had to talk to were the 3 Kingsguard, none of whom I wished to even see, and the one serving girl named Willa that Sir Arthur managed to get permission from Rhaegar to bring back from his home in order to help me as my pregnancy progressed. Willa was nice enough, but I can tell that she is scared out of her mind. And it is no wonder why, as the esteemed Lord Commander told her that should she ever breath a word of what was going on here that he would cut her down without hesitation. Such a wonderful man. For months I have been stuck with nothing to do but think and, talk to myself. But then the news came that had me just about on the floor laughing for joy. Rhaegar was dead, killed on the banks of the Trident by Robert Baratheon. That act alone was enough to elevate the man somewhat in my mind, though I still didn't want him within a few leagues of me considering the way he acted the first time we met. With Rhaegar's death, the tide of the rebellion shifted and the coalition of Northmen, Valemen, Riverlanders and those from the Stormlands started pushing the Loyalists back all the way to King's Landing. I was openly praying to the old gods for my brother's success in dethroning the Mad King, something that I knew irked the Kingsguard, especially the Lord Commander, more than a little. Which of course only made me pray louder and more frequently. The next message that was brought to the tower, however, destroyed what little hope I had left in me. King's Landing had been sacked and the Mad King killed by his own Kingsguard. That news was cause for celebration. However, Elia, my sweet desert rose, was murdered. Raped and murdered with the blood of a child still on her killer's hands. And her daughter, my soon-to-be unofficial daughter, was stabbed nearly 100 times. And Robert, he laughed at their corpses. And my brother, my sweet Ned, did nothing. The one person who I had come to truly love, the one who explained to me just who I truly was and accepted me for it and even loved me, was dead. And no one seemed to give two shits about it. The writing faded off as there were clear signs of water droplets having fallen onto the page and smeared the writing. Not water droplets, he realized, feeling his own eyes swell. Tears. Tears for the woman she loved and the woman who was torn from her so violently. Sorry, I couldn't write for a while after that. I thought I'd come to terms with what happened, but I realize now that I haven't, and I probably never will. But I guess this is it, my son. Now you know everything that happened. Gods only know what people say happened during all of this, but I doubt it is the full truth. So, I guess that I need to end this as I don't really know what else to tell you, my son. I just wanted you to know the truth of your birth and to let you know that even though bringing you into this world will end my life, I will gladly pay the price. I love you, my dear son. I know that your uncle will raise you to become a good man. And I just want to say that, even though you have the blood of the dragon within you, you also have the blood of the wolves. And between the two of us, I know that the blood of the wolves is far, far stronger than that of the dragon. And I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I won't be there to watch you take your first steps. I won't be there to listen to your first words. I won't be there to wrench your ear and tan your hide when I catch you with a young girl in some darkened corner. And I won't be there to watch as you cloak a young girl with whatever sigil you take for yourself. But even though I might not be there physically, I will always be watching over you from the realm of the gods, my little dragon wolf. Oh, one last thing. The man who sired you wanted you to be named Aegon. Well, I'd rather shit down my own throat than give two shits what that man wanted. So, I decided on a much more fitting name for you, my son. Jaehaerys Targaryen, or Jaehaerys Stark, whichever you prefer. Or perhaps a new surname to make a fresh start. I'm sure you can guess my preference, but I want this to be your choice, my son. Goodbye, my son. Live long and live well. Your loving mother, Lyanna Stark née Martell née Targaryen. He read the last words ever written by his mother time and time again, trying to picture her sitting in that accursed tower, tears streaming down her face as she penned her last words to him. Jaehaerys, he thought, his fingers tracing his mother's elegant, yet somehow still sloppy, script. My true name isn't Jon Snow, but rather Jaehaerys. It's the name my mother gave me, and I want to honor her. But gods, I don't want anything to do with my father, no. Lord Eddard Stark is my father. Rhaegar Targaryen is merely the man who sired me. Nothing more. As he pondered this, a different thought occurred to him, something that Lord Nox had just told him. About how, when a Sith was ready, they would cast aside their old name and take a new one. The names were often given in relation to what they were expected to do or what they'd accomplished. But they also served as a means of severing their ties with their past and forging a new future for themselves. I can choose my name. Be who I want to be. Not who others want me to be, he thought, finally coming to the realization of just what it meant. My names, Jaehaerys Targaryen and Jon Snow, in grand scheme of things mean nothing if I do not allow them to. Jaehaerys Stark. No. Not Stark. I might want to be a Stark. But, I need something new. What was it my mother called me? Dragonwolf. Yes. Jaehaerys Dragonwolf. That is my name. That is the name that I choose. That is who I will become. Moving to close the book, he realized as he flipped through a few more pages that there was a second set of writing on the back pages. Flipping the book open to the very back, he regarded the writing that stood in stark contrast to his mother's delicate hand. Your Grace. Before you read further, Please know that I have not read what your mother has left for you. That is for your eyes and your eyes alone. While I may not know the exact words that your mother used, I can guess. I know that my death is coming for me in the form of your uncle. Even now, while your mother labors to bring you into this world with but a single wet nurse for aid. I pray that your uncle will arrive here in time and bring aid for both yourself and your mother. Neither of you deserve this accursed fate that has been set upon you both. And I shoulder the blame for that. But the oath of the Kingsguard is both absolute and a crutch. I have done many terrible things and stood witness to more heinous acts than you can possibly imagine, unable to do anything as my oath as a Kingsguard prevented me from doing anything while my oaths as a knight, a lord, and a man demanded that I stand up and stop what was happening. It may sound odd, but I wish that I had the strength of will, the conviction, to do what Sir Jaime Lannister did when he ended the Mad King's life. I would have been put to death and called an oath breaker and kingslayer, but how many lives could I have saved had I done what needed to be done instead of what was easiest? It is a question I have pondered for months now. And I have not found an answer. Forgive my ramblings, my king. I have had so many doubts ever since I became a member of the Kingsguard. I thought that Rhaegar was free of his father's madness. But he wasn't. Not entirely. He merely had a different form of madness. Obsession. Obsession with the prophecy of the prince who was promised. At first, he thought that he was the promised prince. He dedicated himself to the art of a warrior in preparation for what lay ahead, even if he didn't know what it was. But then, one day, his obsession shifted. No longer did he think that he was the promised prince, but rather that the prince would be born directly of him. His son. And after speaking with his uncle Aemon, who was a maester at the wall, he became convinced that his son needed to match Aegon the Conqueror exactly. The dragon needs 3 heads, he would constantly tell me. Elia gave birth to their first daughter Rhaenys. And when she was confirmed to be pregnant for a second time, he knew it would be a son. But then Aegon died a stillbirth and what was left of my friend died with him, though I did not know it at the time. He retreated into the library at Dragonstone for nearly a week. And when he emerged, it was with a revelation. Fire and ice, he kept saying over and over. We were sent for fire and ice. And through fire and ice shall the prince and his second wife be born. I thought it mere ramblings, my king. As once we left Dragonstone with the fake Aegon, he never once spoke of it again. But now I realize. The tourney of Harrenhal was indeed so that your father could gain allies so that he could overthrow his father peacefully. But it was also so that he could find a second wife with Elia's blessing to provide more children. I realize now that Rhaegar had purposefully targeted Lyanna Stark. This was not known to Elia, who I feel truly had come to love with the she-wolf. Everything was seemingly going to plan, but then, everything fell apart so quickly that we were not able to recover. Rhaegar showed himself no better than his father as he raped your mother several times a day to ensure his seed took hold in her womb. Gods, I wanted to split him in half the first time I had to stand and listen to him forcibly take her. She was but a girl of 6 and 10. But my oaths to the Kingsguard prevented me from doing anything. Then Rhaegar left and died. Then Elia and her daughter died. And now your mother lay on the birthing bed with naught but a single wet nurse to aid her, and I fear she will not survive you coming into this world. I ask, no, beg, for your forgiveness, my king. Even though I know that I do not deserve it. Forgive me for being a weak man, unable to do what was right and who instead let my oaths bind me into inaction. Sir Oswell went as of similar mind. He truly liked your mother. He enjoyed her wit and northern forwardness. And I know that listening to her screams and tears cut him far deeper than a sword ever could. We both wished we could stay by your side as your Kingsguard, or even your friends should you decide you not want the throne. But we know that we do not deserve such an honor. Death is the only thing we deserve. But while we have too much stubbornness to simply die, we will both meet our end at the edge of ice when your uncle arrives. It is no less than we deserve, and I could never harm the man that my sister loves more than life itself. Even if he has been forced to marry another, despite everything that happened. One last thing, my king. I know that these events have more than likely colored your opinion of your father's family. But I beg you to not remember the Targaryen dynasty and your ancestors based on the few bad apples. There were just as many good and just kings during the Targaryen reign as there were bad. Perhaps more so. And if you truly need confirmation of this, I implore you to seek out your great-uncle Aemon Targaryen at the Wall, provided he still lives. He will be able to tell you much more than I. Live long and live well, my king. Whether as a king, pauper, or knight, I know that you will do well in life. Your loyal Kingsguard, Sir Arthur Dane. Not able or willing to read any more, John closed the journal and buried his head in his hands. The past half a day had been the most turbulent of his life. First, he found out his father wasn't his true father. Then he learned that his mother was dead. Then he read her last words to him and learned that while he wasn't a bastard, he was a child born of rape. Then the words of Sir Arthur, the Sir Arthur Dane, the man he had always looked up to as an idol. Well, learning that the man he had tried to emulate his life had stood outside the door while he listened to his mother be violated time and time again. Gods, how was he supposed to deal with this? John. Jerking. He just barely managed to stop himself from drawing his lightsaber and turning it on Robb, who had somehow managed to enter Lord Nox's private meditation chamber without him even realizing it. Nox would have tanned his hide or made him run till he dropped from exhaustion for such a lax in awareness. Hell's even Ghost and Greywind had managed to get in with Robb without him noticing. Robb, he gulped, not even sure where to begin. Robb approached him slowly, his eyes shifting towards the book laying closed before John. Are you all right, brother? Brother, John hiccuped, the one word meaning more to him than anything. Am I? I'm your cousin. A cousin brought about by rape thought justified because of. I don't even know what my father thought justified it. The chair next to him scrapped across the floor as Robb sat down beside him. You might be my cousin by birth. But you're my brother by choice, John. Hells, we've been through everything together. The first memory I have you are in it. And when your cock got hard for the first time you came to me in fright. And father, he's still our father. Regardless of who sired you are, or how you came to be. Chuckling through the sadness within him, John lightly knuckled Robb's shoulder. I thought you swore on the old gods never to talk about that again. Laughing, Robb knuckled him back. I swore I'd never speak of it to anyone else. I never said anything about when it was just the two of us. And besides, you know just as many embarrassing stories about me, perhaps more. Yeah, John nodded, his mood lightening. Does Lady Stark still not know about the whore that Theon snuck into your room just before we left? The whore you couldn't do anything with. Hey, I was ambushed, Robb countered. How would you react if you walked into your room after a long day and found a naked woman kneeling on your bed saying she was there for whatever you wanted? John didn't need to imagine. Princess Arianne had pretty much done the same thing. And he hadn't reacted any better than his brother had. But he wasn't about to admit that to Robb, not yet. So, he was going to tell a little lie. Oh, I'm sure I would have handled it better than you, Stark. Really? Robb countered as look John did not care for entered his eye. Are you sure, brother? 'Cause Daisy told me the most interesting story about how you escorted Princess Arianne back to her room. And how after you left you were in a complete daze and, well, you know the reputation of the Dornish. Did she show you her appreciation for defending her honor in the yard, brother? Careful, brother, John said, cursing Daisy in his mind and starting to try and plan his revenge on her. Or I might just arrange something similar for you with Lady Talisa. Hey, she's off limits and, oh, you, Robb tapered off as he realized he'd walked straight into John's trap. Fine. Gods have never met anyone like her. She's smart, almost ungodly so. And she acts more northern than most northern ladies have met. And her skin, her eyes and that hair of hers, alright, so she's been featured in my dreams more than once since we've met. So what? No judgment, brother, John nodded as he watched Ghost and Greywind play around the room. I can understand where you're coming from. The difference between us is you might stand a chance with Talisa. Arianne, she's a princess and you're the apprentice to the Northern Sorcerer, a son of the Warden of the North, a brother to the future Warden of the North, and you have the blood of two of the oldest and most well-known families running through you. Robb said, fixing him with a look that brokered no argument. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing there to make you a decent match for a princess from Dorne. Smiling, John gave a thankful nod to Robb. You know, Arianne might have said something similar. She said, well, gods. Alright, she said that it wouldn't have been unheard of for a princess of Dorne to take a bastard as her consort. Smiling, Robb gave him a nod. Well, there you go then, Jon. It seems like you have a far better chance with your lady than I do with mine. And what about Theon? Jon asked, scratching at the back of his head. I mean, I might not always get along with him, but hells, he's our brother also. Yeah, he is, Robb nodded. That's a good question. We'll have to find a lady from somewhere far to the south, that way it can be a complete southern invasion on the purity of us poor northern boys. Not sure there's much purity left in Theon regarding women, Jon laughed. Not if even half of the stories he's told us about his exploits in Wintertown are true. Half, at least, Robb laughed, feeling the tension leaving him. Jon nudged the book with his hand. Do you want to know what she said? He could see Robb's throat move as his brother stared at him. Yes, but only if and when you want to tell me, brother. And not a moment sooner. I do. Just not now. Jon sighed. He knew he needed to talk about it. But, for just a short time, he wanted the words to stay private between him and his mother. Then when you're ready, Robb nodded before clapping his hands and standing. Well, now that that's all out of the way, let's get to the baths. We need to get ready for Lord Nox and Lady Nyra's wedding tonight. And God's help both of us if my mother or, God's forbid, Sansa finds even the slightest fault in either of our appearances. I swear, with the tear that our sister has been on since the announcement back in White Harbor, you would think that she would be the one getting married today. One would think, he agreed, rising to his feet and taking the book with him. Walking over to the one section of the wall, he held his hand out and used the force to unlock a hidden compartment in the wall that could only be opened with the force. Giving the journal one last caress, he carefully set the book inside and closed the compartment up tight. Well, Robb, let's go get sheared like the sheep our sister seems to think we are. Not sheep, brother, Robb laughed, slinging his arm around his shoulders as the two walked out of the chamber with their direwolves nipping at their heels. Wolves. The slight chill of the northern air was almost calming as Nox stood before the weirwood tree within the heart of the godswood of Winterfell. A calmness that he was in almost desperate need of. Some may find it odd, or even ridiculous, that a Dark Lord of the Sith, a Darth in rank, and a member of the Dark Council could feel even the slightest hint of nerves. But in this time and place, it was all Nox could do to remain firmly planted to the ground beside Ned Stark, the man who had quickly come to be one of his few true friends, along with dozens of other lords and ladies from the north and the Vale as they waited for the woman who would soon become his wife to emerge from amongst the trees. Relax, friend, Ned said quietly out of the corner of his mouth as they waited for Nyra to appear. Enjoy this moment while you can, for the wedding will be over quickly enough and you will only be able to wish to repeat the events over and over again. Trust me, I know from experience. Nox was about to respond, but his words died in his throat as two people made their way from the trees and into the clearing between the rows of those assembled. Robb Stark stood tall and proud, the sigil of House Stark clearly displayed with the pin on his chest as he walked forward. And on his arm was the woman who would soon be Nox's wife, Nyra. And force, if there was ever a divine entity, he swore that it had descended and blessed Nyra. She was breathtaking. The white dress and fur that hugged her curves beautifully. The white maiden's cloak over her shoulders and her dark hair woven into an intricate braid and slung over her right shoulder. Force. She was beyond beautiful. Who brings forth this woman before the gods and men today to be wed? Ned's strong voice called out, almost startling Nox. He'd been so focused on Nyra that he hadn't even realized that her and Robb had crossed the distance separating them and were now standing before the weirwood. I, Robb Stark, heir of Winterfell, do hereby bring forth Nyra, vassal of House Stark, to be wed this day. And who accepts this woman before the gods? I, Lord Aleem Nox, do hereby take this woman, Nyra, vassal of House Stark, to be wed this day. Nox answered Ned's question, taking care to ensure that his voice was loud and steady, motioning for Nyra to take the last step forward. Robb let go of her before retreating to join Jon and his siblings, while Nox held out his hand for her to take. Nyra's presence was radiating pure joy and light as she grasped her hand in his and stepped even with him. Nyra, vassal of House Stark, Ned spoke loudly, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips as he placed a single hand atop of theirs. Do you accept Lord Nox as your husband, from this day forth and until you are reunited in the realm of the gods? I do, Nyra responded, her head held high. He is mine and I am his. From now and until we are reunited in the realm of the gods. Turning his attention to Nox, Ned placed his other hand underneath their joined hands so that he was holding them together. Lord Nox, do you hereby accept Nyra, vassal of House Stark, as your wife, from this day forth until you are reunited in the realm of the gods? I do, Nox said, feeling a joy he had not felt ever in his entire life as the words left him. She is mine and I am hers. From this day forth until we are reunited in the realm of the gods. Then kneel before the gods and may they recognize your union, Ned said, stepping aside so that the two were left with an unobstructed view of the carved face of the weirwood. While Nox was not of the faith of the North and would have perhaps preferred a different ceremony, Nyra was very much of the North and the faith of the old gods, even if she agreed with many of his views on the Force. And this ceremony was for her. Everything now was for her. So, with their hands still tied together, Nox and Nyra knelt before the weirwood tree and bowed their heads before rising once more. Lord Nox, you may remove the cloak of Nyra, and place upon her shoulders the cloak of your house. And with this cloak comes your solemn vow to take and protect her, now and forever. Letting go of her hand was one of the most difficult things he had ever done. Unclasping the cloak at her shoulders, he gently removed the maiden's cloak and handed it off to Sansa, who'd stepped forward to accept it with tears of happiness running down her face. Undoing his own cloak, Nox wrapped the heavy black fabric around Nyra's petite frame, signifying that she was no longer a direct vassal to House Stark, but rather the Lady of House Nox. Lord Nox, Lady Nox. Ned spoke, his voice gradually rising in pitch as he did. You have come before the old gods and have sworn yourself to each other. And now I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby proclaim you to me man and wife. May no man tear asunder what the gods have brought forth and witnessed this night. The cheers of the crowd were almost deafening, but Nox didn't care as he leaned forward and pressed his lips against Nyra's, sealing their bond. But as he pulled back, the cheering abruptly cut off into gasps. Nyra, both physically and in the Force, was glowing. To everyone save for Nox it might have looked like she was being blessed by the gods, but Nox could see what was truly happening. For there was a second presence that had made itself known and was blessing their union as well. Ashara, Nox thought, reaching out for her presence and feeling a warmth in response. She was gifting Nyra both her blessing and protection through the Force. Thank you. The lingering presence of his lost love flared once more in comfort and warmth before fading, the light that had been around Nyra dissipating slowly until it disappeared completely. Fucking hells. Great John Umber bellowed, slapping a massive hand to his equally massive thigh. The sorcerer is a true Northman now. And Lady Nox, blessed by the old gods themselves. Now what are we all standing around here for? There's a feast and drink to be had. Sweeping Nyra up into a bridal carry, Nox pressed a quick kiss to her lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck. I love you, my lovely Lady Nox. My wife. Her joy was almost blinding as she tucked her head onto his chest as he walked out of the godswood with the lords and ladies of the North and the Vale following behind. And you, my husband. The next several hours passed in a blur for Nox as he and Nyra sat in a place of honor within the Great Hall of Winterfell while a feast unlike any Nox had ever experienced since coming to this strange land took place. There were several different animals roasting on spits within the fireplaces all around the hall. Wine and ale flowed freely and there was a sense of revelry that Nox would not have expected of the usually serious northern people. It seemed that when the people of the North found an excuse to celebrate, they did not do it in half-assed. John, Robb, and Theon were both being permitted to drink undiluted wine, in a limited quantity of course, but given their age it certainly hadn't taken long for both boys to go red behind the ears. And they'd even managed to get Samwell Tarly to down a full cup of wine, which of course was almost enough to do the boy in as he quickly ended up on the floor giggling while the other three laughed at his antics. By the time the younger children were put to bed, an exodus which had been started when Lady Stark had announced that it was time for her children, save for Robb, to head to bed, all four boys were well on their way to being drunk. Of course, they were relatively tame in comparison to some of the others in the hall. He wasn't quite sure just what had started it, but the Greetjon and Mage Mormont had at some point in the night started a drinking competition, and now Nox was seriously starting to wonder if they would run out of wine before either one or the other would concede defeat. And there were more than a few of the younger men that were chasing anything with a skirt around the hall. Though, to be fair, it seemed like there were quite a few women who were chasing the men as well. The atmosphere was such that Nox was relatively sure that there would be a baby boom within the next year given how many in attendance were pursing such delights. Feeling the night starting to wear on him, not to mention the persistent ache that hadn't left him since this morning, Nox wrapped his arm around his wife and leaned in towards her ear. "Have we stayed long enough for propriety's sake, my love?" he asked, nipping at her ear slightly. "It had to have been the wine. As beautiful as you look in that dress, I would much rather show you my true appreciation for your beauty in private." Blushing fiercely, Nyra nodded as a servant placed a new chalice of wine down on the table next to him. "Aye, that we have. Let us finish this wine and retire so that we can show each other our appreciation more appropriately." Nodding, Nox picked up his wine and downed most of it while Nyra slowly sipped on her own. "Ned," Nox called out lowly, getting his friend's attention. "Not to break with tradition or anything, but Nyra and I are going to slip out here." "Like hell am I going to let a betting happen?" Smiling, Ned nodded. I can understand the sentiment, my friend. Enjoy your night together." Feeling more than a little warm, Nox took Nyra's hand in his own and got to his feet. And then promptly almost collapsed as his legs didn't seem to want to support his weight. "Gods, husband," Nyra chuckled with him as she somewhat supported his weight. "Just how much have you had to drink tonight? I surely do hope you haven't indulged yourself to the point where you will be unable to perform your husbandly duties." "There is not enough wine or ale in the world that could keep me from performing that duty, my wife." Nox laughed, though on the inside he was confused. How out of practice was he that such a relatively small amount of wine as he'd drunk tonight was enough to put him in this state? Rising to his full height, he almost immediately collapsed again. "Gods, maybe I had more than I thought," he laughed, his throat suddenly parched as he searched for a glass of water to try and gain his wits about him. Coughing again, he started to feel something was off. It started low in his gut, then it exploded, doubling him over in agony he hadn't experienced since he'd been under the overseer's watch in Korriban. Letting loose a hacking cough, Nox frowned as he felt something wet leave his lips. Spit. No, he wondered, confused as to what was happening. Blood. My blood. What? The pain intensified again, doubling him over and making him almost collapse onto the table. "Nox!" Nyra screamed as his Force vision started to waver. "What? Poison?" he realized as he started coughing up globs of blood onto the table. The warning. It was not about the darkness. Shit. Something hard and sharp pierced through his shoulder, nearly spinning him around as his shoulder was thrown back. A bolt. He realized as he could feel the bolt still quivering in his flesh. How? When? Shit. Throwing his arm out in front of Nyra, he let out a pained yell as the crossbow bolt that had been intended for his wife's heart embedded into his outstretched forearm. "Run!" Nox yelled with a pained cough as his vision darkened even further while all around him the great hall which had once been a site of joyous occasion turned into pandemonium. A plot revealed humming a lively tune to herself, Sansa Stark stealthily made her way down the halls of her home with her best friend Jane Poole at her side. Their destination, the Great Hall to spy for on the happily married Lord and Lady Nox. And then perhaps on to the kitchens to see if they had any more lemon cakes left over. "Sansa," Jane giggled as the two made their way out of the family wing and down towards the Great Hall, "this is so much fun. But if your mother finds out she will be so mad at us." A few months ago, such a thought would have made Sansa completely abandon what she'd been doing and correct her actions. But now she was finding the thought of being caught just made the act even more fun. She blamed her sister and Lady Nyra, now Lady Nox, for the bad influence. But nonetheless, she had been sneaking out from her room every now and then ever since Lady Nox put the idea into her head that you won't really know what people think about you until they think you are no longer in the room. She hadn't caught anyone speaking about her yet. But she was desperate to know what the people of Winterfell thought about her. Really thought about her. They always praised her to her face, saying that she was the perfect lady. Especially her mother and Septa Mordain. But she knew that many were Well, disappointed that she had not joined her brothers and sister during their sessions with Lord Nox. But they just didn't understand. The seven said that such powers were an abomination. Well, maybe not directly. But many viewed the powers the sorcerer could wield as an affront to the seven. Yet still, he was such a nice man. And handsome too. Oh, how she truly envied Lady Nox today. The past week had been like a dream to Sansa. All the visiting lords and ladies, plus the knights of the Vale. Shining examples of knightly honor and chivalry. And they lived up to it. Lord Royce and his sons were all so courteous. Sir Corbray was a knight straight out of the tales. And his squire Michael Redford was so cute. He'd danced with Sansa multiple times during the week, and had told her that if she ever came south to a tourney, a real tourney, that he would do his utmost to win so that he might crown her the Queen of Love and Beauty. Oh, it was such a wonderful thought. But if the past week had been a dream, then today had been a heaven crafted by the seven and the old gods themselves. The weather was perfect. Not a cloud in the sky and not too cold either. Lord Nox looked so handsome with his beard closely trimmed and his hair done back. Sansa only wished that he hadn't been cursed early in life so that she might have been able to see his eyes today instead of that black cloth he always wore. And Lady Nox, by the gods she was beautiful. Her white dress, her hair done in a braid over her shoulder and the cloak. And the cloak Sansa had spent hours sewing for her just looked fantastic on her. She just wished that the ceremony had lasted longer than it did. But even still, what happened at the end, for Lady Nox to be blessed by the gods so, she could only pray and wish that she would be so fortunate on her own wedding day. And, well, she hadn't told anyone but for just a moment Sansa could have sworn that she saw the god that had blessed Lady Nox. It looked like a normal woman who was wearing a strange headpiece. The moment she saw the being she immediately thought that it was the maiden come to bless the ceremony, but that wasn't right. This was the north, not the south. And none of the depictions Septa Mordain had shown her of the maiden aspect of the seven were anything like the being Sansa saw. It sounds like the celebration is still going on, Jane whispered to her as the two drew closer to the great hall. She was right. Sansa could still hear, well, something going on. It sounded like a celebration, but she couldn't hear the music anymore. Perhaps this was time for the betting that Septa Mordain had told them about. The thought of the betting, of what it entailed, brought a blush to Sansa's face and she tugged on Jane's sleeve. It's probably the betting, she said, making Jane's eyes widen in realization of what might be coming their way. We should head back and stay out of. Sansa and Jane jumped as a door slammed hard against a wall down the hall from them. Then there was the sound of someone running towards them. Come on, Sansa whispered urgently, we don't want to get CA. Her words died in her throat as Lady Nox came running around the corner. Gods, she looked scared. But why? Why would she fear her own wedding celebration? Maybe the betting. Sansa could understand being afraid of that. She'd been terrified when the Septa had told her about the tradition. But it was tradition and expected of the bride to be CA, Sansa. Jane. Lady Nox yelled, running towards them, her dress hiked up in her hands. What are you two doing here? We need to get you both somewhere safe so you can hide. Now. Safe? Sansa questioned, looking at Jane who looked just as confused as she felt. Why would they need to hide? Why do we need? This isn't the time for questions, Sansa. Lady Nox yelled, shocking Sansa as the older woman stopped close to them and rested a hand against the wall so she could catch her breath. It isn't safe. Betrayed. Need. Can't. Must get you. Well, we were wondering where our blushing bride had run off to. And now here she is with two pretty little flowers as well. Lady Nox immediately turned and reached down to the top of her exposed boot. Sansa's eyes widened as her breath caught in her throat as Lady Nox pulled out a dagger the length of her hand and then turned away from Sansa and Jane, placing the two of them behind her. Back the fuck off. Sansa wasn't sure what surprised, or scared, her more. The fact that Lady Nox had just cursed. Or the fact that there were 6 men standing just down the hall with daggers in their hands. She recognized 3 of them as knights of the Vale in service to Sir Corbray. One of them had even danced with her earlier tonight. But the other 3, they were dirty and covered in rags. Most assuredly not the type of men that chivalrous knights of the South would ever want to be in the company of. Why would the knights be with these men? Why did Lady Nox pull a dagger? Sansa wondered as she looked back and forth between Lady Nox and the men down the hall. I recognize some of these men as men from the Vale. But the others, they look dirty, but that isn't a reason for Lady Nox to pull a dagger on them. The men all laughed as one stepped forward. A man she recognized but couldn't name. Though she knew that he spent a lot of time in the company of Esser Corbray. Well, well, the heathen whore has teeth, it seems. The foul words and his tone shocked Sansa. This wasn't right. Men of the Vale, knights, didn't call a noble lady a whore. Much less a heathen whore. I can't tell you how painful it was to sit through that godless ceremony tonight. The only thing that got me through it was the thought of me and my boys here tearing you out of that dress and fucking every single one of your holes over the corpse off your husband. Gasping, Sansa involuntarily took a step back as she tried to figure out just what was happening. No, this isn't how anointed knights and their men act. This isn't right. Something's wrong. The knights in the tale's mother and Septa Mordain tell never speak like this. Over my dead body. Lady Nox growled, the arm that didn't have the dagger ushering Sansa further behind her. The man in the lead leaned slightly and his smile grew. A hideous look that Sansa never wanted to see again. That can be arranged. But as fun as it will be claiming you, I see that you brought us to a bigger prize. 2 young flowers, just ripe enough for the plucking. Our night is looking better and better, boys. Sansa felt a wave of bile rising in her throat. She didn't understand. Septa Mordain and Mother had both told her about birthing children even though she hadn't had her moonblood yet. But these were knights and their men were talking about, well, that. But why? That was only supposed to happen between a husband and wife. They couldn't be taking about doing that with her and Jane, could they? The moment your cocks jump out of your pants, Lady Nox growled, brandishing her dagger towards the men, I'll cut them off. Ha ha ha. Amusing. The lead man laughed with all the others joining in. How about you drop that little knife and just get on your knees where you belong, Maybe if you be a good little whore for us, we won't treat you too bad. Get 'em, boys. Sansa wasn't quite sure just what happened next, but one moment the Vale men were a fair distance away, and then the next they were right on top of them. Lady Nox told them to run, but Sansa couldn't move. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. She couldn't understand why this was happening. This couldn't be happening. Lady Nox slashed her dagger at the men, but the lead man who'd been taking just sidestepped the blade and grabbed her arm before spinning her around and wrapping his arm around her neck. By the time Sansa could find the will to move, it was too late as 2 of the grime-covered men grabbed her by the shoulders and they started touching her. No, no, little lady, one of the men holding her laughed in her ear as she tried to struggle out of his grip. His breath was completely terrible. Don't do anything stupid, ya hear? Ya wouldn't want something bad to happen to that little babe now, would ya? Gasping, Sansa realized that the lead man had pulled out his own dagger and was holding it against Lady Nox's belly, right where her babe was. No, these were knights and men of the Vale. They were pure knightly chivalry. They couldn't be doing this. What the hell is going on here? Sansa sagged in the arms of the man holding her as she nearly wept with relief as Esser Corbray pushed his way through the crowd of men. Thankfully, his sword was already in hand, no doubt ready to defend their honor and. Strange. It was covered in something red. Blood. His sword was covered in blood. Why did he have blood on his sword? Was he already fighting somewhere else before this? Esser Corbray, the lead man said, clearly nervous but keeping a firm hold on Lady Nox. Be quiet, you idiot, Esser Corbray growled. You 3 were supposed to capture the sorcerer's whore. And as for you 3, the only reason why you are not rotting in the cells is because you were supposed to be out causing as much havoc as you can to distract the guards. Why are you all still standing here with your dicks in your hands messing with these 2 girls when you should be out doing what you were supposed to do? Sansa's relief disappeared as quickly as it came. Why wasn't Esser Corbray fighting against them? Why? He was a true knight. A handsome knight and a lord. Why was he just standing there when they were saying such awful things? Well, the first man said, giving Lady Nox a shake, we were chasing the whore there and well, she led us to these two little flowers and we were just about to pull lots to see which one gets the honor of being the first to pluck their flowers. She had a brief twinge of hope when Sir Corbray looked at her and Jane. But that hope disappeared as his look soured as if he'd just seen something particularly offending. That one there is Sansa Stark, he said, pointing his bloody sword towards her and making her shrink back into the smelly man that was holding her as the point of the sword passed far too close to her for her liking. She's needs to remain unharmed and unsoiled. Damn, the lead man groaned, as did several others, though the one holding her didn't lessen his hold on her at all. What about the other one then? Sir Corbray's eyes shifted to Jane. Jane Poole. Considering I just orphaned her, she has no value. Do with her as you will. But make it quick or save her for later. We have a lot of cleaning up to do still. But separate the Stark bitch. Roose will be wanting to make sure nothing happens to his future good daughter. What? Jane screamed. It took Sansa a bit to realize just what was going on, but the blood on Corbray's sword, combined with what he'd just said about Jane. Gods. No, that's right lass, Corbray smiled, an unkind smile that made Sansa wonder just why she ever thought the man was handsome. Your father. Well, he was pathetic. Barely even put up any resistance. Though if you want to say goodbye to a part of him, I believe there might be a bit of his hair left on the edge of Lady Forlan here. The men all laughed, then laughed even harder as Jane let loose a wail of pain. Her father is dead. No, no. This can't be. What about my father? He can't. They accepted guest rights. This is an affront to the gods. All the gods. They can't be doing this. This can't be happening. Father, mother, Robb, Arya, Bran, Rickon, Jon. No. This can't be real. A new hand grabbed a hold of her arm, roughly pulling her out of the arms of the smelly man. I'll be taking Sansa here to meet her future good family, Sir Corbray said, his hold on her arm causing pain to race through her. Do what you want with the sorcerer's whore and the orphan girl. But they're not to leave here alive. The men's cheers and Jane's screams filled the hall as Sir Corbray pulled on her arm, forcing her feet to move as he began to lead her away. No. Sansa wanted to scream as she watched in horror as the men began to pull roughly at Lady Nox's beautiful snow-white dress and Jane's night dress. No. This isn't happening. The man holding Lady Nox suddenly let out a pained scream as the older woman stomped down hard onto the man's toes with the heel of her shoe. The act loosened his hold on her, and Lady Nox threw her elbow back into the lead man's neck. Letting out a pained coughing noise, the lead man took a step back from Lady Nox. But he didn't get far as Lady Nox had somehow managed to grab hold of her dagger again in the struggle and she turned and buried the dagger into the lead man's throat. Run. A hard tug on her arm, and Sansa found herself involuntarily all but running towards Lady Nox. The older woman managed to turn just in time to catch Sansa in her arms, but with how fast she'd been moving she ended up spinning the both around as if they were in some form of dance. You need to run. Lady Nox yelled right into her ear once the two had stopped moving and Lady Nox moved her back to arm's length as the other men started to descend upon the two of them. Find some guards and Nyra jolted and Sansa felt something warm hit her arm. Looking down at her hand, she saw something red and warm. Blood. But not her blood. She could hardly breathe as she looked towards Lady Nox, wanting to ask where the blood had came from. But Lady Nox was just standing there. And there was something coming out of her front and her white dress was turning red for some reason. Looking past her, she saw Sir Corbray standing just behind Lady Nox. His sword in hand and the blade was in Lady Nox's stomach. Not as good as killing that Dornish Kingsguard fuck, Sir Corbray sneered jerking his arm back, and like a puppet with its strings cut, Lady Nox fell to the floor clutching at the steadily growing red spreading across her dress. But killing a heathen whore and her unborn hellspawn with a single thrust is certainly satisfying. Damn my lord, why did you have to do that? I wanted a turn with her. She's still alive, if only barely. And even if not, she's still warm. How picky are you? Feeling something grab her arm, she looked away from Lady Nox and found the cold eyes of Sir Corbray staring down at her. Her arm held tightly in his once more. I'm taking this one to meet her future, he said, pulling on her arm. Do what you want with these two. Just don't take long. She could hear Jane scream. The men they were surrounding her. One had grabbed the front of her dress and was trying to tear it. No, no, this wasn't right. This wasn't like the stories at all. This wasn't supposed to happen. This shouldn't be happening. Twisting her arm, she tried to get free of Ser Corbre to help her friend, but the man's grip was like iron. Stop struggling, you little bitch. The knight yelled, jerking her arm and throwing and making her lose her balance so that she fell to her hands and knees. Whimpering at the pain in her hands, Sansa turned her head and saw something that made her blood run cold. Jane was on the ground. And some of the men were using their daggers to cut off her sleeping dress while one stood above her and started fiddling with his trousers. And Lady Nox, gods, another man was cutting away at her dress too. She had to do something, and a cold unlike any she had ever felt in her entire life descended upon her. Descended upon all of them as the men from the Vale all stopped whatever they were doing and began looking around, clearly confused. What in the hells? The man who was standing above Jane asked as his body was racked with shivers. Is there a winter storm happening? No, it wasn't a storm. At least, not the kind the men were thinking of. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew. This cold wasn't the cold of winter. It was being caused by Lord Nox somehow. Though it was strange, while the men were all shivering and looking around nervously while clutching their daggers, Sansa didn't feel overly cold. Or afraid. It was as if the cold was giving her strength. A strength she never knew she had. Slowly, her fear eroded away into anger. An anger unlike any she had ever felt before. How dare they? She seethed, gritting her teeth as she watched Jane curl into a ball and Lady Nox clutch at her bloodied stomach while the men stood above them. How dare they do this? This isn't right. This is against the gods. They will pay. Ignore it, Ser Corbre snapped, moving back over to her and reaching out for her once more. Do what you want quickly and then move on. I'm heading back to the hall to see if they've Finn, letting her anger and rage run through her. Empowered by the cold sensation she knew had been sent by Lord Nox, Sansa opened her mouth and screamed. Ah! The moment she'd opened her mouth, she felt something rush through her body and out her mouth. She could see the very air before her ripple in response to her scream. Ripples that passed over all the standing men but left Lady Nox and Jane alone. And as the ripples in the air passed over them, the men all began letting out pained cries as they dropped whatever they were holding and began clutching at their ears as if they were trying to shield them. No, Sansa thought, or willed, trying to put more into her scream, and succeeding as she felt something more rush from her in response to her desire. You will not get off that easily. Quickly scrambling to her feet, Sansa took in a deep breath before screaming once more, the air rippling once again in response to her voice. She had no idea what was going or why the knights were acting like they were in pain at hearing her scream, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that they were getting away from Jane and Lady Nox. And that was all she cared about. She didn't even care as she noticed blood start to seep from underneath the men's hands. It's what they deserve, she thought with anger, pushing more and more into her scream as the men began dropping to their knees. One man even tried to run, only to stumble and run headfirst into a wall before crumpling to the floor in a heap. Some men even started losing the contents of their stomachs as they staggered around as if in a daze. They deserve this. They deserve this. She didn't know just how long she kept screaming for, nor did she care. All she cared about was getting these men away from Jane and Lady Nox. And she would keep screaming until they were all gone. One by one, the men started dropping limply to the floor until only Ser Corbre was the last one standing. Taking another breath, Sansa let loose one more scream, this time focusing all her thoughts on the false knight of the Vale. Ser Corbre managed to look at her one last time, his eyes bloodshot and full of hate and anger. He managed but a single step towards her, blood flowing freely from underneath his hands that were covering his ears, before he too succumbed to whatever she was doing and fell face first to the ground. Stopping her scream, Sansa felt whatever rage she'd had within her melt away as she collapsed to her hands and knees, a hand moving to her throat. Gods! Wah! What was that? What have I done? She thought desperately. The men of the Vale were all laying unmoving on the ground, some in piles of their own blood and vomit. As quick as the disgust came at what she'd done, it left as she spotted Jane weakly trying to rise to her hands. And Knees and Lady Nox, still lying motionless on the floor. Whatever she done. These men deserved it. Grasping the edge of the table tightly, Nox fought a steadily losing battle to maintain any type of sight of what was going on around him while at the same time trying desperately to purge the poison from his system. Mercifully, Nyra had managed to escape from the hull almost as soon as the fighting started while Jon and Robb had immediately rushed to his and Ned's defense. Well, more his than Ned's as his very poor sight could see that the Warden of the North was holding his own with his sons, despite the fact that all three were unarmed and their assailants were all brandishing daggers or other crude weapons that they'd somehow snuck into the feast. This was his fault. He'd been far too lax in his defenses, far too complacent. He knew as soon as he started introducing new processes and inventions to the North that he would be rocking the boat of the political landscape. And he knew all too well the eventual consequences that could bring. But he'd been sure of his position here in the North. Content that nothing could challenge him here. And in his hubris, he allowed this to come to pass. By the dark side, he had even left his lightsaber in his tower. And he knew that Jon had left his in a secured location as well. How did he allow himself to get so sloppy? Pushing himself away from the table, Nox stumbled a step back as a would-be assassin tried to skewer him. Grabbing the assassin's outstretched arm, Nox twisted it, breaking the bones in the arm, then brought the edge of his hand hard into the man's throat, crushing his larynx while he was still screaming in pain from the break. "Master," Jon yelled over the fighting, "we need to get you out of here." "No," Nox growled, his legs aching as he forced himself to remain upright while the poison wreaked havoc on his insides. Grabbing the crossbow bolt in his shoulder, he yanked the offending piece of wood out of his shoulder before repeating the process with the bolt that had pierced his arm when he'd shielded Nyra. He'd never run away from the fight. If he was here, the assassins would focus in on him. Which would give Nyra and his unborn child a better chance to getting back to the Sorcerer's tower. And once she was there, the defenses he'd installed in the tower to fend off uninvited guests would keep her safe. He just had to hold out a bit longer. "We can fend them off," Nox coughed, spitting up a glob of blood as he did so. "I just need some more time to fight off the poison," and a pain in his gut doubled him over, making him gasp desperately for air. It wasn't the poison, but the force that was the culprit. The bond that he'd just recently solidified by a few hours ago, telling him with no uncertainty that something was very, very wrong. Nyra. Rage. That was the only word that could describe what he was feeling. A feeling that he had experienced only twice before in his entire life. The first when his mother was taken in front of him before his eyes were stolen from him. And the second when his first love, Ashara, was coldly ripped away from him. And now he felt that same rage again as he felt through his recently formed force bond as pain and anguish came from Nyra. "NNNNNOOOOO." His cry rattled the very rafters of the great hall as he let his rage and fury run rampant. For the briefest of moment, not a soul moved within the great hall as everyone was knocked back a step. Then he felt a foolish boy rushing towards him, dagger extended and thoughts of glory and honor in his head. Sidestepping, Nox grabbed the young lad, who was perhaps only a few years older than Jon and Robb, by the throat and picked him up off the ground and slammed him onto the table. Keeping the boy pinned to the table with his right hand tight around his throat, Nox threw his left hand out behind him, just in time to grab a second assailant by the throat as well. "Suffer." Both the boy and the second man screamed in agony as Nox used a force drain on the both of them. The energy he took from them was immediately dispersed through his body and used to purge his system of the poison still in him as well as heal the holes in his shoulder and arm. Unfortunately, neither had any meaningful force sensitivity to them. Which meant that the strength he was drawing from both was minuscule at best. Gritting his teeth, he pulled more and more from his two attackers, draining them of everything they had to cure himself. By the time the poison was gone, both the boy and the man were little more than withered husks of flesh and bones. Staggering back from the table, Nox refocused his force sight. Despite having just drained two individuals to death, his sight was still only a mere fraction of what it usually was. And he still barely had enough strength to stand on his own 2 feet. But the poison was now gone from his system. And now he could fight properly. Bastard. Turning his head, Nox coldly regarded guardsmen from some house rushing towards him with a dagger at the ready. Not willing to even entertain the man, Nox lifted his hand and sent a wave of force lightning into the fool, throwing him clear across the hall and into the far wall where he landed with enough force to break every bone in his body. Master. Damn it, he cursed, staggering and having to catch himself on the table again. Just how much poison did they use? I can hardly fucking move. And that attack, it took far more out of me than it should've. Master, Nyra, Nox growled, trying to take a step only for his knee to collapse and almost send him to the floor had Jon not been there to catch him. He hated this feeling. He could feel Nyra alive, but suffering. And he was powerless to go to her. Jon, Nyra, towards the family wing. Go. Now. I won't leave you and father. Gripping his shoulder, Nox dug his fingers into his apprentice's shoulder and physically moved him out of the path of a crossbow bolt. I can barely fucking stand as it is, Nox growled, the admission leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Weakness was a disease to the Sith. And the only reason he was even admitting to his weakness in this one moment, to his apprentice no less, was because his wife, his light, was dying. And her safety meant far more to him than not showing a weakness. You need to go to her, get her to safety and get to your family. They're after all of us, not just me. Now go. Jon hesitated only a moment long before letting go of him and running out of the hall in the direction Nyra had escaped to with Robb quick on his heels. Clutching at his aching shoulder, Nox let his rage boil over as he turned his attention back to the carnage taking place in the Great Hall of Winterfell. Now, he growled, force lightning dancing across his fingers, who's next? A plot revealed Part 2. Coughs racking her body, Sansa tried to call out to Lady Nox and Jane, but her throat ached so fiercely that it hurt to breathe. Fighting through her coughing, she scrambled over to Lady Nox and Jane on her hands and knees. Lady Nox was still where she'd been before Sansa had let out her scream. Laying on the floor in a pool of her own blood, Sansa started praying to both the Seven and the old gods for this to just be a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. The floor, and now her hands and dress, were covered in Lady Nox's blood that had spilled out onto the floor. Gods. What do I do? Sansa thought desperately as she arrived at Lady Nox's side. What did Talisa say when she was treating the wounded? Pressure. Right. Pressure to stop the bleeding. I need to stop the bleeding. But how do I stop the bleeding and, oh gods, there's so much blood. With trembling hands, Sansa fought through her fear of touching blood and pressed her hands over top of the wound on Lady Nox's stomach. She needed help. She needed Jane's help. There was just so much blood. But as she spotted her friend, she knew that her friend wouldn't be of any help. Jane had managed to get up into a sitting position and was just sitting there, rocking back and forth and muttering to herself and not looking at anything. I need to keep pressure, but gods, how much pressure? I don't want to hurt the bab. Oh gods. The babe. Please let it be all right. A second set of hands, cold and wet, joined hers. Jerking her head, she found herself staring right into Lady Nox's soft brown eyes. Sansa. Jane and, run. Hide. Live. Tell. Alim I love him. Tears started pouring freely from Sansa's eyes. No. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. This wasn't the way the stories were supposed to end. Lady Nox and Lord Nox were married and about to have a child. They were supposed to live happily ever after. This couldn't be the end. She wouldn't let this be the end. Please, old gods of the North. I know I've squandered the gifts you've granted my brothers and sister. But please, if I have this gift, please let me use it to save Lady Nox. She doesn't deserve this. She needs to live. You blessed her. Now please, help me help her. I won't let her die. Gasping, Sansa felt as if a river started rushing through her, starting from her shoulders down her arms and into Lady Nox. It was the strangest feeling. She felt weak, yet Lady Nox's eyes, which had been slowly closing, sprung open and she gasped aloud as she arched her body up into Sansa's hands. Yes, Sansa yelled, and then coughed as she was given a painful reminder of the state of her throat. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew that Lady Nox was getting better. I don't care how weak I feel. I won't stop until I know Lady Nox is fine. Her thoughts were cut off as something hard struck her in the gut. Her hands left Lady Nox as she was lifted off the ground for a moment before coming back down hard. Clutching her gut, Sansa let loose a hacking cough as she gasped for air. Before she could even wonder what had happened, the hard object was back again, slamming into her gut once. Twice. And on the third time she felt the contents of her stomach rush to leave her. Fucking bitch. You weren't supposed to have any powers like your god's damned heretical siblings. Sobbing, Sansa clutched at her stomach as she tried to stop the pain spreading through her. Looking up through tear-filled eyes, she felt her dreams of knighthood shatter. Ser Corbray was towering over her, his once handsome face twisted in rage as small trails of blood streamed down from both of his ears. I don't know what the fuck you did. He screamed, kicking her in the gut again. But I can hardly even hear myself think now, fucking whore. Closing her eyes, she tried to will the pain away. Don't you close your fucking eyes. Ser Corbray screamed at her as he grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked her head back, forcing her to look at him. What little breath she had left in her left as she found the edge of a dagger right under her eye. Bolton wanted you unmarred and unsoiled. But after this, he's just going to have to settle for unsoiled. 'Cause I'm going to take my pound of flesh from you, little girl, in payment for what you did to me. She tried to scream again, just like before, but even if she had the breath to do so, she didn't even know how she did it before. In the end, she could only watch as if in slow motion. The dagger moved closer and closer to her face. Closing her eyes in fear as the blade's edge ever closer to her eye, she felt a wave of shame pass through her as soiled herself the cool steel press against her skin. A loud fleshy whacking sound erupted from in front of her as an angry feminine voice called out, "Get off of her, you kneeler cunt." Eyes snapping open, she found Ser Corbray staggering away from her, clutching at his face. There was a person standing between Sansa and the knight. A woman. The Wildling woman. Osha. And she was wielding some sort of broom or pole or something. Fucking hells. Ser Corbray screamed, picking up his sword that had been on the ground. Who the fuck are you? A serving girl. How the hell are you here? The servant quarters should have been dealt with by now. Getting up onto all fours, Sansa scurried behind Osha's skirt as she tried to hide herself as best she could. Me. I'm just a free woman that chose to be here. Not that I had much choice, but it was still my choice to be here. Osha replied calmly as if she wasn't facing down several armed men. And as for the fucks you sent after us, they're all dead. Honestly, you southerners prance about all fancy in your shinny armor, but you all can't fight a real fight worth shit. Is that so? Ser Corbray replied, still almost yelling despite the close distance between them. Well, I guess I'll have to belatedly fix those idiots' mistakes. Whoever kills this bitch gets first go at the virgin orphan girl. Osha set her feet apart in a stance that Sansa had seen Arya take whenever her younger sister went to the yard. Hope. Blessed hope blossomed within her as she looked up towards her guardian that was protecting her. But with that hope came an equal feeling of despair as she noticed at least two of the men behind Ser Corbray slowly start to get to their feet as well, daggers in their hands and rage in their eyes. Stay behind me, little lady. Whimpering, Sansa tried to make herself as small as possible as one of the men that had managed to get back to his feet let out a cry of rage and charged straight at Sansa and Osha with a dagger raised. But before he could reach them, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and shot straight upwards, crashing into the ceiling hard before falling to the floor faster than an arrow shot from a bow. He hit the ground and she couldn't help but flinch as he landed with a wet sound just like a wet rag that had been thrown to the ground. Sansa. She would have cried with joy as she heard and saw her brother Robb and Jon suddenly appear behind the men. But all she could think about instead was the fact that the man before her had just killed Jane's father. A grown man. What chance did her brothers have against him? No. Not brother. My brothers. Neither of her brothers appeared to have any weapons. But that didn't seem to matter as the two of them started waving their hands back and forth. And with each movement of their hands a different man would go flying into a wall with a sickening crunch or splat and then stop moving. Within a blink of an eye, all the men save for Ser Corbray were laying in pools of their own blood on the floor. Shit. Ser Corbray yelled, turning his back on Osha, you two should already be fucking dead. Sansa didn't even see Osha move, but the moment Ser Corbray turned his back on them, the former Wildling woman leapt forward and brought the pole she was wielding down onto the back of the knight's head with a solid thud. Esser Corbray stiffened his feet once in response to the blow and then fell forward and remained motionless on the ground. Sansa. Weeping in blessed relief, Sansa lunged towards her brother as Robb rushed past the fallen men and took her up into his arms. Robb, she struggled to say, her voice still raw from whatever she'd done earlier. I. Shish. Don't talk, sister, Robb cooed, holding her tight, we're here now. It'll be all right. No. Sansa coughed, shaking her head. Lady Nox. Help Lady Nox. Robb's eyes widened as his head whipped around towards Lady Nox. Jon was leaning over her and carefully prodding at the bloody dress where Sansa had seen the sword enter her. That's a lot of blood, Osha said, kneeling on the other side of Lady Nox, Jane firmly attached to the former Wildling's side. There's no wound, Jon called out as he placed a finger under her nose, she's still breathing. How? He healed her. Sansa rasped. Thank the gods, Robb breathed, tightening his hold on her shoulders. You did good, Sansa. I'm proud of you. Despite everything, Sansa felt her spirits lift at hearing her brother's praise. But then she felt something. Like she'd just stepped out from Winterfell's warm walls into the coldest of nights during a winter year. Shit. Robb cursed, his head whipping about. That came from Arya. A new fear rushed through Sansa as she turned to look back in the direction of the family quarters. That was Arya. What is going on? What was that? Osha, Robb said, forcibly making her let go of him and rising to his feet, grabbing a sword as he did. The sword that Esser? No. He was no true knight. The sword the Corbray had used to stab Lady Nox. There's a guest room right around the corner that should be empty. I need you to talk my sister, Jane and Lady Nox there and lock the door behind you and keep them safe. Osha didn't hesitate. Little lord, I can do that. Grasping his leggings, Sansa clutched desperately onto her older brother. O.B.B. Sansa, Robb said calmly, forcing her to meet his eyes. Eyes that the two of them shared. Jon and I need to go and find Mother, Arya, Bran and Rickon. They might need our help. I need you to go with Osha and look after Lady Nox. I need you to be brave, sister. Please. Jane needs you now more than us. And Lady Nox needs you as well. You're a wolf, Sansa. Show them. Swallowing, she forced back the tears threatening to fall from her eyes and gave her brother a nod. Good. Robb nodded, before he grabbed hold of Esser Corbray's sword and motioned towards their half-brother. Let's go, Jon. Watching her brothers run away from her and doing nothing was probably one of the hardest things she'd ever done. She wanted them to stay here, with her and make sure she'd be safe. But she couldn't be selfish. They'd already saved her. Now they needed to go and save Mother, Arya, Bran and Rickon. Come, little lady, Osha called out to her as the former Wildling carefully began trying to move Lady Nox. I'm gonna need both of yours help to get the sorcerer's lady to safety. And I don't know about ya, but I ain't in the mood to get on that man's bad side. Running as fast as he could, Jon was praying to every god he could that whatever the hell was going on hadn't reached the family quarters of Winterfell as he and Robb rushed through the halls of Winterfell. That hope had been squashed the moment the two of them entered the family quarters and found two Stark guards lying dead on the ground and an unknown man standing beside them looking blankly off into the distance. Jon hadn't hesitated as he used the sword that he'd picked up from the men that had attacked Sansa, Lady Nox and Jane and ran the unknown man through the gut. The man didn't even flinch as the blade went through him. Nor did he cry out in pain or even try to fight back. All he did was just stand there while mumbling that he wanted to leave. Not sparing the man a second thought, Jon pushed the now dead man off his blade and rushed towards his siblings' rooms. Go. For Arya, Robb yelled as they neared the rooms, I'll check on Bran. Heart thudding in his chest, Jon skidded to a stop in front of Arya's room. Planting his feet, he rushed forward and slammed his shoulder into the hard wooden door. The wood splintered beneath the force of his shoulder and nearly flung off the hinges as it slammed open. Arya. The room beyond was empty. Save for a man that was lying face first on the floor, his blood pouring out from a knife wound in his throat. Kneeling next to the man, Jon pressed his fingers to his throat, trying and failing to find a heartbeat as Nox had taught him. Arya. Jon. Spinning around, Jon nearly collapsed with relief as his sister seemingly emerged from one of the shadowy corners of her room with her little wolf at her heels. Thank the gods, Jon breathed, gathering his little sister in his arms. Are you hurt? No, Arya replied, her small form shaking in his arms. I heard him kill Thomas and Seamus. He said he was looking for me. I hid and then when he wasn't looking, I used the dagger. Shush, it's okay, he said, leaning back and placing a finger on her lips to silence her. You did what you had to, sister. And you did a good job. Jon. Robb's voice came in from the hall. I got Bran. Is Arya all right? Yes, Jon nodded, keeping one arm around Arya as Robb quickly led Bran and his little pup into the Arya's small room. She took care of him long before we could get here. Robb spared the dead man only a passing glance before urging Bran forward. Bran, Arya, we need you two to stay here while Jon and I go and check on Mother and Rickon. No, Arya immediately shouted, making Bran whimper slightly. I'm coming too. Arya, Jon said urgently, taking his sister by the shoulders and making her look at him. Look at Bran. He needs you here more than we need you out there. Stay with him and protect him, little wolf. Arya did not look pleased in the slightest, but one glance at their clearly frightened brother took whatever fight she had left. Don't die, Jon, she whimpered, her fear over what was happening finally coming through. I don't plan on it, he smiled, kissing the top of her head. Robb and I will drag the body out. Then barricade the door with whatever you can and don't even think of opening it until you hear from either father, Robb, your mother or myself. Understand? Yes, Arya nodded, a slight bit of confidence showing through her fear. Good, Jon nodded, moving over to the corpse and grabbing one of the man's legs. Let's get this body out of here, Robb, and find Rickon and your lady mother. Aye, Robb nodded, ruffling first Bran's then Arya's hair before moving to help Jon with the body. The moment the two were outside of Arya's room, the door shut, and they could hear several heavy objects being moved in front of it. No doubt courtesy of Arya's force capabilities, which were coming close to Jon's own powers. Mother should be with Rickon, Robb said as they left the body unceremoniously in the middle of the hall. Let's find them both. Ah. The scream stopped both brothers dead in their tracks as they recognized who it belonged to. Mother, Robb shouted, rushing off towards Rickon's room, which was a short distance away from the others though closer to the Lord's chambers due to his brother's still young age. Coming upon the nursery next to the Lord's chambers, Robb didn't hesitate as he lowered his shoulder and plowed his way through the closed door, covering both himself and the room within in a shower of splinters as the door shattered beneath the force of Robb's force-enhanced charge. Rushing in right behind him, Jon nearly ran headlong into his brother, who'd stopped just within the entrance to the room. Both boys froze as they took in the sight that greeted them. There were 3 occupants in the room, 2 men and Lady Stark. Both men were holding daggers and one of them had a firm grip on the front of Lady Stark's dress. Over the space of a few heartbeats, no one in the room moved as everyone tried to wrap their minds around what was going on. To Jon's utmost shame, the assassin broke free of the stalemate first as he made the first move. A move that would be forever ingrained into Jon's mind as the assassin who was holding onto Lady Stark cursed and plunged his dagger right into Lady Stark's chest before letting her go and running for the far side of the room away from Jon and Robb. No. Robb's agonized scream of rage chilled Jon down to his very bones as he rushed towards his falling mother while the 2 assassins made a break for the window on the opposite side of the room. No, you don't, Jon growled, reaching out with his hand and catching both men firmly in the grip of the force before pulling them both back into the room and slamming them against the nearest wall as hard as he could and letting their bodies fall limply to the floor. Jon, help me. Tearing his gaze away from the 2 assassins, Jon rushed over to his brother who was cradling his mother's head in his lap and dropped to his knees beside him. The first thing he saw was the dagger, still in Lady Stark's chest. It hadn't pierced her heart, at least he thought it hadn't. But it was close. Far too close to where he knew the heart to be. Jon, Robb cried, tears openly falling down his face. Please, brother, help her. Robb had never been one for force healing. But neither had Jon. But between the 2 of them, he was far more adept at the skill than his brother. Holding his hand out next to the edge of the blade, Jon drew on the force and reached out with his senses. The dagger's edge had touched her heart. And she was bleeding profusely, even if it didn't show on the outside. If they removed the dagger, it would more than likely cut her heart open more, and then she would be far beyond his ability to save. If she was even in his ability to save right now. Gritting his teeth, Jon poured everything he had into trying to heal the woman who had almost seemingly made it her life's purpose to make his life miserable just because of his birth. Damn it, he cursed, pushing as hard as he could, sweat forming on his face and falling freely as he kept trying to heal her. Please, please, just please. But no matter how hard he pushed, the wound caused by the dagger just wouldn't heal. Not with the dagger still in place. Feeling himself lose strength, Jon pushed himself harder than ever before as he poured everything he had into trying to heal her. But he just didn't have the skill. And no matter how much raw power he put into it, the wounds and bleeding within Lady Stark just wouldn't close. Damn it, Jon cried, his body sagging as his power failed him. Gods, I can't. I'm so. A feather light touch on his hand drew his eyes up. Lady Stark's clear blue eyes were staring at him. But unlike in the past where her eyes held nothing but contempt for him, now they were staring at him in sorrow. Please, forgive me. For not loving a motherless boy. No, this couldn't be happening. Forcing himself upright once more, Jon tried once more, pushing himself further than ever before. But no matter what he did, the results didn't change. And Lady Stark's life slowly started to slip away as more and more of her blood left her. Please, her hand was gripping his now, her eyes full of pleading. Please, forgive me. No, mother. Robb cried out. We can get Lord Nox. He can heal you. Or the Maester, Lady Talisa. Or someone. You're not going to die, mother. His brother was right. Perhaps the only person in all the world who could heal her now was Lord Nox. But he was fighting down in the Great Hall. And by the time he got to her, he doubted that Lady Stark would still be drawing breath. Turning his bloodied hand over, he gently gripped Lady Stark's hand. It was perhaps the first time he'd ever held her hand. It had been something he'd ached for ever since he saw her holding the hands of his siblings. But he never wanted it to happen like this. Not like this. I forgive you, Lady Stark. Despite the pain she must have been in, Lady Stark gave him a smile. A true smile, and the first he'd ever seen directed his way. Robb, she stuttered, blood forming on the corners of her lips. Be strong. For your father and your sisters and brothers. Sobbing, Robb clutched to his mother tighter. No, mother. You'll be fine. You'll see. If Jon and I both try, we can. Shish, Lady Stark whispered, her hand leaving Jon's and reaching up to touch Robb's cheek. Be strong, my young wolf, and with those last words, Lady Stark's hand went limp as she passed from this life into the next. Mother, Robb cried, his voice starting soft before steadily rising until he was screaming. Mother, no, mother. Feeling like a complete failure, Jon slipped away from his brother and the now dead Lady Stark. Getting back to his feet on wobbling legs, Jon cast a glance towards the two assassins. Two assassins. Why send two for? Oh no. Moving on unsteady feet, Jon slowly made his way towards the crib within the nursery. His heart hammering in his chest as he realized just now that he had not once heard his baby brother nor the young wolf who was permanently attached to his baby brother's side. He's just sleeping. That's it. That's why he hasn't made any noise yet. Lady Stark drew their attention away and he managed to sleep through it all. Peering over the edge of his father's crib, Jon felt bile rise in his throat. His baby brother and his wolf were laying perfectly still in the bed. Both with their throats slit to the point where he could see bone. Grabbing the blanket that was at the end of the bed, he slowly pulled it up, covering both his brother and the wolf pup. Gods, why? He thought, turning his back on the heart-wrenching sight. What little strength he had left abandoned him as his knees gave way, his back sliding against the crib until he was sitting fully on the ground. Jon, Robb's broken voice called out to him, his brother still cradling the head of his dead mother. Rickon. He couldn't answer. He couldn't find the words. The only thing he could manage was the slightest shake of his head to try and say what he couldn't. But it was enough as his brother's eyes squeezed shut once more. Why? Robb demanded shakily, anger unlike any Jon had ever felt from his brother now rolling off him in droves. Why? Why did this, gods? I don't understand. Why? Why did this happen? But there was no answer to be had. Not from Jon. Not from the dead. And not from the gods. The stillness was broken by the slightest of groans, drawing both brothers' attention to the two crumbled up forms laying on the far side of the room from Jon. The two assassins. One of whom was now trying to move once more. The one that had driven his dagger into Lady Stark's chest. You, Robb hissed, his anger turning to a burning hatred as he set his mother's head down gently. You're fucking dead. Even if Jon had the strength to stop his brother, he wouldn't have. Instead, he just sat there, leaning against his dead brother's crib as he watched his brother lunge across the room and grapple with the still recovering assassin. Rolling so that he was on top of the man, Robb brought his fist down hard onto the man's face. Then again. And again. And again. Each punch accented with a demand from his brother to know why they'd done this. The assassin had no answer. And even if he did, Jon doubted he'd be able to speak the words given. Robb was giving the man no time to answer as his fist came down on the man's face over and over. By the time the Stark men at arms and their Lord Father finally arrived, the assassin was well past dead. And Robb was still pounding his fist into the bloody smear on the ground that had once been the man's head, with his brother still demanding to know why from the dead assassin. Sitting beside Nyra's beside gently holding her limp hand, Nox stared off into nothingness through the force as he and his wife rested in silence. The only noise in the room the sound of his wife's labored breathing accompanied with the occasional hitch as she mourned even in her sleep. The fighting in the Great Hall of Winterfell hadn't lasted long after Nox had started turning anyone he deemed as a threat into ash. He'd barely managed to kill a few of the bastards before the assassins started throwing down their weapons and pleading for mercy. Under normal circumstances, he would have just simply laughed at their pleas and obliterated them anyway. But what happened the previous evening was anything but ordinary. And between the poison that was still burning through his veins and the need he had to find Nyra, he staggered out of the hall the moment the lords of the North started binding those that had surrendered. It hadn't taken him long to find his wife. His vision still darkened from the poison that had sapped all his strength. Nox stumbled his way over more than a few corpses as he made his way through Winterfell as he held onto her presence in the force like a lifeline. He eventually found her along with Sansa Stark, Jane Poole and the former Wildling woman Osha. The four had barricaded themselves into a storage room a short distance from the Great Hall. He'd just barely managed to make it to them before hearing Nyra's pain-ridden scream coming from within. He didn't even think of his next few actions as he tore down the door, the framing an even part of the wall in order to get to her. The scene that greeted him was one that he knew would plague his dreams for years. Nyra on the ground, screaming as Sansa and Jane held onto her hands with tear-stained faces while the Wildling woman held a hand to her stomach. The Force had indeed favored Osha that day, for had it not been for him being poisoned that weakened him to the point where he was forced to use all his power just to keep himself upright, he more than likely would have smeared the woman across the wall. But instead his hand had been stayed long enough for Osha to explain to him that Nyra had been wounded and then healed by Sansa and that the child, their child, was coming. The next few hours passed him by in a blur as Nyra was led to bed so she could give birth. A midwife from Winter Town had been brought into the keep as Maester Luwin. Talisa and anyone else who might have had the knowledge of birthing within Winterfell were currently busy helping the wounded. For several hours, Nyra wailed on the bed as she tried to deliver their child while Nox merely stayed by her side, her hand holding his in a vice-like grip. Eventually, Nyra gave out one last desperate scream as their child left her. But he knew, even without having to see the look on the midwife's face, he knew that it was all for naught. While Sansa had managed to heal Nyra, she could not heal death. And their child, their son, had died the moment that Blade had run him through while he was still in Nyra's womb. Even though their child was declared a stillbirth, the midwife wrapped their child up in a soft blanket and gave him to Nyra to hold. Had he still the ability to do so, he would have wept as Nyra held onto their stillborn son. Tears falling down her face as she mourned his death. But he could not. All he could do was hold on to Nyra as and try to give her what little strength he still had left as the two laid together and mourned for the son that had been taken from them. Finally feeling Nyra's breathing even out, Nox carefully extracted his hand from her own and got to his feet. He wanted to stay with her. Force knew he wanted to. But he couldn't. Not now. Not yet. He needed answers. Answers that he would not get just laying here. He needed to know how this had come to pass without him having even the slightest inkling of something wrong. He needed to meditate. And he needed to do so now while Nyra was still asleep, for he knew that the moment she awoke that he would not be able to. A plot revealed Part 3. Standing at the door to his son and heir's room, Ned Stark looked down at the scene presented to him with a heavy heart. His children, Jon included, and Jane Poole were all finally resting together in a large pile of blankets and pillows that had been set on the floor while their respective wolves huddled in close to their chosen partner looking for warmth. It had been nearly a full day since the attack on Winterfell, and it had been without a doubt the longest day in his entire life. Even longer than the day he'd learned of his brother's and father's death at the hands of the Mad King. Ever since finding Cat and Rickon dead and Robb beating the corpse of the one responsible, he'd wanted to do nothing more than to stay with his children. But he wasn't allowed that luxury. As Warden of the North he had a duty. A duty that did not grant him a reprieve even with the death of his wife and youngest son. He could only thank the gods for the help he'd received throughout the day in the forms of Jon and Brynden Tully. Jon had stayed with his siblings, comforting them as best he could. While the Blackfish had all but taken over command of the guards in conjunction with Jory to round up every perpetrator in the attack. A task which had proved to be a far greater than he'd originally anticipated. Not only because of the houses seemingly involved in the attack, but because the attack hadn't been limited to just the main keep of Winterfell. No, the attack had occurred across Winterfell. Even Winter Town had not been spared from the bloodshed. A bloodshed that could have been far worse than it had been had Nox not insisted on the new training regimen for the Winterfell men at arms. Even though most had been inebriated or lax due to the festivities, they were still able to mount a quick and successful defense of Winterfell and Winter Town shortly after the attack begun. And if not for the skilled hands of Maester Luwin and Lady Talisa, not to mention the few students of Winterfell's college, then the aftermath of the battle would have seen a far high death toll than it had. Bolton, Dustin, Ricewell, Whitehill, why launch an attack now? And how did you convince House Corbray to throw their lot in with you? Those two questions had been plaguing his mind for nearly the entire day. The 5 houses, 2 of whom had little to no connection with the others, had planned out this attack meticulously. Prisoners from the Vale on the way to the Wall, only to be set loose so that they could cause as much havoc as possible. Poisoned wine to incapacitate the Nox. Men at arms carefully stationed around Winterfell to inflict maximum damage. Sellswords and assassins masquerading as merchants and bards. The plot must have taken years to plan and set up. But again, why? Why did this? Power, fear, envy, greed, revenge. No matter how hard he thought on it, he was unable to come up with a solid reasoning for the attack. Hearing a low whine from next to him, Ned let his hand wander over blindly to the top of Winter's head. "I know, girl," he said, scratching the giant direwolf behind her ears. He knew exactly what she was feeling, though how and why he didn't know. "We both failed our pups today. But never again." He could feel a surge of acknowledgement coming from Winter as the mother direwolf turned and left the room before him. Grabbing the handle, he slowly closed the door to the room, taking care not to make any noise so that his children and their pups might find some rest. Securing the latch, he took a moment to meet the eye of the 2 Stark guards that had been selected to stand outside his children's room. "No one, save for myself, Lord Nox or the Blackfish, are to come anywhere near this room. Am I understood?" "Aye, Lord Stark." Both men agreed immediately. Turning his back on the guards, he made his way towards his own room with Winter close at his side. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice the telltale marks of battle that still marred the halls of his home. Bloodstains on the floor, broken doors and furniture in the halls, and the unmistakable smell of death that still hung in the air. "What have we Starks done to anger the gods so to suffer such tragedy twice in my lifetime?" He pondered as he made his way into his room. Once a haven of warmth and love. Now only a cold reminder of what had once been. And what it would never be again without Cat there beside him. Thought it isn't just House Stark that suffered this time. He thought with a heavy heart as he sat down in a chair before his hearth. A low fire burning, providing the slightest bit of warmth as Winter laid down between him and fire. Resting his elbows on his knees and burying his head in his hands, his mind wandered towards the toll the attempted coup, for it could be described as nothing else, had taken on Winterfell, the North and her people. His friend, Alim Nox, had been poisoned. Badly. Maester Lewin had been able to identify at least two of the poisons that had been put into his wine as being the tears of Lee and the Strangler. Both of which had been present in a large enough quantity to kill an elephant. The fact that Nox was able to survive, let alone overcome the poisoning, was a miracle. One of the few of the night. But the gods only knew when he would be back to full strength. And Lady Nox, gods, just thinking about her made his heart ache for his friend. Mercifully, whatever Sansa had done to the new lady of House Nox had saved her life. Unfortunately, because of the trauma she'd endured, the child ended up coming early and was a stillbirth. He'd experienced many horrific sights in his life. More than anyone one man ever should in his opinion. But seeing Nox hold his wife while Lady Nox wailed as the two held on to their lifeless child, many had likened Nox to be the aspect of the stranger incarnate. And in that moment, Ned truly believed that his friend was indeed the aspect of death. Lady Nox's near death and their child's death was just the beginning. His steward, Vayan Poole, had been found dead in the hall just outside the Great Hall. The man split nearly in two from navel to collarbone. Rickard Karstark had also been killed during the attack. The Lord of Carhold and one of House Stark's closest allies had been one of the first to fall after the attempt on Lord and Lady Nox. He'd taken a bolt to the back along with 2 daggers. And while his eldest son Harrion Karstark was old enough to take up the mantle of Carhold, the same could not necessarily be said of Castle Serwyn. The current Lord, now previous, Lord Major Serwyn, had been another casualty of the attack within the Great Hall. Which meant that his 10-name-day son Clay would have to take up the responsibilities of Lord. Mercifully, Castle Serwyn was but a day's ride from Winterfell, so he would be able to aid the young boy as best he could. But that could hardly be considered a good thing. The northern houses were not the only ones to suffer during the attack. Jon Royce and his 3 sons, Andor, Rabar and Waymar, had all been at the feast as well when the attack broke out. The Bronze Knight had only sustained minor injuries at best, but his sons were not as fortunate. Both Rabar and Waymar had sustained significant injuries that would lay them up for at least a moon. And he'd been informed not an hour earlier that Jon's oldest son Andor had succumbed to the wounds he'd received during the attack. If those had been the extent of the casualties, Ned would have considered themselves fortunate. But that was not to be the case. For it wasn't just the nobles nor those in the Great Hall that had suffered. Or perhaps it was more correct to say that those in the Great Hall had suffered the least. The damage done across Winterfell and Wintertown had been far more extensive than he could have ever imagined. 100 strong of the small folks were dead, with twice as many now injured. Some so severely that it was doubtful that they would recover. Dozens of men at arms belonging to all houses were dead or dying. And at least a dozen women, both young and old, had been found brutalized and raped. Including Septa Mordain. Her corpse had been found in the still smoldering remains of what had once been the small sept that he'd had built for his wife. It was difficult to tell just what exactly had happened, but it was obvious that the woman had not died easily nor quickly. And while he might have had his own problems with the woman, it was a fate that no one deserved. While the toll of the attack was indeed high, Ned was not foolish enough to believe it was as worse as it could have been. He'd been through 2 wars and had seen the immediate aftermath of the sacking of King's Landing. If not for the quick, yet inebriated actions of those that were loyal to House Stark, and if not for Nox's quick recovery, then Ned was positive that the death toll would have been far greater. While many had risen to House Stark's defense, there were 2, outside of Nox, that could truly be credited with bringing an end to the attack within the Great Hall before rushing out to defend Winterfell. Greatjon Umber and Mage Mormont. Though neither managed to escape from the attempt unharmed. The Greatjon had taken several crossbow bolts and daggers to both his front and back. The fact that the man was even still amongst the living was a testament to Lady Talisa's skill as a healer. But as good as she was no miracle worker. And while the Greatjon would live, his left arm was now next to useless, and he would be cursed with a limp for the rest of his life. And Mage Mormont had received a dagger across the face, leaving a scar from temple to jaw that crossed her left eye and destroying said eye in the process. Yet despite their state and injuries, the 2 fought through most of the night in order to bring an end to the attack. On the floor, Winter's head rose up off the floor and turned towards the door. "Come in, Blackfish," he called out before the man could even raise a fist to knock on his closed door. Staying in his seat, Ned watched the flames dance across the wood in his hearth as a clearly tired Blackfish made his way into the room before shutting the door behind him. "I don't suppose that I need to ask how you knew I was out there without even seeing or hearing me." "No," Ned answered simply, less in a mood for small talk than he usually was. "Have you and Jory finished rounding up the last of the conspirators?" "Aye." The Blackfish nodded, moving to stand beside Ned. All of the bards save for the one who actually managed to kill a few of his fellow bards and knocked Lud Whitehill out have been rounded up. Same with everyone associated with the rebel houses. The lords, ladies, heirs and their surviving men at arms have all been secured in the dungeon. The younger children have been placed into a secured section of the main keep with a constant rotating guard. Based on what we know, there might be a few stragglers that managed to get away during the commotion, but they're cowardly sellswords at best who ran at the first sign of trouble. I dispatched those rangers of yours to hunt them all down and bring them back to Winterfell dead or alive. I've also placed a lockdown order on both Wintertown and Winterfell. No one enters or leaves until you say so, Ned. Thank the gods for the Blackfish, Ned thought, nodding along as Sir Brynden spoke on what had been done since he'd handed off the reins to the man. "You have my thanks, Sir Brynden, and the thanks of who? There's no need for that formal shit, Ned." The Blackfish cut him off. She was my niece as well as your wife. Hells, she was practically my daughter. And Rickon, he was my great-nephew as well. My only regret is that I didn't have the chance to kill more of those bastards before your sorcerer brought an end to the fighting. Gods have heard the stories of what that man can do, but to actually see it in person is something else entirely. Aye, that he is, Ned agreed with Brendan's assessment. The Blackfish wasn't exaggerating matters. The fighting in the Great Hall, while bloody and brutal, had been very short-lived. The moment after Nox had seemingly recovered his powers by turning those two men into little more than husks and then turning a third man into little more than ash with his lightning, almost all fight had left the assassins in the Great Hall. A few, mostly the lords who'd had a hand in the attack, pressed on until they were forced to submit. But the sellswords and assassins masquerading as men-at-arms and bards had quickly thrown down their weapons and surrender after seeing what fate was awaiting them. And it was fortunate that they had. The moment the fighting was done, Nox had all but collapsed and had to be half led, half carried to where his lady wife was holed up. I hesitate to ask, but how are the children? The pain that had just started to dull returned with a vengeance as his thoughts turned to his children once more. Each of his children had reacted in their own way to the news. Robb and Jon, who'd borne witness to Kat's death, obviously both blamed themselves for not being fast enough to save her and Rickon. And as much as he'd wanted to be the one to end the assassins that killed his wife and son, he was not about to begrudge Robb his actions in beating the assassin to death. Nor would he begrudge Jon his inaction in not stopping Robb. He'd been in a similar state the day he'd learned of the death of his own father and brother. And had the Mad King been within his reach, he was sure that he would have beaten the decrepit old fool to death with his bare hands as well. Bran had broken down in tears and refused, had clung to Ned until he'd cried himself to sleep. Arya's reaction had worried him the most. She hadn't cried, she merely went mute and just stood there while staring off into the distance at nothing. At first, he'd thought that it was simply that she was too young to understand just what was going on. But after seeing Nox's reaction, he knew better. She was reacting to the news of her mother and brother's death in the same manner that Nox had reacted to the news of his own son's death, a quiet rage. One that had him more than slightly worried about what she would do next. She'd already killed one man, something that filled him with no small amount of anguish, as no child her age should ever have blood on their hands. But he knew full well that while the first kill was the hardest, it got progressively easier with each additional kill. And given what she was capable of, he would have to keep a close eye on both her and the prisoners until the trials and executions were over and done with. Sansa's reaction had been what he'd expected and more. She'd broken down completely, crumbling into a heap and wailing uncontrollably. She'd been the closest of his children to Kat, and he knew that her death would affect her deeply. But it wasn't just Kat's death that had obviously brought his daughter to such a state. He'd always been afraid of the day when his daughter would discover the truth of the world. That it wasn't picture perfect like in the stories she loved to hear from her mother and Septa Mordain. He'd just hoped that when that day came that it wouldn't be too hard of a blow. But that request had been denied. Sansa's view of what she thought of the world and of the nobility and knights had not been broken. It had been shattered, and then stomped upon by a team of horses. They've lost their mother and brother, Ned responded curtly. Robb and Jon are. They're doing their best to give what comfort they can when I am not with them. But it is a pain that will not fade anytime soon. Brynden seemed to accept that as the older man nodded his head. I just wish that I knew why this happened. I'd heard of the supposed animosity between House Stark and House Bolton since I was but a boy. But it wasn't like the feud between House Bracken and Blackwood. At least it hadn't been for centuries. But still, to think that they would try this now, and to cajole Lynn Crowbray into their scheme as well, that question, the why, had been plaguing Ned since the moment fighting stopped. He knew that he'd won no favors from House Dustin after getting William Dustin killed at the Tower of Joy. And the fact that Roose Bolton had a familial connection to the Ricewell and the by extension House Dustin through Barbary explained their participation, but still. Why now of all times? Had he not brought vengeance to the dragons for what they'd done to the North when they executed the Warden of the North and his heir? Had he not fought tooth and nail to make the Ironborn pay for raiding their shores? Had he not taken in the children of the Ironborn and tried to show them a better path so that they might be free of raiding in the future? Had he not worked tirelessly for years to bring advancement and commerce through the North? Or, perhaps he was just overthinking it. The reason, if one chooses the simplest explanation as Nox had often encouraged him to do, was often the correct. Power. They wanted power. Vengeance could have played a role as well, but it was power that they were after. Getting up from his seat, he stepped over Winter and made his way towards the large set of glass windows that had recently been installed in his and Kat's room. Gazing out over the darkened north, Ned tried desperately to put the pieces together. Father always told us to never turn our backs to the former Red Kings unless you had someone you trusted behind them with a dagger poised at their back. I'd forgotten that lesson. Roose had proven himself a capable commander during the rebellion and a seemingly capable lord after the fighting was done. Perhaps his years of loyalty was all just a mummer's farce. Perhaps he had been planning this for years, waiting for a moment when I would let my guard slip. But even if that were the case, Roose was a prudent man. A very prudent man. He would not act in this manner unless he was all but guaranteed success. But then the question becomes, how did he become so sure of this plan? And how did he manage to convince a notable house of the Vale to take part as well? And it wasn't just the Vale. The sellswords were not of the North. Some didn't even seem to be of Westeros. So how did Roose acquire their services? And how did he get them into the North without alerting Lord Manderley in White Harbor? He couldn't have done this alone. Not even as a group would the houses be able to do this. They had help. But from whom? Sellswords from across Westeros and perhaps even Essos, Ned said aloud. Several houses spread across the North aligned together. Along with a house from the Vale as well. This plot, it must have taken years to properly plan and organize. And while I do not doubt the resourcefulness of Roose Bolton, this plot was beyond him. Brynden caught on quickly. You believe someone else was pulling their strings. Made the plan, provided the coin and swords and then disappeared in order to not get their hands dirty. Scratching at his beard, the Blackfish looked more than slightly uncomfortable with the prospect. If, and I stress if, that is the case, then there are only a few who have the coin and the influence to make such a move. And they will be in positions of power and influence. And they will more than likely have powerful friends to back them once their involvement is revealed. I know, Ned acknowledged. But Ned had powerful friends as well. Mainly in Robert and Jon Arryn. And while he despised the game that Southern nobles loved to play, if it meant protecting his family then he would play their stupid game and destroy them all. And once they've learned that their plot failed, they will work to cover their tracks and erase any connection between themselves and those who held the knives. Give me a few days with those traitorous bastards and a few of your best not-so-squeamish men. I'll find out who backing this farce. Torture. Just the mere thought set Ned's stomach on edge. But he knew that he would have to set aside his personal feelings on the matter when dealing with the traitorous. Northern law was very clear on what was to happen to nobility that betrayed the North. His vassals would be expecting it. And he would be lying if he denied that there was a not so small part of him was looking forward to what was to come. I appreciate your willingness to help Blackfish, Ned said, rising from his seat and turning towards Cat's uncle. But what you suggest will take time. Time that we do not necessarily have. We need to find out who was aiding the traitorous fast before word of their failure goes beyond the north. And there is only one that can get us that information in such a limited time. Walking out of his solar with the Blackfish right behind him, Nox made his way through his home and towards the guest quarters of Winterfell. He knew that he was drawing closer to his goal as he suddenly felt a heavy weight pressing on his shoulders, a weight which the Blackfish felt as well as the man's steps fumbled, and he began muttering under his breath. The only reason why Ned wasn't similarly affected was that he'd experienced this type of phenomenon several times over the past few years. But it had never been like this. He could almost taste the fear and anger in the very air. To say it was unnerving would be understating matters greatly, and it was no wonder why this section of the guest quarters, which had until just yesterday been completely full, was now all but deserted. What in the seven hells is this? The elder Tully muttered as he visibly shivered beside Ned. A glimpse of what is to come, Ned muttered as the two stopped outside a seemingly random door which opened on its own as the two approached. It'd be best if you stay out here for the time being. It wasn't that Ned thought the Blackfish to be a craven, far from it. The man had fought in more wars than Ned and had never once shied away from his duty. But considering all that had happened over the past day, Ned wasn't completely sure of his friend's state of mind. And until he was, it would be best to not impose too heavily on Nox's voluntary seclusion. The Blackfish didn't need much convincing as the man quickly gave his consent and took up a spot down the hall to ensure that the two would not be disturbed. Not that Ned thought anyone would dare venture anywhere close, but the action was appreciated. Steeling himself, Ned pushed open the door and walked inside the open room. The room looked like it had been ransacked. Every piece of furniture within the room hadn't just been upended or torn apart. No, it had all been obliterated, with the only evidence of their previous existence being the shards and splinters of wood scattered throughout the room. And in the center of the destruction, floating in a sitting position at nearly head height, was Nox. The moment Ned stepped fully into the room, the door shut on its own behind him and Nox silently flipped backwards and landed on his feet without making a sound. Life in the Sith Empire was never an easy one, no matter the position you held. His friend began without preamble, remaining in the center of the room with his back turned towards Ned. Those beneath you would be constantly seeking ways to take your place, while those above you would do all they could to make sure that you wouldn't take theirs. And those who just happened to be on the same level with you would gladly stab you in the back the moment it was advantageous for them to do so. You had to maintain a constant watch on your vassals, your allies, and your rulers. For one such as I, a slave who managed to fight and claw my way to the top, I could almost set my day by the attempts on my life. But since I came to this land, I have forgotten what I learned in the Empire. I grew soft, overconfident. I was so sure of my position here in the north that I let my defenses falter. And now, the price of my laxity has been paid in blood. The blood of my son. The blood of my wife. And the blood of countless others. No one could have foreseen this coming, Nox, Ned said, trying to convince both himself and his friend with his words. Shaking his head, Nox scoffed and began pacing back and forth. I should have. Ever since I ended the threat in Valyria, I've been sensing disturbances from the Force. But they were muddled, distant, uncertain. I let my guard down and put the disturbances to the back of my mind, thinking they were but an omen of what was to come in the far future. But I was wrong. In more ways than one. Our enemy is far cleverer than I gave them credit for. I couldn't figure just what was happening until today. And now that I have, it is a wonder why I hadn't figured it out before. Our enemy. The White Walkers? Ned asked, dreading the thought of the ancient enemy of man doing something that had put even the famed northern sorcerer on such an edge. What have they done? One of the greatest weapons a Force sensitive has is the ability of precognition, or foresight if you will. Nox explained after a moment of silence. It allows one to sense danger before it happens as well as peer into possibilities of the future during meditation. And once you know what you're doing, you can even use it to find certain individuals across great distances. However, If something were to be done to alter the Force ever so slightly in order to disrupt the careful balance it has between the light and the dark, then it would be possible to disrupt certain Force abilities. And these White Walkers, they have altered the way Force itself flows through this land, which in turn creates slight disruptions in the Force that are almost unnoticeable but can prove to be extremely dangerous. I can name several ways in which this could have been done, each of which takes considerable time and effort in order to accomplish. But that is not what is important. What is important is the effect their tampering has had on the way the Force flows through the land. They've altered the balance of the Force and made precognition almost impossible and created a Force cloud around themselves to hide their movements. He did not like the sound of that. The thought of the White Walkers and their army of the dead from legends was worrying enough. Add that they could not only utilize the same magic as Nox and his children but also apparently had the ability to fundamentally change it. It made him wonder just how truly powerful these creatures were. So, what you're saying is they've done something to prevent your ability to see the future. Though this wasn't done specifically to target my own ability of foresight or other abilities, Nox countered, this land was rife with Force users long before I ever came here. The North itself was known for those with green sight and those with ability to skin change. The White Walkers more than likely put the foundations in place centuries ago. And now that they are ready to move, they've activated their clouding and muddled others' ability to see the future. And I fucking missed it. Ned nearly jumped as Nox spun in place and threw his hand out in a slashing motion. What was left of a desk, at least he believed it had once been a desk, slammed against the far wall, shattering into even more splinters and leaving nothing more than dust. And my son paid for my negligence. And Nyra, had it not been for Sansa healing her, I would have lost her as well. Fighting to slow his racing heart, Ned kept his voice level. Is there a way to undo what they've done? Yes, Nox nodded, though he didn't seem pleased. The quickest way would be to kill the one who is maintaining the disturbance. But now that they're safely concealed in a Force cloud, I could stand right next to them and not even realize they are the one responsible. The slower method would require counteracting whatever they've done in the Force. But without knowing what exactly they've done to throw off the balance of the Force, I could spend decades in a meditative trance day and night without rest and not even begin to start counteracting their disruption. The only other option would be to travel as far away as possible and see if I can leave their sphere of influence on the Force. But given how much time they've had to create this plan, it is quite likely that the flow of Force throughout this entire world has been corrupted to suit their needs. So, what do? We adjust as best we can, Nox responded. This is a setback, but they've also revealed what they are capable of. And now that we know what they can do, we can adjust and plan accordingly. But you haven't come and disturbed my meditation just for a lesson on the Force, have you? No, Ned answered, shaking his head. His friend's hand tightened into a fist as small wisp of what looked like smoke began wafting from his very body. He seems like he is in control. But that control is balancing on a knife's edge with a strong wind constantly blowing it back and forth. And I suspect the only reason he is even in the remotest of control right now is because of the state of this room. You've realized it as well, haven't you? Nox said, making Ned start slightly. Bolton, Dustin, Ricewell, Whitehill, Corbray. They might be clever, but their resources are not infinite. Contracting sellswords and assassins from across Westeros and even parts of Essos all the while. Keeping their actions hidden from view, they do not have the resources nor ability to do such a thing. Not alone anyway. They are but the knives that were used to remove yourself and I. And the one who would wield them is still out there. That is my thought as well. Ned nodded, before taking a breath and mentally preparing himself for what he was about to ask of his friend. You lost your son. I lost my wife and son. Dozens, no, 100 or more are dead or dying. I won't let this go. I need your help. Just as it was during the Greyjoy rebellion, I need Darth Nox once more. Ceasing his pacing, Nox turned and walked closer until the two were but a hand's width from one another. You know what you are asking, right? Nox asked, though going by his tone Ned knew that his friend's mind was already set on this course of action. He was merely giving him one last chance to keep his name out of what was to come. Once I start down this path, I will not stop. They took my son from me. They nearly took my wife from me. And they will learn just what it means to try and take something precious from a Lord of the Sith. Anyone who took part in this. Anyone who know about this. Anyone who stood to profit from this. I'm going to kill them all. And make no mistake, Lord Stark. We will get bloody during this. And innocents will get caught in the middle. Can you handle that? War. This would lead to war. With whom he didn't know. But he knew that it would lead them to war. The honorable part of him, the part that balked at even the thought of an innocent being hurt, tried to make its voice heard within him. But it was vastly overwhelmed by another part within him. An aspect of himself that he tried to deny. An aspect that had truly not made itself known since the day he had learned of the deaths of his father and brother at the hands of the Mad King. Only this time, there was no Jon Arryn to calm him down. And he would not be calmed down this time. Turning his back on Nox, he made his way to leave the room. Vigils will be held tonight for the dead, he said, placing his hand on the latch. The funerals will be held tomorrow. After that, do whatever you deem necessary to find out who else had a hand in this. And we will deal with them accordingly. Together. Good, Nox replied. Oh, and one last thing, Ned. The one who killed my son and who almost killed my wife. Sir Lynn Corbray. Ned answered the unasked question. He is mine to deal with. What do you plan to do with him? He asked, not entirely sure he wanted to know or not. Does it matter? Nox asked. He will die. But before he does, I will make sure that he becomes a lesson that will spread across the land about what it means to cross a Sith Lord. Given what honor and northern law demanded to happen to the traitor's lords, Ned found that he didn't have any reason to deny Nox's request. Very well. He is yours to deal with as you see fit. 2 days after the attack that had shaken Winterfell to its core, Nox found himself standing outside the gates of Winterfell beside his wife, a bundle of cloth tucked tightly in her arms, while around them nearly the entirety of Winterfell and Wintertown gathered as the sun just barely started to crest the horizon. Not a single voice was heard as the denizens of Winterfell stared out at the scene before them. Dozens of funeral pyres that had been assembled over the course of the previous day and night. And each, save for the 4 closest to those assembled, were laden with dozens fallen men and women of the north. Without a word spoken, the crowd parted, giving way to half a dozen men wearing the sigil of House Karstark. Between them, they carried the body of the former Lord of Karhold, Rickard Karstark. Just behind the men carrying their fallen lord were his children, the new Lord Harrion, Eddard, Torrin and Alys. Reaching the nearest pyre, the men lifted the former lord onto the pyre. After setting the fallen lord down upon the logs, the men of House Karstark gave the fallen man one last bow of respect before backing away so that his children could take their turns saying goodbye before walking back and standing in line with the rest. The process was repeated with the fallen Lord Major Serwyn, who was preceded by his son Clay and daughter Janelle. Once they'd taken their places, the crowd parted again. This time allowing a procession led by Jory Castle, who was acting as honor guard for Vayan Poole. The only family left to the man was his daughter Jane, who was openly weeping and had to be almost forcibly led away by Jory after the former steward of Winterfell had been placed on his pyre. Once they were clear, a delegation from the Vale led by Lord Royce and accompanied by his 2 surviving sons, both of whom were leaning heavily on others to keep them upright, led a procession for the eldest son of House Royce, Andor Royce. The old man kept his face completely passive, but Nox could feel the pain of the man as clear as a midday sun as his eldest was laid upon the funeral pyre. Feeling Nyra stiffen beside him, Nox took her hand in his own, trying his best to give her what strength he could. Together, the 2 walked forward to the nearest pyre. And as one, they carefully set down the small bundle that Nyra had been carrying. With a shaking hand, Nyra smoothed out the cloth surrounding their son as if smoothing out the sheets on a bed before leaning down and placing a light kiss upon their dead son's brow. Goodbye, Kem. Nyra's voice was so full of pain and sorrow that Nox felt his own self-control slipping quickly from his grasp. I love you, my son. Rest now with the gods and our ancestors. And one day, we will meet again. As Nyra pulled back, Nox reached out and let his fingers gently caress his son's face. A son that had been robbed of his chance at life before he could even start to live it. The Force is with you, my son. And now, you are with the Force. Pulling back, Nyra all but collapsed into his chest and started sobbing loudly as the 2 made their way away from the pyre and back to their place in line. Hearing the crowd shuffle and move, Nox turned his attention towards the gates of Winterfell as a large contingent of Stark men-at-arms led by Esser Bryden Tully marched out with the Stark family close behind along with the direwolves that had bonded to the Stark family. Hoisted up on the men's shoulders was a boat that had been hastily constructed. Reaching the last remaining pyre, the men-at-arms lowered the boat to the ground. Within the boat were the bodies of Catelyn Stark, Rickon Stark and the boy's wolf pup. One by one, the children of House Stark and their wolves took their turns approaching the boat and saying their last farewells to their lost mother and brother. Robb had tried to stay impassive, but Nox could feel the pain in the boy no matter how well he masked it. Sansa, her voice mostly healed from her forced scream, openly wailed as she tucked her mother's hair behind an ear. Arya had perhaps the most subdued farewell, but there was no mistaking the tears running down her face. And Bran could hardly say anything as he started weeping uncontrollably, only to be led away by Robb. With the children's farewells done, Ned stepped forward and knelt beside his wife and son. His words of goodbye hardly more than a slight mumbling as he caressed his wife and son's face one last time. Rising, Ned nodded to the men-at-arms, who immediately hoisted the makeshift boat up onto the last pyre and moved back to stand with his children. With all the pyres now filled, several guards, carrying torches made their way to the front of the assembled crowd and began handing them off to various lords and ladies whose loved ones now rested upon the pyres. Taking a torch that a guard had held out for him, Nox let go of Nyra and built a wall around his heart for what was about to happen. The distance between the pyre holding his son and himself was only a few meters at best, but it was without a doubt the hardest few meters he had ever crossed in his entire life. Once everyone was in position, Lord Stark held his torch high, letting everyone seeing the burning flame before throwing it onto the pyre holding his wife. Taking their cue, each man or woman holding a torch proceeded to light the pyres of the dead. "Goodbye, Kem, my son," he said, reaching out and caressing his son one last time through the force before letting the torch fall and igniting the pyre holding his infant son. As soon as he was back with Nyra, his wife all but threw herself into his arms. And together they stood side by side, drawing what comfort they could from one another as they watched the flames rise around their son. All of Winterfell was silent, the only noise the sound of fire burning as the funeral pyres burned. But as the fires burned, a calm woman's voice, Nox didn't know whose, started singing softly before gaining in strength until she could easily be heard by all present. "Shadowns fall, and hope has fled. Steel your heart, the dawn will come. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon. The dawn will come." Beside him, Nyra stiffened and sniffed loudly as the song settled over the crowd. Tilting her head back, Nyra's soft soprano voice joined in as the song continued. "The shepherd's lost, and his home is far. Keep to the stars, the dawn will come." Down the line, Sansa's young voice joined in as well as the eldest daughter of House Stark held tightly onto the hand of her friend Jane. "The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon. The dawn will come." Like a wave from the sea, the song quickly spread across the crowd standing before the burning pyres till nearly every voice, from lord and lady to peasant, joined in. "Bear your blade and raise it high. Stand your ground, the dawn will come. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon. The dawn will come. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon. The dawn will come." The song launched into a refrain, and as it did Nox began to sing as well. But while many were seemingly drawing strength and hope from the song, and he could understand why, Nox was drawing only anger as he watched through the force as the fire ate away at his son. And as his anger grew, he restated the promise he'd made to Ned just the night before. Anyone who stood to profit from this, anyone who had a hand in the planning of this, anyone who had even a passing knowledge of this, they will all learn just what it means to take something precious from a Sith Lord. There will be no negotiation. And there will be no mercy. I swear it on the Force.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here, in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe, and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.